Morning, everybody. Nice to have your company. Welcome to Thursday. Welcome to November the 17th. Fantastic. The £400 glasses you wear that can rewind a conversation. In other words, you'll be talking to somebody and they'll say, you just said that. You said, no, I didn't say that. And you can play it back to them. £400 sounds a bargain. The 10,000 doctors quitting the NHS. Mariah Carey loses the bid to trademark the festive title, Queen of Christmas, or any other connotations which she could have marketed very well. The GQ Man of the Year, which seems to concentrate in the papers on all the pictures of the women of the year. They were all pictured going there. The Qatar laws, which means Budweiser, after a certain time, will cost you £12. Asda and Lidl limiting the amount of eggs you can buy for some peculiar reason. Ross Kemp still feels Barbara Windsor is with him, and adult teddies make life a little bit more bearable. All of that and more between now and 7 o'clock with Steve Allen, including the fact that Bear Grylls... Sorry, wait a minute, let me just turn my headphones down just a fraction. Bear Grylls and I have something in common. He was doing Louis Through the other day. Louis was doing one of those turgidly boring interviews where he just doesn't... There's no dressing up for interviews now. Have you noticed? Nobody bothers dressing up for interviews. So Louis, who's got no bottom at all, it's basically flat all the way down, wearing jeans that don't fit. So you can see his pants when he bent. Oh, really disgusting. And he's with Bear Grylls and he sort of does his vacant look. Perhaps he thinks it's funny. I'm not particularly wild about it. But anyway, he talks to Bear Grylls, and the raw fear for Bear of being dropped off at boarding school at the age of 8, he said, was like training for the SAS. And, of course, because your parents lure you there into boarding school, they always say, oh, you'll get an apple in bed and a cup of cocoa and stuff. None of that at all. None of that at all. It was just very thin mattresses, and because we were little boys, we wet the bed because you were scared about being away from home and all the rest of it. It was all very disappointing, very disappointing. But, no, we like Bear Grylls. We like him a lot, but Louis' sort of act of sort of looking vacant and go, oh yeah, but maybe do you think you're the right person to sort of... It's a bit too pretentious. Doesn't quite work for me, I'm afraid. Plus, the skating rink at Somerset House in London opened yesterday. Beginners can have lessons, and there is a DJ for those who like the dancing on ice. Dancing on ice. And they've all got them, all these places around the capital. Hampton Court's got an ice rink. Everybody's got ice rinks. Everybody's got ice rinks, and you know why? Oh, they've also got one outside the Natural History Museum. There'll be one at Winter Wonderland. Really, really nice. Really, really nice. I mean, personally, not for me, but I don't mind watching everybody falling over. That's the pleasure that I derive as they fall over and break their wrists or break their legs or something like that, and you have to call out the ambulances. Christine McGuinness in a few of the papers today. I'd give it up now, love. You're a bit old to be a model. It's, I mean, the sort of the boobies out front and, very little. The trouble is, models are people like Kate Moss. They just look plain, and then they sort of become these sort of images of what we think models are supposed to look like. In Christine McGuinness's case, she thinks if you shove your boobs out, that makes you a model. Well, it doesn't really at all. Two Santas have fallen out. They're both in the same market for doing it, and one's threatened the other one, and it's come to fisticuffs apparently over two Santa Clauses. You can't have two Santa Clauses. It's like if you go to Disneyland. Come closer. You can't have two Mickey Mouses on at the same time, but they are just in different areas of the park because they've got. Well, it is Mickey Mouse, yes, but he's been cloned because they have doors on Main Street. They're mirrors, and it swings open, and they go through, and that's how they get on and off Main Street and stuff like that. They had a trouble when we were there. They had to get, I think it was Pluto, off the Main Street because the big parade was coming down, and there on the front thing was Pluto. So they had to get the one off, and he didn't want to go. He was quite enjoying himself, I think. It's all very cleverly run. I like it. I like it a lot. Philip Schofield forced to queue at the ITV party. Did you see the other day they had an amateur TV station who were asking about the queuing at the Queen's, when she was in Westminster. And he said, you're a bit late on the story, aren't you, mate? A little bit late on that one. They were obviously trying to provoke something, but it happened such a long time ago, everybody's forgotten about it. Adam Woodyat, Ian Beale, his kids were bullied for his role as Ian Beale. I don't know why. I mean, perhaps it's because, how they would know that they were his kids, I've got no idea, but they do that. And the front garden meteorite which has helped in the drive to find the secrets of life. This particular meteorite is very, very old. I think it's something like, where did I read it? I must have read it in the Times, because I was just having a little whiz through the Times just to see if there was any sort of stories that I'd missed today. And I remember thinking, that looks really lovely. It had a picture of the meteorite. It's not very big. I have to tell you, if you thought it was some of these things which sort of, run about 10 acres, it's not like that at all. It's actually very small. Trying to open up papers nowadays is a nightmare. It really is. Here we go. It's, how old do you think it is? This is called the Winchcombe meteorite. How old do you think it is? 100,000 years. Good guess. 4.6 billion years old. 4.6 billion years old, and that's this was the Driveway meteorite, because you do get them. If they fall in the desert, they always seem to be quite lucky. They never seem to fall, in the middle of London. They'll fall in the desert or out in Berkshire or something like that, and they create enormous craters. I mean, absolutely huge craters. And you look at it, and then you get this bloke who gets one landing in his front garden. How cool is that? I thought that was really ace. I've never had a meteorite land anywhere near me. I wouldn't mind it, actually. A pal of Williams gets 14 months prison over tax evasion. I don't know, the members of the royal family who hang around with the wrong people. Also, the next series of The Masked Singer will feature the biggest name to date, says Jonathan Ross. I'm not at liberty to discuss anything. Me, 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 me. I fancy the idea of that. Poor old Jonathan Ross, who looks so old now. There's nothing worse than a man whose face has aged, and yet he's still got long hair, and puts on these clothes, which sort of, when he was 18, 19, you could understand it. But, I mean, come on. You've got to have a limit. It's got to get to that stage where somebody says to you, you're wearing clothes that are wrong. They're wrong. I've had to adapt. And sort of, I don't want people to think I'm sort of not dressing my age. Not that I know what dressing my age is, but, I seem to be quite happy. I don't want to wear anything that makes me look sort of a little bit too young. Although I do like skinny jeans. I quite like those. I've got quite used to having them. But I shan't be wearing them today. Lunch today, posh restaurant. So it's not dressy-uppy time. But they don't like jeans, apparently. I'm very disappointed about. I live in jeans. I love jeans. I think it's absolutely fantastic. Kevin Spacey, they tell us, to be charged with 7 further sex attacks. And the Wetherspoons pubs, which are up for sale for the same price as a London flat. There's one for 450,000, and you think, wow, I'm not surprised people buy these old pubs up, because you can turn them into flats and make a bit of a killing on them. There's a seaside bed and breakfast booked up until 2024. And they charge about 260 quid a room for the night. And it's because it's on the seafront. I mean, I would have thought they could all charge that if they're on the seafront of places, which is lovely. I mean, imagine being booked up for 2 years in advance. 2 years. I got sent some sweeties today. Yeah, now I know what you're thinking. But wait a minute, Steve. You're a diabetic. You can't have sweetie pies and sweetiekins. But anyway, I got a letter from Carl Brickland, who's the managing director of the Sugar-Free Sweet Company, and it turns out that his mother-in-law, Patricia, listens to your show every day. She also messages him frequently. She told me you were talking about sugar-free toffee apples the other day. Here at the Sugar-Free Sweet Company, we manufacture a variety of different sugar-free, no added sugar products. So he said, I've sent you some original sugared toffee apples. We're just a small family-run business. My great-grandfather started the toffee apple business in 1947. 1947. That is older than me, yes. He says, we've now ventured into sugar-free confectionery. And so he sent me in sugar-free candy floss, sugar-free popcorn, and sugar-free toffee and chocolate apples. So I've had one of the toffee apples. Okay, I've had one of them. And I've left the other ones out there for sort of people like Adam to get his mouth around. And there's some other things. Because I said they're sugar-free, and he went, no, they're not. I said, no, they are sugar-free. They're from the Sugar-Free Sweet Company. They've got a website, which is surprising. It's called Sugar-Free Sweet Company. And they do all sorts of bits and pieces. Candy floss in packets of 6 different flavours. I had coconut-flavoured candy floss, which was really cool. Really cool. I was very impressed with things like that. So thank you very much indeed, Carl. I'm very, very grateful. It was very nice indeed. But I always share my sweeties and things like that come in for me. I'm always very happy to share. And so I've left the toffee apples outside. As I say, I had one of them, which was a bit naughty. But it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. I'm allowed to be naughty every so often. Allowed to be naughty. Pip Schofield forced to queue at the ITV party. Well, how else is he going to get in? They made such a big deal about it. Listen, why don't you pick on Holly Willoughby? But they won't, of course. They really won't. And apparently Jonathan Ross getting desperate. He wants to appear on Big Brother. I don't know why. I don't think it's necessary. What was the other one that I quite liked? Oh, there's a runner, actually. Chinese. He chain-smoked all the time he was running the London Marathon. Isn't that amazing? Isn't that amazing? He just carried something that you never would have imagined. And Shane says, I know you like Manuka honey. Well, I found a jar of limited edition Manuka honey and peanut butter at Woolworths. Oh. And then Pat says they were posted Tuesday, your toffee apples. Well, now you know my toffee apples have arrived. And beautiful they look too. It's that lovely toffee, which is almost see-through. They used to call it, I'm sure, was it bonfire toffee? Whatever it was quite delicious. Quite delicious. So thank you very much indeed for sorting that out for me, which is nice. Jack says, I haven't been to bed. Came back from a night out and had to shower because of the rain. Got to be up at 9 a.m, so wish me luck. Oh, you can go back to sleep for a few hours. It's only 4:15. You can do 4:15, 5:15, 6:15, 7:15. You can get 4 hours sleep in. I would do that. That's what I'd do. I mean, I'm not too desperately worried about losing one person. But no, go on, go for it. Go for it. You'll have a nice time. I'm still trying to work out Manuka honey and peanut butter is about the most peculiar combination I've ever heard of. And many years ago, says Roger, I used to go ice skating in Richmond, which had an adjacent bar, and admittance was 50 pence then. Yes, the big ice skating rink. There was such a kerfuffle when it closed. Oh, my goodness me, was there ever. There's also a kerfuffle in Twickenham, because down on the embankment, there used to be a swimming pool. And the only thing that remains of it is the diving board. The rest of it has all been filled in, knocked down, and they've made sort of an area for people to sit in, mainly pigeons. So you can imagine the mess over all the benches. Anyway, plans have just been submitted for knocking it all down and building flats. Building flats, that's what they want to do. And my neighbour Lynn told me about it, and I said, yeah, but I knew that it was only going to be temporary. When they filled in the swimming pool and grassed it over, I thought that they'll leave the diving board, which they did. We only get the top bit of it. The rest of it is underground. And they put in a cafe and people can sit there. But as I say, the pigeon mess is everywhere. They need somebody to go around and shoot the pigeons just to make things a bit better. And then they will knock them down. They've decided which trees they're keeping, which trees they're not keeping. And they'll put up housing. And because it's on the riverfront, it'll be premium costs. It's very valuable land. I don't know who owns it, whether it's the council or somebody else. Either way, watch this space.
Leading Britain's conversation, LBC, with Steve Allen.
Morning, nice to have you company. A bit quick at the end, wasn't it? Whiz the fader down a little bit too tight on that one. On this programme, what we do is we ride the music. Okay, you've got to feel it. You've got to have an empathy for it, not just like that, because otherwise, it frightens the life out of me. Nice to have your company. It's Steve Allen's Early Breakfast, Thursday, November the 17th, with you till 7 a.m. this morning. Why is Prince William putting his weight behind the England football team? A lot of people have said, wait a minute, should he not be behind Wales? Only asking. David Beckham comes in for yet more stick. Have you noticed he's hidden himself? He's too frightened to deal with anybody. That's why he's not come forward and made any statements. It's a case of perhaps they'll all go away because they're annoying me. But it's not going to happen, is it? Oh, and the bad news, as I said before, some woman whose father used to play football, Michael Owen's daughter, called, I think is it Jen or Gem or something, who knows. Interchangeable, they all are. They've got boobies, they stick out, and they sort of... Now she's a celebrity. She's finished with the boyfriend, who's the fishmonger. She's finished with him, mainly because he's obviously got too many teeth in his mouth, and they're too fake, and they're too white, and also he's a fishmonger. Her father's Michael Owen. They're looking for somebody a bit better, so she's had to issue a little statement. Nobody's taken a blind bit of notice of it, saying basically we're not this is after 3 months, so long-term relationship. I always think 3 months, long-term, and she said, love you, Gem or whatever her name is, and then a kiss, and you think, how old are you? 12 or something? What's the matter with you? Apparently she's an international dressage rider. Her track record's not particularly brilliant, I'm afraid. Steve, it's really cold out there now, says Waj. It is. It's noticeable. This weekend it's going to be noticeable. And was listening to LBC, and Ian Dale was talking about Paris overtaking London. It's not about me, is it? We love Ian Dale. We love even Ian Dale. He's the only man I know who's got so many podcasts. He's got 6 podcasts. I manage and scrape by with 2 podcasts. Yeah, but I mean, it doesn't matter. It's not how many you've got. It's how you use them. That's what it is. And it's very nice. The bullying probe on Raab, who's up for the fight. I mean, it's just non-stop, isn't it? Have you noticed people are very disagreeable in this day and age? Nobody's happy about anything at all. They're all moaning about it. There's a story in the Sun today of an actress who was pictured at the wheel of her car having a FaceTime call with her boyfriend. And you think to yourself, you can't be that stupid. You really can't be that stupid. The truth is, it doesn't matter what she's doing, what she's watching, what she's conversing with. If you pick up that telephone whilst you're driving, you are breaking the law, missy. And she was seen video calling her boyfriend. She was photographed at the wheel holding the phone during the call. Holding and using the phone whilst driving is illegal. She could face a ban and a £1,000 fine. Road safety charity Brake said her actions had been completely irresponsible. Well, she's thick. What have I said before? If you've got a phone in your car, put it out of reach. If you can't afford hands-free, you shouldn't be driving on the road anyway. But you can see her quite clearly holding the telephone. If indeed it's her, I don't know. But I'm assuming she wouldn't be that stupid. But then you look at the person she's calling, and it appears to be her boyfriend, who's in a now defunct boy band. And you think to yourself, just the very action of holding that telephone gives you £1,000. It doesn't matter, who you're talking to, who you're not talking to, whether you're just trying to download it. It doesn't matter. You've touched that telephone, and that's the illegal bit. That's the illegal bit. But actually, I'm looking at what she's wearing, and it does look very similar. It does look very similar to the person. Do you know dog owners for Christmas will spend an average £100 on gifts? That's 10% more than last year. Despite more than half of the people being worried about the cost of living, they won't be spending things. Why do you need to buy things for your dog? You really don't. I'd worry about the heating, I think. The most popular Disney tattoo is Alice in Wonderland. I don't know why. The character from Lewis Carroll's book from 1865 was a massive hit, and it's clearly still a hit when it comes to people choosing inkings. So there's Alice in Wonderland, number 1. Number 2, The Lion King. Then Mickey Mouse, Beauty and the Beast, Little Mermaid, Mulan, Toy Story, Peter Pan, Bambi, and Winnie the Pooh. See, I think Winnie the Pooh's quite cool. Not as cool as Paddington, but he's definitely pretty cool. And one that says, Hola, from Madrid, going to Joe Allen's on Friday, based on your recommendation, says Victoria. Well, there you go. You won't be disappointed. You will not be disappointed. And I'm finally back on early shifts. I've been unwell for ages. Best part is I finally get to hear your voice live again. Now often open up the underground station. How exciting. Can you imagine the power? Opening up the underground. There's people standing outside going, you open yet? We go, not yet. Not yet. You've got to wait. I'll start the escalators, and the escalators go, and they go, I'll put the lights on. Okay, you can go down to the platforms. First train will be in 7 minutes. How exciting. I like that idea. And Kim says, I've tried the peanut butter Marmite combo. I'm intrigued by the peanut butter Manuka honey combo. Mind you, I do love a try at all these new things. Yes, I tried the peanut butter Marmite one. Corey thought it was the most revolting thing he'd ever tried. He hated it. He'd hate it. I didn't find it too bad. I didn't think it was that revolting. I thought it was an odd combination. I like peanut butter and banana is supposed to be quite good, isn't it? I like that idea. Banana sandwiches, I think, were cool anyway. And here we go. Matt Hancock's girlfriend, Gina, has flown to Australia to be reunited with him when he leaves the I'm a Celebrity camp. They must be thinking he's coming out very shortly then, mustn't they, if she's flown out there. Mind you, Chris Moyles' girlfriend's flown out as well. She's flown out, so I don't know what they're doing, whether they're guessing or whether they're not guessing. Do you think holiday? Long way to go for a holiday, isn't it? I know it's a nice country. I've just never been. It's never interested me. I've seen the television programmes about it. I know it's got Ayers Rock, and I know it's got the Sydney Opera House, and I know it's got Bondi Beach. And spiders, yes, and box jellyfish. They come gift wrapped over there, as Billy Connolly used to say once doing his act. But no, I mean, there's nothing over there that it's got that I want at all. You know, everything I need is in this country. I don't need anything at all. I don't want to sit there sweating on a beach. Thank you very much indeed. I don't want to go swimming in the sea. Ever since Miriam Margolyes does a road trip with Alan Cummings, they go round and she's on a beach somewhere, and she goes to Alan Cummings. She goes, "I need to go for a wee." She said, "I'm going to have a wee in the sea." And she then proceeds to take her knickers off and walks into the sea to have a wee. She said, "Do you think they'll mind?" I thought, well, probably not, but I mean, I wouldn't recommend it to people. You know, having a wee in the sea. I mean, we've all done it. As little kids, we did it every time a wave came in and sort of, you know, you sort of jumped with it and weed. And then you waited for the next one to come in and you jump with it and weed again. And that's what little kids do. But I mean, I wouldn't do it nowadays. I wouldn't go anywhere near a beach nowadays. Some of the sewage that's pouring into them is a little bit disgusting. Steve, apparently up in Queensland, says Shane, you can't touch your phone when you're driving. A woman was caught with a phone in her bra. She was fined $1,000 and lost 4 demerit points. I love the word over there. They call them demerit points. Don't bite your nails. Don't bite your nail. Honestly, great sign of nervousness. Producer now started biting his nails during the programme. But, yeah, well, you're not supposed to touch your phone in this country. That's the rule. You know, have it on the seat next to you. That's fine. You touch it and they see you, you're nicked. 6 points. 6 points on your licence. You only need 12 and you're off the road. Roger says Ian Dale spent a fortune on an electric car. Doesn't like it. Yeah, he wrote a piece in the paper about it. He wasn't very happy with it at all. But he's sticking with it to save the planet. Well, nice. I like that. I don't like electric cars, though. I'm not going to buy one. I've got the money. Oh, by the way, my money for the pension came in. Do you remember I told you we got the pensions back and we were waiting for the 25% to be transferred to my account. Yesterday it was transferred to my account. I now feel immensely rich. I felt like, woo, I've got some money. Told my driver this morning, and he said, what are you going to do with it? I'm not actually going to do anything with it at all. It just sort of looks quite nice in the account. Double figures now. Yeah, I mean, I don't really, there's nothing I need to buy. It's there, you know, if I did need to buy something, but I don't need to buy anything, so I won't. I'm just quite pleased that we've got it, and then the other money has been invested. So I'm very happy about things, very happy. The market town, which has been rocked by a bust-up between two rival Santas, and the feud is threatening its popular Christmas fair. Jonathan Lewis was booked to appear at the event at Attleborough in Norfolk, so he joined the International Brotherhood of Real Bearded Santas. These are people who've actually got their own beards, not... Absolutely, it's a union. Of course it is. What, people going out impersonating Santa Claus? I don't think so. Anyway, the Brotherhood aims to avoid two Santas being seen on the same day. So Mr. Lewis got in touch with his rival, Santa Mitchell Scott, who was booked for another event. Mr. Scott said, last year I was Santa for the Christmas fair, but they got the hump, and Mr. Lewis bought the exact same suit and had this massive sleigh built. Then he told me I shouldn't appear. Organisers are considering cancelling the fair. Mr. Lewis said, this is unbelievable. All we were trying to do was to help those in need. But you can't have two Father Christmases fighting. I mean, that's just out of order. That's out of order. But I do like seeing Father Christmas, but they've got to have a real beard. You don't want one of these stick-on beards or anything like that. It's got to be a real, proper, you know. In fact, in one of the films, you know, the little girl goes, you know, I know it's a fake beard. He said, no, it's not, pull it. So she pulls it. And she goes, oh. And he goes, see, it's real. It does, you know, you don't have fake beards. And you got to have a real belly, a little bit of padding maybe. They had a woman the other day. She was on, what was she on? She was in some department. Oh, she was in the pawn shop in America, which isn't there anymore. It's gone now. But she goes in there saying, PAWN. Well done for spelling. Good. Well done. Obviously still having that super duper education. And so she goes in there, she says, oh, I need to get some money back because I'm pregnant and this and that. And she goes out to the car to put the goodies in the boot of her car that she's managed to purloin from them. Her tummy falls out onto the floor and they go, what the? Turns out she was just faking. She was just lying. People do that. They go into pawn shops and say, I've got a $10,000 ring in here. I want it back now, or the money. as if they're going to hand it over without the receipt. So they say, give us the receipt. And they go, I wasn't given any receipt. And they go, yep, everybody was given a receipt. Everybody was given a receipt. But they will people tell lies about stuff like that. It's like, there was a woman the other day, she was caught shoplifting in Oxford Street, because there's loads caught on a daily basis. And they saw her on the camera. She came in and wasn't that old. And she literally just picks an item up off the shelf and slides it under her coat.
With UK Export Finance, I'm fulfilling more export orders from around the world with working capital support.
Export insurance means I'll get paid when exporting to challenging markets.
At UK Export Finance, we believe no viable UK export should fail for lack of finance or insurance. Between 2022 and 2023, we provided £6.5 billion of government-backed trade finance to support UK exports. Learn how we could help you win export contracts, fulfil orders, and get paid. Search UK Export Finance today.
Steve Allen on LBC.
Morning, 26 minutes to 5. So they had the GQ Men of the Year celebration, but all the pictures were all the women there, except for one of them, because Tom Daley and his husband Dustin went. And who else was there? James McAvoy and his sister. Louis Theroux turned up. He'd made no effort whatsoever. Mo Farah, Sebastian Croft, and Stormzy. And Stormzy was complaining bitterly about dodgy knees at the age of 29 and the fact that his hair is receding. Now, for a lot of men, this is a bit of a problem. You know, if your hair starts receding, what do you do about it? And the answer is you just moan about it. I mean, he headlined Glastonbury back in 2019. But the good news is that a clinic has come forward and they've said they will restore his hair. They'll obviously give him, sort of fake hair, I suppose, a free hair transplant to help him roll back the years. Well, you can't complain about that. Somebody's offering you a free transplant to give him back his confidence. And the expert, Gökhan Vaini, says we'd love to offer a procedure to Stormzy by way of turning the clock back and giving the confidence. Of course, it's great publicity for them that this is what he's going to look like after he's had it. Go for it. Go for it. Listen, if somebody is offering you free a hair transplant and some sort of thing which will turn the clock, go for it. Listen, can't be any worse than it is now, can it? I mean, you're not going to sort of lose anything at all. And the idea that it's free is the best bit. So, and he's only 29, and he's got dodgy knees as well. You're just falling apart, matey. Falling apart, but don't worry about it. It will be good. Steve, says Jill, I'm beginning to feel sorry for Matt Hancock, first with him getting the trials and the cold shoulder. Do you think he'll be one of the first to leave the jungle? I don't know, Jill. I don't know. I couldn't guess it. But his girlfriend's flown out there. Now, she's not going to be sitting there twiddling her thumbs. They'll probably interview her online or something like that. And I think they might get rid of him sooner rather than later, because if somebody's hired a plane to fly over going, basically, you've got blood on your hands and nobody's very happy about it, then, perhaps better off out. They don't want to get the wrong sort of publicity. Nobody's talking to him. I think that Charlene White turned down the offer of sharing a bed in this place, and somebody said it's because she doesn't like him, because she said my mother died and I couldn't attend or do anything at all like that. So she's not very happy with him. Everybody else seems to hate him as well. So you don't want it to descend into fisticuffs or really start turning really nasty. They voted him in for all the Bush Tucker trials, barring a couple, and that's about as far as it goes. I think he's still earning his £400,000. £400,000. Olivia Attwood has made it clear that she wants to go back in next time round. I can't think of anything worse. I mean, really. I'm listening to you in my truck, says Graham, as I head for Adelaide. If you get more listeners out here, you'll have to give us traffic reports. Yeah, I've seen it. We have these programmes on our television over here of people trucking through the night on all these dirt tracks, towing these enormous trailers, absolutely enormous. And then you get a flat tyre and they go, we're stuck in the middle of Woomaroo or something like that. They're always called Woomaroo. And I always thought it was quite interesting. And at the moment we've got loads of programmes on about people going gold hunting in the outback, and they dig it all up and then they sort of filter it through and put it through water baths and everything else just to find little piddly bits of gold, because it's out there. It's out there. Some people have found, massive amounts of gold, which is good. But on the subject of Matt, I think he should go. I think he should go. I think the programme is descending into everybody hates him. Get him out now. And then she can, can he do his interview? Then he can go around doing his interviews about how I'm dyslexic and how I've written a book on it. Although what possible use that is to anybody who is dyslexic, I've got no idea. Just one of those things, isn't it, really? Also, can you feel the tension building, says Rod Liddle. Nope, he says me neither. The World Cup kicks off in a few days and the Wags are already on their luxury liner. At least they don't actually have to set foot in Qatar. England faced the mad mullahs of Iran in their first game. But for the first time in my life, I really couldn't give a monkey's. No, we don't care either. They've had to bus people in, they've threatened people. Just not a pleasant place. And still Dave has gone to ground. Keep your head under, Dave. Keep your head under, matey. Because nobody wants to see you at the moment. They're all going, what are you taking the money for, Dave? Where's your human rights? If it was women being beheaded and beaten to death and things like that, would you still have taken the money? What's the difference? What is the difference? The answer is there isn't any difference at all. Rockets are set to take off from the UK's first spaceport. Which is good, isn't it? In Cornwall. Cornwall is going to be our spaceport, famous for Poldark and pasties, is going to host the inaugural flight into orbit in a matter of weeks. How great. I love it. I loved the other day when we saw this rocket taking off. It was very impressive. Very, very impressive. The producer would go, oh, look, the rocket is taking off. The rocket, the rocket, the rocket. He gets a bit excited about things like that. Plus, this is a former Aston Villa striker who's friends with Prince William. This is John, is it Carew? Carew? C-A-R-E-W? Carew. He's just been jailed for tax evasion. He admitted failing to pay £455,000 in his native Norway between 2014 and 2019. He got 14 months jail and a £45,000 fine. That'll teach you. Why can't the royal family pick their acquaintances, a little bit better? They really are getting worse and worse and worse. It's not so good. And Wetherspoon's pubs in Worcester and Wrexham have been put up for sale, £450,000 each. Producer is desperate to buy a pub. If you had £450,000, you get a pub and then you sort of convert it. Have you not got it on you? Hey, you want to see my pension pot? How much money's gone in. Very excitable. But not enough to buy a pub. But £450,000. I mean, that's the price of a two-bedroom flat in London. Just about. In fact, most of them are a lot more than that. But even so, you could sort of move in there. You could rip all the bar out bit by bit, or just open it up. Just because they didn't make money at it doesn't mean that you couldn't make money at it. It'd be quite nice, wouldn't it? Where do you live? In a pub. There is a pub. I go out of town on a journey. I can't remember where I go to, Guildford or somewhere. And there's a pub halfway along the road I'm going on, and it's set back from the road. And it's still got the sign up, but not the name of the pub. And they've had to put a sign up, this is not a pub anymore, because people keep pulling into the car park thinking they're going to get a drink and a sandwich. They can't. It's a private house. Well, lots of people have car parks if you're very rich. Do you not know that? Don't you have a car park outside your house? What do you have? The road. How lovely. How lovely. The Seaside B&B, which is booked up until 2024 after it went viral on TikTok. Owners Neil and Marilyn Tucson are thrilled by the surge in interest in their £250 a night rooms. It did feature in TV's Four in a Bed. COVID washed away after they'd sort of been on Four in a Bed. But now we've got much younger guests and it's fully booked up for ages. I think that's brilliant. I like to see people being successful. And drinkers have moaned about the price of beer and food abroad for more than 200 years. Apparently soldier Frederick Shaw let rip in France during the Napoleonic Wars in 1814. His diary is believed to have contained the first recorded gripe about overseas ale prices at over 6p a bottle. Outrageous. I not pay this 6p. I not pay this. Which is great. Reality failure, Kate Ferdinand. She's so desperate to be somebody. She really is. She and her pal Lisa Morelli faced claims they tried to force a baker out of the business because they set up Dolly Donuts during lockdown. I like donuts. I like Krispy Kreme donuts. They're nice. I always sometimes, if I'm going down, custard, apple and custard. That's nice. Stewed apple and custard. If ever I'm going down to my brother's, I generally pull into a motorway service station and they sell boxes of the Krispy Kreme donuts. So I buy, and they do them in WH Smith, do they as well? Oh, right. I didn't know that. It's like having a toasted, they say you get that box with all the different ones, but at Christmas they're even better. Krispy Kreme share a dozen. They're very nice, aren't they? 18 quid that is. That's your favourite, is it? Oh, right. Oh, the Biscoff. No. I just go for the... I mean, I haven't had them for ages. I bought them for my brother, but I haven't had one. It would probably kill me. I mean, I just sort of... because some of them have got... you can see they've got sugar on the outside that's frosted over. And you sort of think, oh, that'd be nice. And then you think, no, I can't have it. But if it's got apple in it and no sugar on the outside, I feel duty bound to be able to eat it. It's healthy. Part of your 5 a day. Yeah, part of your 5 a day, which I like. Also, a steroid-dealing businessman has been ordered to hand over more than £1 million or serve 7 years in jail. He'll have to surrender his Rolexes, sports cars, shotguns and £700,000 plus investment portfolio. He made £2.4 million from his drugs operating, and he's got £1.5 million worth of recoverable assets. Where does he come from? Comes from Maidenhead in Berkshire. Yes, he comes from Maidenhead. I think I'm maligning Maidenhead now. No. In 2020, he was jailed for 17 months for his part in the world's biggest illegal steroid operation. Comes from Maidenhead. Maidenhead, that's where he comes from, in Berkshire. So I'd mention. I don't know. He kept his sports cars parked outside the gang's drug lab in a container at Heathrow Airport. But he lived in Maidenhead. That's where he lived. Funny that, isn't it, really? You never imagine. The trouble is, it's always those sort of places, isn't it, which are sort of hotbeds of vice and all the rest of it, because people go, no, surely not. Maidenhead, is that where it was? Maidenhead, yes. And they go, no, it can't be. But it was. It was. They were doing the debt collectors years ago. I used to love these, the people coming around going, you've defaulted. I've got a court order here. And it was a high court order, which meant they could confiscate things. People say, I'm going to call the police. They say, you can call the police. And they do. And, they'll only help us because this is a court order, OK? You're a naughty person. And there was one woman, she wouldn't let them in the office or anything. They were a coach company. And he said, you will open the door. And he said, you will open the door if we have to call the police round. So, of course, they call the police round, and the police say, yes, you've got to open the door to them. They have a high court writ. High court writ. And, Steve, have you seen the female drivers who tuck their phones up their head scarves while they're driving? I have. Yes, I have. I've seen that happen a lot. I was thinking of sort of getting a scarf myself and just tucking the phone in there, but I've got hands-free. And that's so much easier. It comes up on my screen in the front of the car and suspends the music for a little while. So halfway through Hark the Herald Angels, and I quickly have to take a call, which I quite like. She's very nice. Getting ready for the usual 0501 from Purley, 0412 Brighton. I was in Morrison's last night, and I saw the cream mince pies, says Mark. He says, there they are. Oh, God, they just look as though they're going to just melt, the fabled mince pies. They have also installed automatic gates at the exit from their self-service tills, which open very slowly, I assume to stop thieves stealing. You can see them all over the place. Thank you for the photos. Very nice. But a pack of 2 is £1.89 for these lovely cream mince pies, or you can get 2 packs for £3.50. They've got a lot of cream in, haven't they? Real squirty cream. I love it.
Leading Britain's conversation. LBC with Steve Allen.
Tipping it down outside. Isn't it typical? Mind you, they did warn us yesterday. And because Henry has just popped in, he went, oh, I'm all damp. And he's not been damp for ages. And then all of a sudden he comes in, and I always hate it. I nearly forgot my umbrella this morning because I went out to buy a pair of trousers yesterday from M&S. And I put my umbrella in the bag. So when I picked up my normal bag from the car, I'm standing there waiting for the car to come pick me up. And I remember thinking, I'm missing something. Umbrella. Then I thought, do I need the umbrella? And then I thought, just in case. So just as well, because if it's tipping it down outside, oh, how horrible. But at least your car looks nice and tidy and clean, which is lovely. I see Countdown's Rachel Riley has won £50,000 libel damages over false claims she incited death threats against a girl of 16. Miss Riley sued political blogger Michael Sivier about a 2019 online article about her entitled Serial Abuser. Well, the one thing you can't do about people is tell lies. If you tell lies, I can tell you stories about people, but they've all got to be based on fact. You can't say somebody is this or somebody is that without them suing you. There is the law of libel. If they're dead, of course, you can say whatever you like about them, because you cannot sue the dead. The dead can't retaliate. in any way, shape or form. But this article has also been removed. It was online. Miss Riley was plainly not blaming the 16-year-old girl or encouraging anybody else to do so. £50,000. That'll teach somebody. It's like that woman the other day. Not quite the same, but with the knotweed, the Japanese knotweed. And they make all sorts of comments about it. And she goes to court and she loses the court case. £100,000 she's got to pay, which is dreadful. My friend Chris has said lunch trousers. Yes, lunch trousers. Lunch trousers. Can I libel you? You know, a funny thing, a friend of mine said that a few years ago. He said, if you libel me, we get the money and then we can sort of split it. I said, I think they kind of see through that. You can't just, but there is, as long as you don't tell lies about somebody, you're fine. It's when people go, oh, I don't think you can say that about somebody. If I say I think somebody's tall, that's not a libel. But if you say they did this, they broke into a jewellery shop in Hatton Garden and they stole £50,000 worth of jewellery and got away with it all these years, that's a libel. That's a libel. You've got to be very careful. Yes, lunch trousers, Chris. Lunch trousers. Oh, I hope the weather dries up by lunchtime. Isn't it? It's an absolute pain. What do they say? Oh, we go. Weather warnings for heavy rain issued for large parts of the UK over the next 2 days with miserable conditions. They've never said that before. They've never said miserable conditions and flood risks forecast. Which, although, blimey, in our area, we've still got a hosepipe ban. And here we go, we've got miserable conditions. So the Met Office issue a series of yellow weather warnings over the downpour, stretching between Wednesday, Thursday and Friday as a band of rain moves across the country. Well, blooming well, move quicker. Oh, dear me. So that was yesterday we got it, today we've got it, and tomorrow we've got it. Oh, honestly, I just lose the will to live. But yeah, lunch trousers. I'll tell you, I'm having great trouble buying a belt. Well, not finding a belt. I can find belts. It's how many notches they've got on it, how many holes to put the thing through. So I bought a machine for punching holes in, and it's difficult to punch holes in a belt. I think I much better take it into one of those Timpson's places, and they will probably put holes in the belt for me. I might say to them, put an extra 6 holes in it. What? What's that with that? Well, because you never know. I mean, as I get thinner, that's what I have to worry about, and I'm getting thinner. In fact, when I looked at the trousers yesterday, I can remember some years ago trying to find a suit in Marks and Spencer's, and I was bigger than I am now. And I'm quite a slight little creature. And I couldn't find any trousers that fitted. They were, because if you buy suits, they're traditionally bigger. The trousers are bigger because for some reason the material doesn't stretch. If you're buying jeans, then that's different because the material stretches. But I just want to make sure I can do the belt up so it holds, because otherwise I'm hanging on to my trousers so they do not slip gracefully to the floor. It's not a good look. It's happened before. You have to try and explain to the police officer as you're in the van, handcuffed. Love it. People pay money for things like that. Did you get your Christmas trees yesterday? I did, Tim, but unfortunately the lights on only one of them are working. I'll have to get John or one of the boys round to have a look. He said, I've ordered a 6-foot pre-lit with 1,000 LED bulbs. It'll look ridiculous in my little flat, but I don't care. Oh, no, I wouldn't care either. He said last year was very depressing, so I'm determined to enjoy. Your chats about Christmas have cheered me up no end. Oh, no, I think nothing the matter with having 1,000 LED bulbs on. Absolutely, seriously. I mean, I've had as many as 5,000 to 10,000 light bulbs on a tree before now. That's about a 7-footer. Yeah, it looks amazing. It looks really good. Yeah. Yeah, you're in Maidenhead, and we all know what goes on in Maidenhead, don't we? Don't so much have Christmas trees as nick 'em around there. Seen that nice Christmas tree on somebody's lawn, let's have that one. But no, I think, the more lights you have on something, the happier you are. I think they're beautiful. And if they're changing, but not sort of, like that. You don't want fireworks, do you, on the tree? I just want something that looks nice as they fade in and out. So we've got to push the button again to make sure they fade in and out and go through the whole sequence. And then the other tree, I don't know why they're not on at all. Might have to go and buy another box of lights, but I can't today because I'm doing lunch, and tomorrow I'm doing lunch, and Saturday I'm out as well. I mean, the nearest day I'm going to have to... I'm such a social person. I'm a social butterfly, not. I'm really not, as even Henry says. He said, you don't do these sort of things, do you? I said, no, I don't. I really don't. I sort of, I finish the show, I go home, I put my feet up and just drift away. It's really quite nice, actually. And then I'm half listening to the television. And there you go. Paul says Timpsons put holes in belts for free. Do they? Wow. Dean says, can the deceased person's estate not take action for libel? No, they can't. No, they can't. Unfortunately, no. Once somebody's gone, that's it. You can't do anything about it. So you can't then sue somebody because you've said something about somebody, because the libel is committed against the person. If they're not alive to contest it, you're only going on somebody else's say-so, and it doesn't work the same, because you never mentioned them. You only mentioned the person who died. So if my producer died tomorrow, please God, I could then libel him. But today I can't, because unfortunately he's still with us. You know, we're very happy to have him here. He's an integral part of the team. As I say to all my producers when they start, you know, just don't push your luck, okay? Just make it nice and easy. That was that song, wasn't it? Nice and easy does it all the time. Remember that one? No. Probably sung by a group we've never heard of, Frank Sinatra. And somebody says, sitting by the poolside in Goa, in beautiful sunshine, 10:30 in the morning, listening to LBC, enjoy the rain. Yes, if you're sitting in beautiful sunshine, you're probably desperate for rain, but you can't have any of ours, because we've still got a hosepipe ban. So we need the rain. Goa's very pretty, isn't it? They've got lots of beach. Oh, that looks lovely. It really does. Really does look very nice indeed. But I'm not a sea swimming person. Not really. I have, when we were in Hong Kong, I did swim in the sea a lot. My dad would hold his hands together and I'd stand on them and he'd throw me up in the air and I'd do double somersault, you know, came down, ta-da, you know, like that. No. Because when I came down, he'd moved, so I went straight into the water. But I was very good at swimming, Not now. That was a long time ago. Now I do have a little bit of a fear of water and great white sharks. I worry that if I go to Australia or somewhere like that, and you go, is this safe here? They go, yeah, it's safe. Because these great white sharks come hurtling out of the dark depths and just grab people, you know, to find out what they are. And I'm thinking, oh, I wouldn't want that. It's like I've seen sea snakes. Talk about venomous. You don't stand much of a chance of living if they get hold of you. They're only tiny, only small. There's so many things I worry about. I really shouldn't. I'm driving myself to distraction. But I think I'll worry myself about the news at 5 coming up in a moment. I see that the next series of The Masked Singer will feature one of the biggest names in showbiz, according to Jonathan Ross. He hasn't told us who it is. I don't know. I mean, no, I'm not a name in showbiz. I'm not even in. Well, I'm in show business, but I'm not a name. Not like like my friend Chris, who's in show business and is a name. You know, I'm just an average little person who gets a very big audience. That's all I tell people. I tell people things like that. Me and Joe used to have competitions about, you know, how much we could. Yeah, Joe, my former producer. Don't you see him in here? Yes, you do. So yeah. No, he was very good. Yeah, he works with Ian Payne now, doesn't he? So I was trying to, you know, anyway. And because I always listen to Ian Payne when I'm getting ready. Yeah, I get him, and then I sort of come in the car. Sometimes they've got LBC on, sometimes they haven't, and sometimes, like this morning, you know, I was chatting away, but I really, really wanted to just put my eyes, you know, my head down and close my eyes for a little bit. I don't know why. It's just one of those things, isn't it?
With UK Export Finance, I'm fulfilling more export orders from around the world with working capital support.
Export insurance means I'll get paid when exporting to challenging markets.
At UK Export Finance, we believe no viable UK export should fail for lack of finance or insurance. Between 2022 and 2023, we provided £6.5 billion of government-backed trade finance to support UK exports. Learn how we could help you win export contracts, fulfill orders, and get paid. Search UK Export Finance today.
This is LBC from Global, leading Britain's conversation with Steve Allen.
Morning, everybody. Nice to have your company. Welcome to Thursday. Welcome to November the 17th. I'm Steve Allen, and it's my early breakfast between now and 7 o'clock this morning when Nick Ferrari will be here. Milo says more people, Steve, are killed by vending machines than sharks. Possibly. How on earth a vending machine kills you, I don't know. They did bring one out years ago, and I never found it, but I know it existed, and it made chips. It cooked fresh chips. And you could see the process going on. You would sort of put your money in the slot. The oil had already been heated. It was permanently heated. Had a little basket. and the chips went round in a thing. It tipped them into the basket. It then fried them. And then at the end of the cycle, it lifted them out, tipped them into a little thing, and then the door opened so you could retrieve your freshly cooked chips. And I remember thinking, what a lovely machine. I think they do one for pizzas as well. There is a pizza vending machine where you can get fresh pizza cooked as well in Glasgow. See, what's the point of that? Why not down here? Other things that cause more annual human death than sharks do. Volcanoes. You know, I don't have to remind you how dangerous they are. You know, especially that Mount St Helens, breaking news. Bathtubs, very different. You fall out of a bathtub, you're in big trouble, big trouble. Aeroplanes, yeah. Always sit at the back of an aeroplane. They never reverse into mountains. Okay, you stand a better chance. Wasps, if you're allergic to a wasp sting. Hippos, very dangerous. About one of the most dangerous animals in the world. Have you ever seen hippos when they come lumbering through a river? Phew, blimey, they are frightening. Lightning, although there was that bloke, wasn't there, in one of the national parks who'd been hit by lightning so many times and survived. Dogs. We get a lot of those horrible stories about dogs attacking little children and things like that because they think they're a toy they don't know. I know it seems ridiculous. Roller coasters. We had it here, didn't we, in London, the roller coaster in Battersea Park. Very dangerous. Mosquitoes. Well, I mean, I think we all know about the danger of mosquitoes. And hot dogs. Absolute lethal. I don't know whether or not you've ever been killed by a hot dog, but they go marauding around the countryside, gangs of them. They're horrible people. They really are, the hot dogs. And out they go, with their sort of mustard trailing in the background. Oh, my goodness me. And then you try and sort of confront them and they go, we are the hot dogs. And then, oh, run away. And all the rest of it. No, I like a hot dog. I do like a hot dog. I'm very happy with hot dogs. I could probably live on them, I should imagine. Gets much worse, I might have to. So here we go. After playing a cheeky window cleaner, being crowned king of the jungle and winning Dancing on Ice, Joe Swash can now add documentary maker to his CV. You can tell he hasn't got any work at the moment when they come up with this sort of thing. So the former EastEnders favourite is fronting a TV special about foster care. Oh, here we go. That's where we get preached at. They say the BBC love Joe's everyman appeal. I'm obviously missing this one completely, I'm afraid. But so he's passionate about exploring, growing up with foster siblings and things like that. His marriage to Stacey Solomon, who he met, I think it's while they were filming I'm a Celeb spin-off Extra Camp, will ensure he's never too far away from the spotlight. Oh, God, can't be anything worse. It's these flat caps he wears all the time because the hair transplant or whatever it is just doesn't look so great. Really not. Steve, you need to dip into your pension windfall and come to New Zealand. No snakes, no poisonous spiders, no sewage on the beach. Oh, I know. Oh, dear. And from Jamie, who says, a supplier came into my work yesterday and bought 24 Krispy Kreme donuts. I had one. My colleague had 3 in the 90-minute presentation. I love them. Something nice about that. Oh, that's New Zealand's very pretty, isn't it? It is picture postcard. It just looks clean. Just looks very, very clean and very, very beautiful. They did Lord of the Rings there. Didn't they do as well some of the opening shots for Jurassic Park? I thought that was on New Zealand as well. I mean, in Costa Rica, there's not really a lot there, to be honest with you. It's a little bit backward. But, a lot of sheep. Out there. I suppose there would be, wouldn't there? And somebody says, I think Dominic Raab is extremely good-looking. Incredibly good-looking, says Eileen. I suddenly became very interested in politics when he's on the television. Enjoy lunch with your friends today. I will do. We'll have a few cocktails. I don't know what I fancy to eat, actually. Might have to get the menu up later and decide. Don't want to miss out. Shane says, as an Aussie, I don't go to the beach anymore. Why? Why as you as an Aussie don't go to the beach? Because it's not that far away, is it, for you? Not that far away. So I quite like the idea of going to the beach with your pack of Krispy Kreme donuts. It could be very nice. Steve, I think most people that die a death by vending machines must get their hands stuck on the flap at the bottom and starve because they can't reach the controls for more. Could be. It's a little bit far-fetched. I'm willing to buy into it because we haven't got anything else at the moment to argue the toss either way. 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk. Beverly Knight has been singing the praises of her new starstruck co-judge, Shania Twain. That don't affect me much. I like Shania Twain. I thought she was great. Absolutely great. Chris Kamara has pulled out of the next series of Cash in the Attic. The much-loved former Sky Sports pundit funded the show, a reboot on Channel 5 after it was bought in to replace Neighbours. Small price to pay, as far as I'm concerned. But he's revealed his speech apraxia, which was diagnosed in March. It's been diagnosed, and it's now made filming too difficult. That's a shame, isn't it? I did watch Steph's packed lunch the other day. There was obviously something she didn't want to eat. It looked like witchetty grubs or something. And she was trying to prolong it because they went, oh, you've only got to wait 2 minutes to go to the break. And she was trying to string it out so she didn't have to eat anything. It didn't look very appetising, but a few people were eating. I mean, Denise Van Outen just seems to trough everything that's available. You know, the bloke in the kitchen creates some food, and there's Denise Van Outen shoveling it down her gullet as fast as she can. My hubby, says Melanie, London taxi, Shane, is driving me to working in King's Cross this morning. Up very early to beat the traffic in from East Essex. Any thoughts where we can get a reasonable breakfast about 6 a.m? Oh, God. Listen, if your hubby, a London taxi, don't know where you can get a good breakfast at 6 a.m. I don't know, actually. McDonald's, yeah. No, but the trouble is, if you really want, you know, a proper English cooked breakfast, I would think of Wetherspoons, but finding one that's open at 6 in the morning. There's got to be some that are open at 6 in the morning. Yeah, there'll be loads of Greasy Spoon cafes about. You will find them. They do exist. They do exist. But thank you, Melanie. Jackie in North Watford says tinned mini cocktails, sausage, hot dogs are lovely as pigs in blankets. Oh, yeah, I love pigs in blankets. I nearly bought some beans the other day in Iceland. They were beans that had little pork sausages in them as well. They do one with mushrooms in and one with sort of this sort of like breakfast in a tin. And it's all sort of that's a bit weird. But no, little sausages and beans are very nice. You can have that with sort of rice. Make sure you find somewhere that's got rice before you start going out there, because a lot of places have run out of rice. There's been a big rush on it, and there's also not as much coming over. Because apparently loads of it comes from, is it Pakistan and places like that, where it's been flooded. So anywhere where it's been flooded, they're trying to sell you their goods. Buy them. You probably get a good deal at the moment, I should imagine. What have we got? 10 parts. Right, carry on doing a little bit. I noticed there's so many adverts in the paper for the Dogs Trust, who advertise on the television, and it's really a case of making sure that your dog is cared for with a canine care card. I've never heard of them from the Dogs Trust. So you can sort of, you know, because if you pass away, or if you move to a care home, if you get a life-changing diagnosis, your dog is cared for. Somebody will look after them, because you do get them. I remember talking to Nathan Morley years ago in Cyprus. He said people go over there, have a holiday home for a while, buy a dog. He said go away, leave the dog in the house. It's up to him to sort of have to go round with these organisations and rescue dogs. I think that's really terrible. Somebody would buy an animal and then blooming well leave it. What else we got? Beauty firm Estee Lauder has made its biggest takeover to date, despite designer Tom Ford's fashion label in a £2.4 billion deal. $2.4 billion. That is an awful lot of money, isn't it? An awful lot of money. Apparently, Mr. Ford, who will remain with the brand for the next year, said he couldn't be happier. I bet. That is phenomenal, isn't it? I'd forgotten, actually. And also, when you look at all the different companies that Estee Lauder own, it's not just Estee Lauder. They've got Clinique, they've got MAC, I think. They've got loads of things. I remember going through them thinking, wow, you wouldn't know, but they all come under the Estee Lauder umbrella of big multinational companies. So they've got Bobbi Brown, Clinique, Bumble and Bumble, Darphin, Jo Malone, Estee Lauder, then they've got Le Labo, MAC, Origins, Smashbox, Tom Ford Beauty and Too Faced. All of those are Estee Lauder companies. It's very, very, very big. It's the multinational. Somebody was telling me another one the other day, and I can't remember what it was, which is very annoying. Because they said, oh, so-and-so, so it's an Estee Lauder company. I said, is it? And they said, yes, we checked it out, and it blew me down. It was a blooming Estee Lauder company. But I remember when they bought Jo Malone, because Jo Malone has set up Jo Loves. And so she's still got that, but she's got her own, it's a different range of stuff. All the original Jo Malone stuff, owned by Estee Lauder, but they don't tell you it's Estee Lauder, it's Jo Malone, is lime, basil and mandarin and stuff like that. They've got something similar on Joe Loves, but it's not quite the same. Because she used to make her stuff in the kitchen, on the kitchen table. She would make her perfumes, her candles, and everything else. And she wrote a biography, and it was very, very interesting. She worked her little socks off, really, and become amazingly successful. But the only thing she wouldn't tell me is how much she sold the company to Estee Lauder for. They don't tell you these things now. I'd like to find out how much taxi drivers earn in London, but they won't tell you. I don't know why. It's very selfish. They should tell me things like this. I think I need to know. Steve, in the sixth form of my school, someone did have a vending machine for drinks fall on them and broke an arm. They were tipping it in to get a free drink, except the machine, free drink, went totally over. Because they're quite heavy, these things. If it's a drinks machine, it's got cans in it and somebody's pulling it, these things weigh a lot. They really do, a lot. But I remember the ice lolly machines. Remember the ice lolly machines? And it was basically a giant freezer, and inside, all the lollies were in compartments. And it went round and round and round and round, and it would hit on your one, and you slid open the door and then took your ice lolly out. You couldn't get to the other two ice lollies either side of it, but you could see them. And that was always very good. It was like little freezer units with these ice lollies in there. I could do with an ice lolly now, actually. I could do with a lemon ice. There you go. There are these machines. Look at them. Aren't they amazing? Frozen treats. Ice cream vending. Wow. There you go. And they've got all these different things that go round. We're just not up to date with these things, aren't we? We should be more up to date with them, so people can see that we have the technology. The first review of Wagatha Christie live on stage. Yes, it's using the actual language from the court case. Apparently, gales of laughter everywhere. Poor old Colleen opens her mouth, and the person who remained victorious was Colleen, whereas Rebecca didn't kind of show herself very well, but she's still droning on about it. It's going to get her into trouble. I'm predicting now. You can't start criticising, the barristers and things like that. They were, demonstrating what they knew about the case based on what they've been told by their clients. Just unfortunate that Rebecca Vardy, nobody seems to like, and so whatever she taught them didn't tend to be as near to the truth as it should have been.
Steve Allen on LBC.
Morning, Ashley says, Steve, do you remember those chocolate machines on the Underground that never worked and they knew full well? Oh, Payne's Poppets. Payne's Poppets. Peanut or toffee, and it would be, whatever it was, a shilling, and you'd put them out, and the blooming drawer wouldn't open, and you'd rattle a machine, and you'd pull it, and it still wouldn't open. Your train would come in, you'd get on it, standing there, looking out of the door, and some bloke could just walk up to the machine and just pull the drawer out, and you think, oh, you got my poppets. I remember those very well indeed. And little bars of chocolate from Nestlé and things like that. And they were the old-fashioned machine. There you go. You could also get chewing gum, beech nut chewing gum out. And in some of them, some shops, tobacconists used to have a machine outside. You could buy one cigarette, and it would roll out. These machines are still around, but they're mainly in museums. And you could buy a box of poppets for about sixpence or something. I used to love stuff like that. But you're quite right, they never blooming worked. Somebody else would always get your benefit, always. Steve, a stylish restaurant taking inspiration from across the world alongside our famous all-day brunch menu. Ballon's is open until 6 a.m. That's where Dale and I used to go. Prady Ballon used to come and sit with us, and he had a couple of branches overseas, and then he just dropped dead. I remember thinking, oh my goodness. I think he over in Florida, he had a restaurant, and Dale would go there, and we'd go into the one in Dean Street, I think it is. Jane says, for the last 10 days, I've been suffering a terrible flu virus. First morning, feeling human again. Any listeners suffering with this one? Oh, I don't like it. I don't like things like that when you sort of get, it's just, the producer just did it. He came in here to sort of, something, and sneezed. I mean, honestly, if I go down with diphtheria or whooping cough, you'll know where it came from. I'm very fun. I should have got my mask out and said, don't come. Do you remember when we didn't have people coming in the studios and I said, we're wearing a mask? But we still recognise the producer. Funny that, I was hoping if he put the full face one on, the GIMP mask, we wouldn't know about it. But no, he came in here and sneezed. Absolutely. I mean, luckily I was facing the other way. Don't want to be infected. Steve, the vending machine deaths are due to people rocking them Yeah, I mean, I quite understand that. I can't believe people are so cheap that they'd rock a vending machine, but they do. Also, one that says, Steve, in the sixth form of my school, somebody did have a vending machine for drinks fall on them and broken arm. They were tipping it to try and get a free drink. Oh, people do it. They sort of rock it so they can get a packet of crisps out. And you think, no, the machine does, it then goes in, it switches itself off. So you can't get your packet of crisps. They're not stupid. They've got this sorted out. Lorraine says you can get a full English at Billingsgate Fish Market. I should imagine even as I speak. In fact, probably for the last few hours, you've been able to get a good breakfast there. I really like a good fry-up, a greasy fry-up. I really do. You know, if it's sort of sausages and bacon and fried bread and beans, hash brown, yeah. I'm not too bothered about the hash brown. But I do... You think it's the best bit? No, I like the fried bread. That was the best bit for me. Fried bread, and then you put the beans onto the fried bread, and it would sort of... And it soaked in nicely. But it was really bad for you. It was just fried bread. Black pudding, no. Absolutely not. No, that's a big no-no. I don't do white pudding either. So it's the same as black pudding, but white. And I'm surprised you didn't know the answer to that one, Elliot. Good Lord above, you come from Maidenhead. You're supposed to be well-educated. I can't help it if your parents had you removed from school. Jackie says, tinned mini cocktail sausages are lovely as pigs in blankets. Yeah, I like the ones that come in a tin of beans. It's beans and little sausages. They're very nice, very nice. Steve. I think most people... Oh, that's right. Some people think that it's because they can't reach the controls for more food, says Nick in Kent. This is on the vending machines. I love it. Steve, you need to... Oh, that's something... Why are these things all backwards now? I was doing quite well, actually. I've read most... Are we going down or up on the thing? I'm going down. All right. Become like that with me. Very fussy this morning, honestly. It's obviously that time, of the month where he sort of loses his temper with everybody. Apparently, Corner Cafe on Lambeth Road opens at 6 and they do chips, says Ice Cream Ian. He would know. They do chips. Hope it's chips, We really do, actually. Thank you, Ice Cream Ian. Hope you're well this morning. And Kim says, an old mucker and I were talking about old 1980s cocktails the other day. I'm not really a cocktail drinker, Steve, but I do remember my sister making me a mean tequila sunrise at one of her notorious parties. A bit too nice. Didn't feel you were drinking alcohol until you stood up like an old Billy Connolly anecdote, drunk from the feet upwards. I don't think I've ever been drunk just on cocktails. Did you know that John Lewis have Creed candles on sale? I did not. Don't tell me these things now. We haven't been paid yet this month. I've got to wait a few more days, even though I've got the money in from the pension, which came in earlier and was more than we thought. Even my brother said to me, he said it's more than we thought. I mean, not huge amount, but it's certainly enough to notice. So Creed candles. Oh, that sounds a bit nice, doesn't it? But I can't do it. I'll have to go next week. Just so I can sort of... But we're still getting over the sugar-free toffee apples out here and the sugar-free candy floss, which came in from the Sugar-Free Sweet Company, because it's for people who can't have sugar in things. And I have to be honest, a toffee apple is just about the most exciting thing you ever get. I love toffee apples. We never really had them as children because the fair used to arrive in town, and I don't think we ever went to it. I think I saw it building up because I would come back via school and then sort of go and have a look down on they used to call it the croft, and the fair would set up with, tip the lady out of bed and the freak shows and all the stuff that, you don't really see at the fun fairs nowadays. It's mainly high adrenaline rides that people like. That's what people like there now, actually. Steve, a great fry-up can be had at Fair Oaks Flight Centre in Ottershaw. The bacon sandwiches are fab too. I learned to fly there and put on 2 stone in the process, says Pete the pool man. Good old school greasy spoon with a view. Oh, do you know what I like, though? I like those plum duff puddings at the end. You get like a plum pudding or an apricot pudding, and it had that sponge on the top, and you get the custard. You'd have to scrape the skin off, actually. Steve says, Paul, hi, first time using Twitter. Up until last year, we had the old Siggy machine on Deal High Street, now restored, and in a shop in Whitstable. There's a link to it. Show me. Oh, my goodness me, look at that. See, that's lovely. I like that. Cigarette machines, can you believe it? Do you know, I'm not sure, but I remember when people were stopped from smoking in buildings like this one, like all the other buildings we've ever been in. I wonder really whether or not people gave up smoking, whether still it's the same amount of people who are smoking, or whether they're being very good. There used to be a guy called Tom Noddy, I think, and he used to smoke cigarettes, and he was a magician, and he had cigarettes coming out of his mouth and then out of his ears, out of his nose, and they were lit. They were lit cigarettes. I think he died of cancer, to be honest with you. I can't remember exactly, but that was really quite something to watch. If you get the opportunity, just go on and put cigarette magician in, you'll find him straight away. And he'll do these things. You think, God, that's clever. But how many is he smoking? There'll be clouds of smoke all around him. I used to Tom Noddy was the bubble man. It was a bloke who did bubbles, including a giant bubble that went all the way over him. He'd do a square bubble, a round bubble, a bubble within a bubble, a square bubble within a round bubble. Oh, he was fantastic. I used to love all those sorts of things. There we go. That's Tom Mulliker. That's it, Tom Mulliker. Smoking magic. Put it on YouTube. Go to YouTube and you watch him, and he keeps lighting this cigarette, and you keep thinking, where does it go to? And it just sort of disappears, and then he just produces it from his mouth again, and it's still going. I mean, it's terribly clever. He just eats cigarettes. Have you ever seen him before? It's absolutely amazing, isn't it, Tom? Yeah, he gets loads, and then he blows his cigarette and then just throws them in him. I mean, what an act! Can you imagine travelling around the world and all you need is a packet of cigarettes? Actually, I am quite glad that I don't smoke anymore. I'm very grateful. I think if I'd carried on smoking at the rate I was smoking, I think by now I would have been passed on to the other world, quite definitely. But Tom Mulliker, Smoking Magic. You must watch it. I think it's got 9 million views, mainly because people couldn't quite believe it. They thought it was a joke. But no, he absolutely used to be able to sort of almost swallow cigarettes, then bring them up, and they were still lit and still just clouds of smoke. It was very good. Very good. So Fair Oaks Flight Centre in Ottershaw, says Pete the pool man, and he would know. He likes his fry-ups. He likes his brekkie. I just thought it was nice that somebody else in the morning cooks for you. I didn't like the idea that you'd have to get up and turn on the oven and the grill and all the rest of it, and then sort of start cooking something. If somebody else cooks for you, that's the ultimate luxury. That's like having either Jamie Oliver or Phil Vickery on hand, and you go and sit down at the table, like the Four in a Bed programme, and they go, "Hello, I'm here to take your breakfast order. What would you like?" And you go, "Well, I don't know. It depends what they're going to say today in the budget." I'm not too sure. I don't think it's going to be great news. I really don't. I fear the worst. I'm trying to block it at the moment to the back of my mind. Lisa Spiker from Guildford says, my husband Martin and I are staying at a country house in Dorset for a couple of days. I'm now salivating about what to have for my cooked breakfast, but it will include fried bread. Forget the diet, says Lisa. See, that's the nice. The worst thing about staying in a country hotel is they go, the dining room's open from 8, and you go, it's only 5:30. That's at times like that. I used to raid the minibar and the fridge, and you'd have to start eating the things. You think, then you couldn't be bothered to eat anything.
Do you enjoy working with people from different backgrounds and being part of a team doing important work? The Home Office is recruiting engagement officers for our Immigration Removal Centre at Heathrow. You'll work with people in detention, conducting assessments, including around vulnerability and well-being. Salaries start from £32,000, plus annual allowances from £6,019 and a civil service pension averaging 27%. No experience required. Full training is provided. Search Home Office jobs to find out more.
Steve Allen on LBC.
Morning, 26 minutes to 6 is the time. Chris in Whitby says, I know you like baked beans, but try draining the tomato sauce off, add some teriyaki sauce and some HP sauce and a knob of butter, microwave or heat up on the hob. Absolutely delicious. Oh, I don't know what teriyaki sauce is. That doesn't really help me, actually, a lot, I'm afraid. Also, Andrea says, Steve, John Lewis sell a clear candle with a snow globe scene inside. Order online. Thank you. I've got a lovely one, and I bought them. My friend Ian bought them as well at the same time. And it's a candle, clear, and it's a little village. A little village inside the candle. It's just like a normal size candle and a little village in there. And the smoke coming out of the chimney of one of the little houses is the wick to the candle. They're really lovely. I mean, No, the village doesn't. That's the trouble. I think you have to you stop it before it gets as far as the actual houses. So I've only ever lit one before, and then I remember thinking, oh, wait a minute, what's going to happen if it melts? But they look so pretty, so pretty. And I forget where I got the blooming things from. My friend Ian got one at the same time. I think I got him one. And it's a candle with a little village. It's like an alpine scene. Have you found it? You're not sure? Candle with... I don't know, no, if you put village candle in, you get something completely different. Candle with village in. Wait a minute, show me. No, it's a normal sort of... Oh, now they've gone completely. Yeah, well, funny. Yeah, but it's very... I don't even think they've got a name on it either. But really lovely. And I seem to have a couple left. I'll bring one in for you if I remember. No, I won't. And just tell him that. Keeps him quiet. But you light the candle. It looks like smoke's coming off the chimney in this thing. It's like a gel candle with little village in. Very pretty. I'm sorry you can't find it. Obviously, a complete idiot. And no, it doesn't matter. And another edition of Through the Keyhole. The pool broke down yesterday, so the toolbox was out. So he gets these people who haven't used these things. Do you know, it's funny actually. They don't need to be huge, do they? These pools. You know, whereas I'm not saying I want an Olympic-sized swimming pool. I would want it heated. I wouldn't go in any pool that wasn't heated. I was just jumping in. Louis Theroux did it the other day with Bear Grylls. They because Bear lives on this island in the middle of nowhere, and they both jumped into the sea. And I thought, no, thank you very much indeed. It's not my idea. What have we got? GQ's new Captain of the Year, Leah Williamson, believes a Swedish pop group, ABBA, absolutely played the big part in the Lionesses' Euros triumph. They all turned up, actually, all the people there. And they've got pictures of Sharon Horgan, Salma Hayek. Who else do we get? We've got Daisy Edgar-Jones, Stormzy, who's been offered the hair transplant. Go for it. Go for it. Listen, if it's free, and, you know, you'll be a good role model to have it put on. A Louis Theroux, who looks like he's in desperate need of a good haircut. I don't know why. Men of a certain age, they just it's like Robert Peston. Every time I look at him on the television, I keep thinking, get a haircut, for goodness sake. Get something styled. Go and pay a bit more, you know, and get somebody to style it for you. Louis Theroux's hair's in a dreadful state. I mean, I keep mine sort of neat and coiffured. You know, what? I so do, honestly. I'm very, very particular about my hair. When I go in there, I take in a picture of somebody I want to look like. That generally works. Not. A double rainbow arches over a mermaid sculpture on the Isle of Wight. That's beautiful, isn't it? Forecasters say the beautiful sight heralds heavy rain and flooding in the southeast. They're not wrong. They're not wrong. That's exactly what we've got again. And yet still we've got a hosepipe ban. Still a hosepipe ban. You know, and apparently it's going to be in till next year, unlike our money. Jackie says, what's the actual time of the statement today? I think it's about 10:30. I think 10:30. I'm pretty certain. I seem to remember in the back of the recesses of my mind, remembering all these different bits and pieces, they'll be making the statement, I think, at about 10:30. Because what they'll be doing is capturing, you know, all the main programmes, and everybody will be tuning in because they'll want to know what's going on. And believe you me, you will want to keep listening to LBC because you will want and need to know what is going on, how it's going to affect you. And it is going to affect you. We're all going to, there is no doubt about it, we're going to see tax rises. And you'll hear them first on LBC. Nick will be talking about them. A lot of them at the moment, it's all sort of a bit of guesswork as to what exactly he's going to be saying. But I've seen roughly the gist of it, and what I've seen I don't like the look of at all. But they've got to claw this money back. And they're looking for, you know, billions of pounds. And so consequently, we're all going to be suffering. Whether or not we suffer hugely, but they've kind of prepared us. And they've said, you know, you've got to be on your money on this one. So the autumn statement, you will get, I think it's 10:30. I've just got a feeling it's 10:30. But we don't know. We can't, there's no specific timing. But I would think it's got to be reasonable, hasn't it? Perhaps he's up at the moment. Give us a bell. And let us know. We'll do that. Back in the 80s, says Steve in, is it Thamesmead? We used to have a little old fellow that used to come by in a moped on a Thursday, and he sold toffee apples or chocolate-covered apples from a box on the back. Toffee apples. I wonder why toffee apples will suddenly become... Is it because I've talked about them? Because I do get that. If I talk about something, Like we were talking about that Simon Napier Bell book, which is coming out, which Jonathan Shallett's going to buy. He's going to take it away on holiday, and somebody phoned up and said, I've booked 3. And I went, whoa, wait, I haven't bought mine yet. So luckily, when I got on the train, I ordered it. And I felt an awful lot better about life, because I can't wait to read. That's going to have some showbiz stories. Have you seen the Jo Malone advert on television, says Halinka? I haven't. I have not. She was lovely. She was really super. She was so, so nice, really. Chris in Fulham says, teriyaki sauce, Japanese sauce, bought by the bottle in Sainsbury's. Pour over sauce section, great on steak. Right. Oh, this is the Jo Malone advert. Oh, Lord. A lot of people in baths. I don't think I could ever have a bath outdoors. I really wouldn't want to. No, thank you very much indeed. No. I like the gardens where they filmed it. It's beautiful. Absolutely. I love a bit of topiary. I always have done, actually. I grew up enjoying topiary. We never had it in our house or in the garden, but it's very beautiful, whatever it is. So step inside our world. Jo Malone, London. Woo! There you go. I'm still waiting to win the postcode lottery. It takes forever, doesn't it? I'm going to keep buying a blooming ticket for it. I don't know why they're missing it. Ridiculous. Steve, I used to love one particular sweet we had for school dinner. Bottom layer was short crust, then a spread of strawberry jam, then the best part was thick cold custard with desiccated coconut. Yes, I remember it very well. Mind you, I used to like jam roly-poly. Please don't write in with your favourite puddings. This is not a local BBC station. OK? BBC Radio Shropshire will be probably covering this as well. And then what did I do yesterday on the programme? What did I do? Off the top of my head, electric blankets. What did they do on Steph McGovern's programme? Electric blankets. Where did they get that idea from? Yeah, leading Britain's conversation again. Sidcup Julie says, I love the White Company candles, especially winter. It smells like Christmas. What is the smell of Christmas? I don't know what the smell of Christmas is. Cinnamon, spices, pine needles, pine cones, something like that. Bonfires. That sort of autumnal smell. I think so. Talking hair, does the MP Michael Fabricant wear a wig, or is it his own hair, says Kathy? Well, I'll give you a clue. He thinks it's his. That's all I can tell you. He thinks it's his. But I have to be honest, if it is, it's dreadful. And maybe James O'Brien could just stay with the live budget feed this morning, says my friend Chris. Bunk off early and we could be at it before midday. What do you reckon? He'll want to be covering this one. He'll want to be covering. People like covering the budget. This is sort of a mini budget, but I don't think it's going to be brilliant for any of us. Don't think so. I mean, I could be wrong, but I think it's. There it is. There it is. John Lewis. Oh, John Lewis do this little candle. Do they really? Oh no, it's similar to mine. Similar, but it's not exactly that one. It's very pretty. 20 quid. Snow Scene gel scented candle. How wise of you to find it. No, mine's prettier than that. Was it Mary in Swiss Cottage found it? Well done to you, Mary. 10 points for you. Get 100 and you win a prize. How cool is that? How cool is that? So, yes, Michael Fabricant's hair, it is hilarious. It is hilarious. I mean, I don't know how anybody could ever... You've seen his hair, haven't you, Michael Fabricant? You have to look at it. I'm sure that the boy will get up a picture for you and you can have a look. Because you look at it and you go, I ask you. It's just, I've never seen anything so ridiculous. You can get such good things nowadays. The producer's got one, and he bought it, I forget, it came from China or something. And it's very nice, but when you look at it, you think, you must be able to get something better than that. You really must. But it's just, it looks so dreadful. It really does. If ever you were giving advice to somebody, the advice would be, send it back. Poor soul. What else we got today? The Welsh film star Michael Sheen has hit out at Prince William for supporting England in the World Cup while he is the Prince of Wales. I agree. I absolutely agree. The trouble is, I think they forget. They forget what they're supposed to be, aligned to. Donald Trump has officially announced his third run for the White House. Oh, he doesn't give up, does he? A little grouchy man. He says, I want my old job back. So they call him the world's biggest baby. Biggest baby. Hancock's COVID shame partner flies in as Ofcom gets 1,100 complaints. 1,100 complaints about him being in the jungle, which actually has got nothing to do with Ofcom at all. It's just somebody goes in, he's an MP, he's entitled to do what he wants. If he chooses to break the rules and go against it, then he'll pay the consequences when he comes out. But at the moment, it's just one of those things. Schofield jumping the queue waited to enter the ITV Palooza at the Royal Festival Hall in London, joining stars including Oti Mabuse, Olivia Attwood. It's the same old, isn't it? Olivia Attwood. I mean, come on, do me a favour. And TV host AJ Adudu, plus Frankie Bridge. So real Z-list. And Holly Willoughby and Pip were accused of skipping the line to see the Queen, but they were given official permission. And it's now old news to even mention it, for goodness sake.
Steve Allen on LBC. Text 84850.
Morning. Nice to have your company. Nice. ex-EastEnders Ross Kemp feels the presence of Barbara Windsor in his home. He's got a photograph. Strange enough, in my kitchen, I've got a photograph of Barbara Windsor as well. It's just one of those things taken years and years ago, because it's coming up to the anniversary of her passing. She died on December the 10th in 2020 when she was 83. And he said, I'm going to honour her memory with a tipple on the 2 years. It's been 2 years. 2 years. It doesn't seem possible. He says, I will be remembering Barbara and lifting a glass to the lady. And Scott as well will probably say, in fact, he said the same thing the other week. He said that he still feels the presence of Barbara in the house, as you would. They'd lived there for a long time. And it was nice. You don't want to have sort of, any bad memories or anything like that. It's just nice to have memories. I think memories are so very important, actually. So very important. And so many people say to me, oh, it's awful, I still miss my mum, or I miss my dad, or whatever it happens to be. And especially during COVID. I mean, we were doing it on a daily basis, weren't we, really? What else we got? A contestant from The Apprentice ripped off a government COVID support scheme to the tune of £50,000. Do you know, during COVID, the government were handing money out left, right and centre to companies, and it turns out many of them were fraudulent. This was the Bounce Back Loan Scheme, which allowed businesses to get a single loan of up to 25% of turnover to help them through lockdown. This particular company got a £25,000 loan. 2 months later, got a second one for the same amount. This guy claimed the firm had a £100,000 turnover, when in fact it hadn't even started trading. But nobody checks these things. And he's now been banned from being a company director for 11 years because he made false representation to get the money. So, do these people get the money back? Most of the time they don't. They go, it's been spent. They don't. And this was somebody who'd been on The Apprentice. Somebody should have checked to make sure that, this person was eligible, but they don't check. It's like the amount of money that's handed out in benefits on a weekly basis to people who've just lied through their teeth. I told you the story of one girl who has a child, and she went in to get the benefits, and to get the benefits stopped, I think, so she could get a job. And the woman in the centre said, "Oh, I wouldn't bother." She said, "You won't get as much money." She said, "You've got to work." She said, "You can get this money for free." So she's carried on claiming benefits. I've never claimed benefits. I'd feel guilty. I'd feel really awful about it. So, do you know anybody who would find a 5'7" man shaped teddy bear comforting? This is the perfect present. I'm going to buy one for the producer. It's called Loving Bear Puffy. That's what his name is. And he replaces the need for physical presence. He's £135, and it's come from Bulgaria. And they're recommending a Christmas gift for a single friend. Can you imagine if somebody buys you this thing and they go, it's because you're single. They go, what do I want a stuffed teddy bear for? And they go, well, you just do. They say it's for women, especially, for a hug or something. It's a toy. It's £135. It's very bizarre. I don't think you'd want to take one of those things out. I think they look scary. This thing looks like it could come to life. I don't like its fingers. I don't like anything about it, actually. Looking at there's a model cuddling it on the bed. You look at the hands, you go, no, thank you. Very much indeed. But somebody says, I can't imagine walking in and him not being at home. And one woman, I mean, really, they're peculiar. And one woman said, I fall asleep much easier. I love its softness and sense of security. It's a 5'7" teddy bear, dear. Get over yourself. I mean, honestly, that thing, when the lights are off at night, it could come to life. I wouldn't want to be in a house with a 7 foot. It's like you go to the fun fair, and there's always those stalls with these giant bears hanging on the front, and you think, like, who buys these things? Who wins them? And then you see some peculiar family, and they've got 2 of them, and you think, what are you going to do with that? And this thing looks even worse. It just looks scary. If they made a film where that face became animated and came to life, you'd be out your house and down the garden path as quick as you could say, it's a horror movie. Yeah, I'm your teddy bear. Oh, go away. Creepy. Oh, my goodness me, honestly. Very, very frightening. Very, very frightening. Galileo, 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 Figaro. Oh, I'm just a poor boy, nobody. They were selling the other day. I went into a shop, but I can't remember which shop it was that I was in. Oh, I'll tell you what it was. I've just remembered. It was Marks and Spencer's in Kingston. Oh, it took ages to get into Kingston yesterday. There must have been road work somewhere, and I must have sat on the bus for an hour, and I was really fed up at the end of it. But anyway, I bought my trousers, my lunch trousers, and they had all these night shirts up for sale with Christmas motifs on and things like that. I mean, who wears night shirts? Who wears pyjamas? Nobody wears pyjamas. You just wear your pants, don't you? Unless you're particularly cold, in which case you probably go to bed in your dressing gown and your vest and pants and socks. Because that's okay. But my feet get really warm now. I'm really delighted with the way my feet are going. Because before, my feet used to get... What? My feet used to get very, very cold. And now they don't. So that's good news, isn't it? What else we got? Oh, dear Colleen. I loved her yesterday. She's sort of... do you know they're still selling Kerry Katona's book? She says everything happens for a reason. Yeah, it certainly does. She's had so much cosmetic surgery and the drugs and all the other bits and pieces. I don't know why you'd want to read a book about it. Thank you very much indeed. I'd rather steer well clear of anything like that, because I always think it just gives people ideas. They go, of course she's famous, you know. And some people want to buy into the fame game. You know, you might as well buy Steve Allen's book, so you want to be a celebrity. Available on Amazon, I believe. And that will tell you, you know, you either marry somebody or pretend you're going out with them. Fame by association is the latest thing, mainly for all the Love Islanders. You know, they all meet up. There was a picture the other day of Peter Andre's 2 children at some event with a Love Islander singing, and it was his daughter, Princess. She's only 15. She went out with her older brother. What's a 15-year-old doing going out? I mean, I thought they were trying to keep them away from the glare of publicity, but obviously not. Obviously got the wrong end of that one. Still to come. Oh, no, perhaps we've had it, have we? Have we had the O.T. Mabuse My South Africa? It was yesterday, wasn't it? I watched a little bit of it. It was just dull. It was just a case of, you know, I mean, you can go back to South Africa any time you want, dear, and go and catch up with your parents. It just looked like South Africa. I didn't really see what the purpose of it was. I really didn't. I mean, I couldn't get it. Brian Cox, How the Other Half Live, which I quite like. He's sort of gone around. It's like they had that programme on the television the other day, and it was the world's most expensive homes. And they had one which was 30 million. I'd seen it before because I remember thinking, what a horrible-looking house from the outside. And the buyer was going to be, but I don't think it went through, a guy from overseas, probably Russia or something like that, an oligarch who would buy this place as a trophy house. Inside it was lovely. Outside it looked like a prison. I've never seen anything, and it was 30 million. And then there was another one on the cliffs, which the bloke went bust trying to sell it, and that's for 10 million. But it's not furnished. It's got nothing in it. And you think to yourself, I don't know. I mean, 10 million seems quite good value compared to the £30 million house. But I like those grand designs. When Kevin MacLeod always says the same thing, I don't think it's going to work. I don't really. And every time it works. You know, the houses look quite nice, and people who've spent a lifetime. I've seen the Australian version of it, you know, which is quite nice. And you look at these houses and you think, that's quite nice. They find a plot of land. And you think, oh, that's not too bad. Oh, so what was the total spend? The total spend was 3.1 million. And you go, oh, lovely. It always goes way over budget. Always goes. But I like the programmes in the morning with the bloke who's had the hair transplant and the other bloke and the woman. And it's houses. People go to auctions, buy a house, and then they do it all up. They turn it into flats or something like that. Homes Under the Hammer, is it? Something which is okay as a programme, but I love seeing the makeovers on these houses. They look fantastic, really, and in a short space of time, 3 or 4 months, and they seem to have the house completely rebuilt. And then they bring people around and they say, well, what would you put this on the market for? If I was marketing this, it would be £125,000. You think, where are you living? Where are you living? Tell me where, please. And then people sort of say, I'm renting. You could probably get £600 a month for it. And you think, they won't appreciate it, the people who sell these places. That dessert with pastry, jam, cold custard and coconut is a Manchester tart. I knew. I knew it was Manchester tarts. Very popular, wasn't it, really? And 84850. Try the scallop and bacon rolls at Billingsgate Market, says Rob. Oh, no, not scallops. Oh, no. Don't start that one, for goodness sake. Just a good fry-up without any black or white pudding. Thank you very much indeed.
With UK Export Finance, I'm fulfilling more export orders from around the world with working capital support.
Export insurance means I'll get paid when exporting to challenging markets.
At UK Export Finance, we believe no viable UK export should fail for lack of finance or insurance. Between 2022 and 2023, we provided £6.5 billion of government-backed trade finance to support UK exports. Learn how we could help you win export contracts, fulfill orders, and get paid. Search UK Export Finance today.
This is LBC from Global, leading Britain's conversation with Steve Allen.
Morning, everybody. Nice to have your company. Welcome to Thursday. Welcome to another wet, miserable blooming day. Even the meteorologists have said it's a miserable day today. You know why? Rain yesterday, rain today, rain tomorrow. And then the weekend it might dry up and might get snow. That's what they've said. I mean, the trouble is it's going to be so wet. I don't know whether or not we're going to get snow or not, or whether we're just going to get sort of ice. That'll make it fun, won't it, driving on the motorways? But, we live in hope that we might get some... I thought they were saying we're going to get some more sunshine. I was hoping we were going to get a little bit more sunshine. But we do still have the hosepipe ban. Just in case you were worried about when it was going to be sort of finishing, the answer is no time soon. Alan in Eltham is off to Manchester in a while with gout. Oh, dear. That doesn't sound very pleasant, does it? Very, very unpleasant. And Jill says Thames Water turned up, lied to me and said they were just putting a larger stopcock outside my gates. It'll be easier to turn off if there's a leak. It turned out it was a water meter I didn't want. Oh, no. Don't want water meters. I know some people say that it's like smart meters. I don't want a smart meter and I don't want a water meter. Well, I don't think we can actually have water meters fitted at all. Steve, I've just bought a snow scene candle online from John Lewis. They're very pretty. They'll sell out quickly now you've mentioned them, says Elizabeth. I know. It's one of those things, isn't it? They are pretty, actually. Steve, I may be totally wrong, says Danny, but isn't Matt Hancock entitled to holiday? Surely he's taking either paid or unpaid leave to be in the jungle. No, it's paid. It's paid. He gets his salary as an MP, and he gets the salary from the jungle. And that's why he's there. But I don't think they wanted him to go in. I don't think they think it's right that a serving MP who should be available to his constituents goes into the jungle for a fee. I know he said he's going to give some of it to a hospice, but he hasn't said how much he's giving to it. You know, we don't know. You can guess that it certainly won't be as much as we were hoping. You know, we were hoping the whole fee, £400,000. But he's desperate because he's an egotist. That's why he's going in there. He thinks he's a celebrity. Like Ed Balls thinks he's a celebrity. They're just failed MPs. He thinks he's a celebrity, so they go on there. We've seen it before with sort of various other people. Nadine Dorries thinks she's some sort of celebrity. They're not. They're absolutely not. You know, you can't start changing horses midstream, but they think they can. Ozzy Osbourne says his Black Sabbath days are finally... Oh, thank God for that. There's nothing sadder than seeing Ozzy Osbourne trying to go through... I mean, seriously, like a stumbling old man. After 54 years with the group, 54 years, he no longer sing with them. And he turns 74 next month. He hopes to work with the founder members, Tony Iommi, on some solo projects. As long as it doesn't involve singing, we should be okay. Also, he doesn't want to come back here. He's made that quite clear. He's hoping to be fit enough to resume his 2023 No More Tours dates. Because they always say that, don't they? Oh, I'm going to stop touring. I'll just do one last tour. Because I think Elton, going to what? On a Bible? A revival tour, yeah. All the hits and more. They all do it. They all do it. Even Elton John, who I think is coming to the end of his world tour, which has happened so many times. What's he going to do? He doesn't know anything else. He's got nothing else to do in life, which is a shame. And my friend Chris says, wow, you know Paranoid by Black Sabbath. I'd never have guessed. No, it's odd, isn't it? I do know Paranoid by Black Sabbath. Also, I know Deep Purple songs. I know all of that heavy metal stuff. I don't know why. Paranoid I quite liked as a song. And also a lot of Led Zeppelin stuff, and then I went on to the supergroups, and I liked all of their stuff. But, I mean, I just thought, it's a bit sad Ozzy at 74, still attempting to... why are you sending me a text? Aren't you supposed to be working? How does this happen? Honestly, it gets worse. But I was right, actually. I said the other day, Lorraine Kelly was going on about, oh, you're gorgeous, you're marvellous, you're wonderful. I've lost weight. Not that I thought she needed to lose weight, but apparently she did. And then suddenly she's dropped 2 dress sizes. And I thought, and then she mentioned how she'd done it. And I thought, you're being paid by them. That's what you're doing. You're being paid by them. And she says, I can't believe both pictures of me, because she's done it with Weight Watchers, for whom she is an ambassador, for whom it is a case of they pay her money to promote. So what they do is they sort of say, you're an ambassador, so she'll be paid an amount of money. And if ever she loses weight, because she's never mentioned this before, I've never seen it, saying as if she was fat enough to have to go on a diet. And then people would go, oh, I'm going to go to weight. If it worked for her, she's dropped 2 dress sizes. You're going to see all of this at Christmas. All of this at Christmas when, people who say, oh, have you ever indulged at Christmas? Here, you can have a bikini body for next year, and you'll buy a DVD and you'll buy into it through people like her who are paid money to tout a particular Weight Watching company. It's as simple as that. That's how it works. I think they should be honest. My friend Chris says, always working. I know. Funny, isn't it? Always working. But I'm glad that the Black Sabbath bit freaked you a little bit. I like it. I wish I knew the words to it. I'll have to learn it. Newsreader Krishnan Gurumurthy says he's never in control of the telly at home. He says his wife, Lisa, tells him what's to put on. He said, I'm never in control. I might just be the technician who presses the button. Yes, I mean, what do we do without remote controls on the televisions? You had to get up and get some exercise. Now you just sit there and go, blink, blink. And so if it goes to an ad break and you're in the middle of watching something, you immediately go to a few other numbers either side of the channel you're watching to see if there's something worth watching that's better than the thing you're watching at that particular moment. Because I do become a telly addict. I'm far more of a telly addict than I am a radio addict. I tend to sort of be a little bit, stuck in my ways when it comes to the radio. It tends to be just, who listens to the radio? Thank God loads of people. Thank God. I mean, not if you're BBC local radio. That doesn't kind of work at all for them. In fact, they are going to cut those back, aren't they? They've been saying that for ages they've been saying that. I don't know why they were sort of up in arms about cutting back and just having maybe a breakfast show and then the rest of it coming from London. I see no reason why that shouldn't be happening. So they can save some money. God knows we're going to need to save money. Agnes says, up, packed and ready to catch the Eurostar for a mini break to Bruges. Oh, you'll hate it. What a boring place that is. Bruges. Oh, my goodness me, honestly. I spent a week there one day. Ghastly. Absolutely ghastly. It looks pretty. There's nothing to do. There's nothing to do. We used to at school, I don't know if when you were at school, they used to go, we've got a school trip, and you take a letter home to your parents, and it would say the school trip is to Belgium. Always to Belgium, and it costs this much money. Would you like to send a check in or something else like that? I mean, the only reason you'd be going to Bruges is for a Christmas market. That's the only reason, because the European Christmas markets are better than our Christmas markets. I quite like to have a fairground ride, and it's freezing cold, and I quite like the idea. I do like a Christmas market, actually. And they've also got a chocolate factory as well and stuff like that. I like that. I'm not a chocolate person, far more savoury. But in Vienna, they've had big Christmas markets for years, and in different places all over Germany, they have these Christmas markets where they sell gingerbread houses and, biscuits with your name on, and they hang them on the tree and everything else. They do Christmas differently. I can remember having a tree in Vienna one year, and it was just all ribbons. On it, red ribbons tied onto the branches, and it looked really pretty. It was simple. They do have balls, many of them, that you can hang on the tree, but it was the ribbons and the biscuits and stuff like that, and these little candle holders which are made out of metal, either in silver or gold, and you clip them on the branch and put a candle on there and lit the candle. So it was a proper Christmas tree with lit candles on it. Looked like a bloody fire hazard as far as I was concerned. But I remember buying these things and brought them back and thought, oh, well, I'll do them on my tree. Never did get round to it. I don't think anybody would ever agreed with it at all, actually. And, words, finish with my woman, 'cause she couldn't help me with my mind. Thank you. What a we have to log that? I don't know. We didn't sing enough of it. Thank goodness for that. Thank you, Chris. Thank you. 15 seconds. Oh, it's 15 seconds, is it? Matt Coco Hancock set pulses racing on I'm a Celebrity with female fans labelling him a heartthrob. Are these people blind or something? How on earth could he ever be a heartthrob? How could he? Carol Vorderman cried whilst watching his appalling dancing. Discussing the previous night's episode with Philip Schofield and Holly Willoughby, she said she cried laughing while watching him do the electric slide with Scarlett Douglas, Babatunde, Alicia and Jill Scott. She had the concentration in his face. He was an appalling dancer. Yes, or whatever. Brainless Dominic Raab has called for a probe into claims of bullying against himself. Against him. There's always something going on, isn't there, in Parliament? There's always people doing things. They always behave very badly, I think. And Frankie and Benny's are going to donate a festive meal to a person in need for every turkey dinner sold. They've teamed up with Feeding Britain, a charity which can provide a meal for £1. Tell me where. Please tell me where. Where do you get a meal for £1 from? What's it? Well, I don't know. So for every Yuletide stuffed turkey dinner it sells, it will give £1 to Feeding Britain. I wonder how much their stuffed turkey dinner is at Frankie and Benny's. That would be the interesting thing for me. If it's sort of 15, 20 quid, I don't think giving £1 is enough. They should provide 2 meals, I think, for that, just to make sure that it goes properly. You know, that's what I think. I mean, my opinion, isn't it? You know, people who are on the streets over the festive season. We've given clothing away before now. We've asked people to donate clothing that they don't wear so often, and then the Taxi Drivers Association went round and donated clothing to people who are living on the streets because it's blooming cold. And if it snows and if it rains, I know a lot of them have got little tents that they put up now. Whether they're waterproof, I've got no idea. So there you go. There you go. Look, there. Yuletide stuffed turkey with apple and cranberries with carrots, batons, broccolini. What's that? Is that broccoli? It's like the long broccoli. Spring onion mash, crispy parsnip, gravy and crisp bacon costs £16.90. What? And they're giving £1. I think there's a lot of profits on that. I think there's a lot of profits. £16.90. Well, I've had a look at it, actually. I like a lot of meat on a plate. I do like a lot of meat. And also, I'm sorry, where are the little sausages? Where are the little sausages? Where is the Yorkshire pudding? Can't cost that much to do little sausages and Yorkshire puddings, just so people can have a free meal. The two Father Christmas. Supermarkets rationing eggs because hard-up farmers are not keeping as many hens. That's what's going to happen next year. More people are going to have hens in their own back garden. Just remember, foxes like hens as well, so you've got to lock them up at night. You can't just let them wander about and roost wherever they feel like it, and they'll dig your garden up, I promise you. You'll end up with a garden that looks like the Somme. Not so good. £16.90. It's a lot of money, isn't it?
Steve Allen on LBC. Text 84850.
Morning, 6:20 is the time. Helen Flanagan has hinted she would love to return to Corrie as Rosie Webster and reprise the role. She quit in 2018 after welcoming her third child. Helen said, "I'd love a scandalous baby daddy, maybe not knowing the dad. That would be amazing." I think she just split up with her relationship, actually. They don't last 5 minutes, these things. And a Secret Acts storyline helped Corrie star Coulson Smith's epic weight loss. He plays cop Craig Tinker, and he started running and hitting the gym, and he lost 10 stone. Because that's what happens, you know, you're on television. He lost 10 stone. That's, you know. So if he was sort of 20 stone, then he's now 10 stone. Which is, if you lose 10 stone. And he said there was a binned storyline, take an investment in yourself, he said, and so I was called on to get in shape at work, so that's what I did. If you have to do something like that for sort of television, then you have to do it, because television just makes you put on weight. Nothing you can do about it. Darren Brown tricked himself into liking 99% of food by eating a salami pizza. He was chronically fussy as a kid, but found he could trick himself after ordering the wrong pizza. He's best known for performing mind control stunts on the public. And he said blue cheese and mushrooms are the only two foods he can't force himself to like. Yes, I don't like mushrooms. I love, but I wouldn't do blue cheese. Can't stand blue cheese. In fact, well, it's not a case of can't stand. I've never had it, and I wouldn't want it. I've never had anything like that. But mushrooms, I could eat mushrooms. I always think there's nothing to them. You fill up a whole saucepan full of mushrooms, And you end up with sort of like a little mushy pile at the bottom of the saucepan. They don't seem to go anywhere. They're mostly water, aren't they? Mostly water. But he said, so I ordered a pizza, I was starving, and it said sausage, and I thought it just meant sausage, but of course it meant salami, and I didn't realise. See, I haven't eaten salami. I've never eaten salami. I know, I don't get out much. I need to get out a little bit more, don't I? God knows what I'm going to be eating today. Also, a place in the Sun's Johnny Irwin thanked fans for their support after revealing he's got terminal cancer. He said he doesn't have long because it's spread to his brain. He told followers on Instagram, overwhelmed by your kind messages. Not had the chance to read them all yet, but I assure you I will. He seems such a nice person. He really does seem such a nice person. There's not many of us left in the business, being nice people. A restaurant is serving Sunday roast dinners with a Mexican kick. Apparently the meals feature jalapeno and cumin gravy, spicy spuds, and chipotle cauliflower cheese. I don't even know what that is, actually. It's a chili, is it? Oh, right. Chipotle. Apparently the head chef, Stephen Gallagher, said the £25 a head special is something a wee bit different. It sounds a wee bit different, doesn't it? I'm not very versatile when it comes to eating food out. I tend to stick to the things that I like, because then I know I'm going to like it. And I don't sort of have to worry about anything. All guide dog puppies, apparently, start their journey with the goal of becoming a qualified assistant's pooch. But some end up changing careers to be buddy dogs. Go to buddy dogs. They take them into homes and things like that with elderly people. They're almost like pat dogs. They're buddy dogs. And they don't have the same access rights as assistant dogs, but they're very important, which is helping children with sight loss. So they act as the child's friend, growing confidence. So emotional support dogs. It's lovely, isn't it, really? I like that. We did that years and years ago on LBC. We raised money to get people to listen to us. All the presenters recorded loads of bits and pieces talking about, doesn't matter, all sorts of things. And the longer people listened, it was done at premium rate, and the more money we raised for guide dogs. So I ended up with 2 Alsatians, which I thought was quite good, actually. Even in those days, I thought it was very, very good. What have we got here? Headaches are getting worse due to climate change. I don't get headaches. It's the only... I seem to get everything else, but I don't get headaches. Some people really suffer badly with migraine and stuff like that. I'm dead lucky. I don't get anything at all like that. Steve, hair transplants, says Steve. Medieval Europe, very big into hair transplants. The only problem was the heads came with it. Yeah. Even in London. Even in London. Ian in Leeds says, I'd love to cuddle up to a 5'7" bear again, just for old time's sake. I'm here all week. Just look at that lovely bear puffy. I'd be horrified, says Eileen, if a friend brought that for me. Imagine waking up during the night and seeing that next to you. No, thank you. No, we thought so. We thought it looked scary. Very, very scary. There's something about it. And also, why 5'7"? Why does it have to be 5'7"? Those scary hands. Oh. And they cuddle it, and they think it's 135 pounds. Friends of ours, Steve, were approached to go on Grand Designs with their magnificent home they'd built, but they didn't do it because of the Grand Design curse. Marriage breakups, bankruptcy. Yeah, they've had quite a few disasters, haven't they? And Mike says, cats and dogs on the roof of the narrowboat, changing the bedding, as I do every 6 days. Believe me, putting new bed linen in a 4'6" wide double bed in a 6 wide narrowboat is a dark art and better than a workout. And the boyfriend wants to go out on Sundays. It's my 67th birthday. I'd just rather stay in with the rain. I know. And Mickey says, I just belly laughed out loud at your impersonation of Ozzy Osbourne. It's hilarious. Can you repeat it? I don't think it was supposed to be laughable. It certainly wasn't very funny. I was quite serious about it. I shan't be doing it again now. I'm quite hurt. Honestly, people insult people. Getting ready for my day in the office today, says Rez. This morning I'll be travelling to Stratford, where our office is just outside Westfield. Oh, right. I use the car park there as I hate public transport. Always a nice experience going to Westfield when there's nobody around, isn't it? Isn't it? That's where my godson used to go to. He'd get the train from Epping all the way into Westfield, which is nice. And Helinka says, I've heard somewhere that you will soon be able to purchase TVs with voice control, the epitome of laziness. Yeah. Channel 1. So the trouble is my television goes up to about channel 756 or something. Can you imagine? I do sit there just with click, 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 click. because it is laziness. You're quite right, actually. I'm very bad. Brendan says, my recent addition to television started with police interceptors. Now it's every version I can find. Traffic cops, hour on duty, and there's so many of them. Steve, I remember my late mum sending you all our used Christmas cards one year. Yes, we did. Because there was a thing called the Children's Project, I think, and they took used Christmas cards and they cut them and made them into labels to go on parcels. And so they wanted Christmas cards. So we did an appeal on LBC. I did it on my programme, and then I think Douglas Cameron did it on Breakfast and said, Steve Allen's looking for Christmas cards, and which was lovely, till I got the phone call from the management saying, what have you done? I said, I don't know. He says, we have a number of Christmas cards been delivered to LBC. And there was something like 40 sackfuls of Christmas cards. People who didn't know what to do with their Christmas cards and just used to throw them out decided to send them in to me for the Children's Scrap Project, I think it was called. And they would cut them out, make labels out of them to put on Christmas presents for the following year, and then they would put them in a packet of 10 or whatever it was. And I got in there and the whole boardroom was taken up with the GPO sacks. Whole boardroom. Can't tell you. The embarrassment. They weren't at all pleased. They didn't mind a bit of charity, but that was taking it too far. Even I wasn't expecting that many. But people were very generous. Excuse me. Lovely. So, yes, we used to get the used Christmas cards, and we only did it the 1 year. And apparently, did you know that family holidays are going out? We prefer going on holiday with our mates to a trip with the family. But you see, it didn't bother me in the slightest. I know people used to get to a certain age and they go, oh, right, now at 16, a little bit old for going on a family holiday. You feel a bit silly. And so I used to go on holiday with various other people because it was cheap in those days. To go abroad to Spain was very cheap. Very, very cheap. And also it was sort of like cutting loose. You know, you see these television programmes where they've got sort of kids going away on holiday and they all behave badly. And then they sort of film it, but they don't realise that their parents are there watching exactly everything that goes on. You can imagine, can't you, the embarrassment. The embarrassment.
This is LBC with Steve Allen.
Morning. Apparently, they're losing an awful lot of ratings for the Bake Off programme. Now, I've watched a little bit of it, but apparently, Sayabira Yusof won the trophy on Tuesday night's final on Channel 4, and it used to be, I think, 5.8 million watched her, but the previous year, 7.3 million watched, and the year before, 9.2 million. So it's sort of hemorrhaging, but I mean, still 5.8 million viewers I would thought that was quite respectable. Chris Kamara set to, and I think we told you this first of all, quit Cash in the Attic. He admits it'll be too tough for him to film another series due to his speech apraxia, which I didn't know what it was actually, but that's what's going to stop him filming another series. It's funny, these things, isn't it? There seem to be so many travel programmes seem to be really buzzing at the moment. People seem to love the travel programmes. Michelle Obama. I liked Michelle Obama. I always wanted her to stand for president. I always thought she stood a very good chance of winning because people just seem to like her. I don't know why. Just one of those things. And in 1970, according to Virginia Blackburn's column, she said the wonderful comedian Bob Hope was criticised for his hosting of the Miss World beauty pageant for using language that I think it is safe today would be unacceptable in this day and age. So there you go. And in fact, but they've just had somebody actually, Miss Greater Derry's contest, and Brian won it, who is Miss America's first ever trans title holder. Supporters said the win was incredible, but others expressed surprise at the outcome. Somebody said we live in very strange times. One doesn't even have to be a woman to be a miss. And so it goes on. Apparently damage to the parts of the brain that control how your muscles move causes apraxia of speech. Any type of brain damage can cause apraxia. This includes stroke, traumatic brain injury, dementia, brain tumours and brain diseases. They get worse over time. Good Lord. Blimey. So many things you've got to look forward to in life and not. Amazing, isn't it, really? In all the papers today, Hollywood star Kevin Spacey facing more sexual abuse charges. And these said to have been committed between 2001 and 2004. Mariah Carey loses her bid. She wanted to be known as the Queen of Christmas, in which case she then could have put that on all the records, all the merchandising, just about everything you can think of, because that 1994 track, All I Want for Christmas Is You, one of the biggest festive hits of all time, tried to trademark it, but it was denied after her company failed to respond to another artist's opposition. And it's a shame, actually. Once dubbed the Queen of Christmas by the New Yorker magazine, Elizabeth, this is a woman called Elizabeth Chan, blocked Maria from gaining the legal right to stop others using the title on music and merchandise. She said no one person should hold on to anything around Christmas or monopolise it in the way that Maria seeks in perpetuity. Christmas is for everybody. It's not meant to be owned. But they do like owning, don't they? That's the way it goes, really. But she's not the first celebrity to have their copyright bid stamped all over. Rocker Gene Simmons attempted to register almost 200 phrases as trademarks, including trophy wife and I want to marry a millionaire. In other words, if somebody had used them, he'd be getting money for it. It doesn't make any sense to me, but Taylor Swift tried to trademark her cats' names, Meredith, Olivia and Benjamin Swift, for use on merchandise. Kim Kardashian was accused of cultural appropriation after trying to claim ownership of the name kimono for a fashion range. And rapper Drake filed a claim for the phrase God's plan. In another failure for Donald Trump, he lost a bid to trademark his reality TV phrases, also used by Sir Alan Sugar, "You're fired." That was the one. People wanted a trademark, "You're fired." I know that's what it is, but Mariah Carey, definitely not. Definitely not. But I think it was legendary artist Darlene Love who pointed out she was nicknamed the Christmas Queen by David Letterman in 1963. So you can't just jump onto it, but they like titles, don't they? They liked titles about, can you actually, call me the Queen of Christmas? They'd have done it on everything. They'd have had mugs with Queen of Christmas, King of Christmas, I suppose. I don't know who the King of Christmas would actually be. Landlords whose properties fail the living standards that have been named and shamed. This is after 2-year-old Awab Ishaq was killed by mould in his house. I mean, that must have been some really bad mould, mustn't it? Senior coroner Joni Kearnsley called at his inquest this week for his death to be a defining moment for the rented sector. And Michael Gove, the housing secretary, vowing to take action. I think so too. Because the housing bloke from this particular council is still living in a £200,000 house. And you think to yourself, how can this be? How can this be? They've had to apologise. And there was only a one-bedroom flat. They said when they first found it, the council said, just paint over it. Nobody will notice. And a little boy dies. How is this possible? How is this possible? How do you explain to a family that it was the failings of the council? And for some reason, Sir Ian Duncan Smith had a double honour yesterday when he received his knighthood during King Charles's first full investiture. We hand them out like dolly mixtures, these things, don't we? If you're an MP, you're going to the House of Lords. Oh, we'll make you a knight or something. We'll just give you that one, or a sir. And also an OBE to chef Angela Hartnett for services to hospitality. Novelist Anthony Horowitz, whose books include the Alex Rider Teen Spy series. And he got a CBE, so it's very good. But in fact, for Ian Duncan Smith, he became a Knight Bachelor for political and public service. I mean, it is like, just give them an award or something. Then they could wear robes or something like that. And I bet they all put it on their checkbooks. I bet you find the only people who've got checkbooks are MPs. Nobody else has got it, and they'll put on Sir so-and-so, And I wonder what it says for the Knight Bachelor. Perhaps it just has letters at the end. But, other people do. At least they got Charles, who has to put on his special clothes so that they can then do the ceremony. It's good that we still do it, isn't it, really? I'm looking at the picture of this meteorite that fell on a UK family's front garden, holding key information about how life formed on the planet. And so this thing is, I forget how many billions of years old it is. 4 billion years ago, they reckon. And it fell on their house. I mean, it could have fallen on the roof and gone straight through, but luckily it didn't. It didn't. So well done to them. And they, assume they get to keep the rock. I don't know whether or not, you have to give it in if it's fallen from outer space. You could keep it. It's worth money, I would think. Worth an awful lot of money. A picture in the paper today, I think it's a very amateurish picture, but there again, I know nothing about art. And this is by Marc Chagall. It was looted by the Nazis, sold for 6.2 million after the French government returned it to its true owner's relatives. La Paire, a portrait of the French artist farmer Zakhar, was stolen when Polish violin maker David Sender was sent to Auschwitz. He survived the death camp, but his wife and daughter died. The painting resurfaced after the Second World War, and Chagall, born to a Jewish family, bought it back unaware of its history. It's just been sold again. 6.2 million. 6.2 million. The tip of the iceberg, the amount of art that was looted by the Nazis. 18 minutes to 7, in case you're clock watching. Who owns a meteorite? Oh, right. If you find a meteorite in the UK, it's your... Well, how do you know? Might just be a rock. How do you know it's a meteorite? You can keep these fossils of the early solar system in the same way you can keep fossils that formed on Earth, if you find any. Oh, right. So you can keep it. I mean, what would it be worth? Do these meteorites... Right. Oh, okay. It depends on the size of the mineral content. I mean, what would this one be worth? His one. It seems to be quite nice. It seems to be quite nice. But I mean, in America, would they not be worth a lot more money? Because it actually arrived in one bit. So it's hurtled itself through space and managed to miss everybody and land in their front garden. How cool is that? And they can keep it. Common iron meteorites range from generally in the range of 50 cents to $5 per gram. Per gram. Oh, right. How many grams in a couple of kilos? 1,000 grams in a kilo. Oh, right. So it could be worth a bit of money to you. Oh, I'd have it up for sale immediately. No hesitation at all. Kiri in Haringey says, wish me luck tonight. My colleagues and myself are sleeping out to try and raise money for Centrepoint. Good luck. Good luck. I mean, it's horrible. The weather is just absolutely terrible weather. It couldn't be a worse time, but that means it'll have more of an impact, so well done. John in Newport says, forget hair transplants. Hair systems are the new thing. Have a look, you'll be amazed. Hair systems? I've never heard of them. I've never heard of hair systems. Are they not the same as hair transplant? Well, obviously not. So it's the new thing. Hair systems. Show me a hair system. So it's non-surgical transplant. Oh, right. So what is it? Is it a wig? It's like a better toupee. Oh, right. Okay. It's like a... You glue it to your head. Oh, right. They're not very expensive, are they? £150, £200. That seems about the right sort of price. Wow. Men's hair set. Well, I've never heard of them. Never heard of them, but I think they look very good. That's we should pass it on to Mr. Fabricant. And so you basically put double-sided tape inside and stick it to your head. Surgical. Oh, right. Surgical. Oh, right. Well, they look very good. Very good. Very. And also within the price bracket of everybody able to do it, I think. Very nice. Very nice indeed.
Steve Allen on LBC.
Morning, everybody. Kay says, went to see the USS Gerald Ford, which, as you know, is in Stokes Bay and Portsmouth yesterday. It's been there since Monday, and it's leaving today. I don't know what time it was chucking it down, but it was well worth it. Loads of people who went there to see it. What a beautiful sight. I've been listening to you for years and years, says Kay. Love your programme, thank you. And Rose says, King of Christmas, you, of course. I do like my Christmas. And Dan in Northampton says, King of Christmas should be Sir Cliff Richard. Yes, exactly. He's coming back into the country very shortly, I think. James in Silver End says, the wife and I started watching Bake Off at the beginning of the series, but gave up after 2 episodes. Not sure why. Just didn't seem as good this year. Well, it's certainly not pulling the audience, but still a very respectable... 5.8 million is actually quite a lot. Pam in Glasgow says, Steve, Creed Aventus candle, only 3 left in John Lewis Oxford Street, or 1 left in John Lewis Cheadle, £200. So I would get one today if I were you. None left online. Typical, isn't it? Typical. Always the things I miss. Always the things I miss. The Mail today, talking about the first review of the hottest ticket in town, Wagatha Christie live on stage. This is another disaster for Wagatha Christie. It just goes on. I don't know what you're allowed to do about things like that. They've actually used original transcripts from the trial. But we think it's public domain. Also, What else we got? Oh, it's all waiting. On what the autumn budget brings us. Ukraine not to blame for the rocket strike. That was a bit of relief that they were very keen to put out as fast as possible. And a Chinese grandfather has run a marathon in under 3.5 hours, despite chain smoking all the way. He chain smoked all the way. The 50-year-old, known as Uncle Chen, ran the race in Jiande in China last week, only slowing down to light up again in recording what is thought to be his personal best time. Chen, who apparently only smokes when he runs, finished 574th in 3 hours, 28 minutes and 45 seconds out of nearly 1,500 runners. There are no rules prohibiting runners from smoking in marathons. And here he is. I'm looking at a picture of him, Uncle Chen, the Chinese athlete. And he smokes his way through it. Isn't that just amazing? Absolutely amazing. He's only 50-year-old, but they call him Uncle Chen, which I like a lot, actually. I just sort of try to work out how you can run and everything else. And there's this other one, this Anya Taylor-Joy, who's promoting a new film. I've never even heard of it. I don't know who she is, but is she a big star or is she just in one film? In the last 2 years. Okay, so she was out the other day, and in a week, she's been seen in up to 3 outfits a day. 3 different outfits a day, changing. So, she had Monday night, Monday PM, and she was wearing one outfit, and then Tuesday PM, and then last night. She's very androgynous, very pale person. Very, very pale. I've never seen anybody so pale. And thin. Thin, my goodness me. Is she ever? Aldi's onto a Christmas winner with their 29p mince pies. So, in a blind taste test by Which, Aldi's pack of 6, £1.75, specially selected mince pies were given Best Buy status, which is not bad, is it? Apparently, Waitrose do 6 brown butter mince pies, scored 74%, while the Aldi pack won 73%. And Iceland's luxury 6 all butter mince pies are £2, whilst the M&S collection mince pies are £3. And they had all these people who were out doing it. I mean, trouble is, there are so many mince pies available. We've still got to get the Morrison's ones with the cream. That's what we've got to do. We've got to get the ones with the cream in, because they just look sensational. And they're not very expensive, actually. 2 is £1.39, which I think seemed quite reasonable, especially as there seemed to be a goodly amount of cream in there. 2 false starts, 23,000 miles an hour rocket roars off on a 26-day NASA lunar mission. 23,000 miles an hour. You can't even imagine a speed. Looks so slow, doesn't it? Looks so slow. Jane Fryer is the one who has reviewed Wagatha Christie live on stage. She says, forget the mousetrap. The West End's must-see new show is Rebecca Vardy and Rooney. How it works, I've got no idea. The set is a mashup of courtroom and football pitch. Genius, with 2 pundits on hand to explain the very nutty points of law. So it was interesting looking at some of the ludicrous outfits the poor old Vardy turned up in, thinking if you go to court in London, that's what you need to wear. Whereas it was far more sensible on the Colleen side, who was wearing sort of the right clothes. Well, I thought it was the right clothes. Also a story today about the man who lost $32 billion in a week. I mean, that's what you call some going. He's the Bitcoin whiz kid, fated by celebrities and liberal politicians. But now his empire has crashed along with the savings of his investors and may take the whole cryptocurrency economy down with it. I thought it was too good to be true. I always thought. You get these things that come up every so often, and you start thinking to yourself, no. It's like, I see it as pyramid selling. Only the person at the top gets rich. These get rich. There's no such thing as a get rich quick scheme, I promise you. Eventually, they all collapse and fold. And he lost 32 billion in a week. 32 billion. And after the case of that 2-year-old boy killed by the mould in the flat, the critics are asking, why is the housing boss still in a £185,000 job? This is Gareth Swarbrick and his home in Bolton. Home's nothing to do with it anyway. But the parents of this boy who died, Awab, planning legal action over their son's death. So Gareth Swarbrick still in his 185. They earn more money than the Prime Minister, these people. This is local council. It's an awful lot of money, Christmas puddings. Might get a Christmas pudding this year. We don't normally get one. because nobody's ever got any room to eat a Christmas pudding. But I do want a pair of these glasses. £400 smart spectacles made by a company designed for people who are hard of hearing, but they can help others too. And so what you do, you just say, hey, X-ray, for a repeat of what was just said, with the glasses showing a text summary. And they're very clever. So in other words, how they work, a cord from a mobile phone connects to the back of the glasses. It powers the device and feeds information from an app. Images from 2 tiny Sony TVs are then projected onto a lens which allows the viewers to see subtitles and the person speaking. Oh, I'm liking the sound of this. This sounds... Imagine. Then the producer can never come back and say, I think you find I said this. I think not. I think not, young man. Happy birthday to Martin Scorsese. He's 80, and Lorraine Pascal, who is 50 today. Also, Lee Strasberg, he was a method actor. He died in 1982, responsible for people like Al Pacino, Robert De Niro, all sorts of people. And in 1796, cast your mind back, because Catherine the Great, the last Empress of Russia, died aged 67. But in 2019, the first COVID-19 case was recorded in China. That was the first place. And as I say, the rest went just utterly downhill. In the year 2000, on November the 17th, David Jason is set to become a father for the first time at the age of 60. He and his girlfriend, Jill, are said to be utterly thrilled that she's expecting a baby in March. He's never married, and until now had apparently never wanted children. Then, blow me down, along comes child. So, happy man. Very happy man. But, yes, looking at the birthdays to say, Martin Scorsese, he's 8. I can't believe he's 80. Absolutely amazing. And good news for Eamon Holmes on the horizon, because he's set to be offered a bumper new deal with GB News. He's hardly been on it. He's been off ill, falling down the stairs and then sort of standing up again. I mean, it's not looking promising, is it, really? But his co-presenter has said that she's looking forward to having him back as soon as possible. Well, let's get him better first, and then we can start worrying about it. And Candice Brown, the woman who said she didn't want any publicity after Bake Off, can't shut her up now. Can't shut her up at all. Morning, welcome to Friday, November the 18th. Welcome to Friday, November the 18th. I mean, there isn't anything that happens on this day apart from Linda Evans celebrates her birthday. Do you remember Linda Evans from Dynasty? Dynasty, a bit before your time, actually, Elliot, but she was very... She's 80 today, ladies and gentlemen. 80! It was always said she was shot through Hessian for the programme because it sort of gave you that muted kind of look. So every time the camera cut to her, she was in a hate because she was getting on a little bit. And so that would... I think they did the same to somebody else when they were doing Hello, Dolly. I think they again shot through like some gauze, and it gave a sort of a nice little effect, which I thought was quite nice, actually. Anyway, I hope you're well. I recovered from yesterday, sort of. Maybe not. Who knows? We'll have to wait and find out. If all of a sudden it goes very quiet on the programme, I've just had a senior moment. That's what it could be described as. What have we got today? We've got the farmers in prison for the Javid troll. Believe it or not, Sajid Javid had a troll, and they've just sent him to prison. How fantastic. How fantastic. I love things like that. Kate and Koji has been axed. It was a television programme with Brenda Blethyn in it. I never saw it, but I like Brenda. And 20 cats have gone missing in a village. And we've had this before. This is not the first time I've done a cat story on the programme. Tugendhat, I think he must be a footballer. He's just been banned. Is he he's a politician, is it? Oh, right. But he's been banned for using his iPhone whilst driving. What's the matter with these people? You know, I mean, if you go anywhere near your telephone, they will have you. If they see you, it's as different as that. Warren says, you've got a cold, you sound a bit sniffy. Do I? Do I sound a bit sniffy, Elliot? Yeah, I'm not hungover. I was only drinking whiskey sours yesterday, and I don't get drunk on whiskey sours. Oh, didn't it really? And my friend Chris says you sound as bright as a button. He said you're a machine. I was yesterday. I was yesterday. I staggered back from Scott's, this restaurant we were all at yesterday. Me, my friend Chris, my new friend Will, and Mr. O'Brien. And they were all singing and all this kind of thing. And I'd ordered my taxi to take me home, my car. But unfortunately, because they were celebrating turning on Christmas lights, they blocked all the streets off. So the car couldn't get there. So I phoned up and cancelled the car and then got a black taxi to take me to Waterloo Station, then got the train with this enormous box of chocolates, which my friend Chris had bought for me, which is not so much an enormous box of chocolates, apart from it's an enormous box of chocolates. And it's the Hotel Chocolat Advent Calendar, giant size. I mean, this thing is the size of a dinner table. So I've got it next to me on the train. I wasn't giving it up. I'm not going to put this in my hands and melt the chocolate, being the passionate person I was. And the trains were heaving. I'd forgotten what it was like, getting a train on a Thursday evening in London town. Nightmare, absolute blooming nightmare. But all in all, it was very, very lovely and had nice food. And it was really lovely. I quite like it. I had a crab pie, and I'd made a decision on the train going in that that's what I was going to have as a starter. And it was obviously crab mixed with potato and things like that, and then baked in the oven, and I liked that very much. And then I went for deep-fried haddock, because, as anybody will tell you, the tastiest fish is haddock, and I had some whiskey sours. I didn't mix my my red wine and white wine, whereas the other three were all mixing their red and white wines. I thought, you've got to be careful on that one. And a riotous afternoon was had by all. It was all very nice, actually. In fact, people, we left with sort of the sound of, bells ringing in our ears and all the rest of it. Everybody had a good time. It was quite nice. We were very raucous, though. Well, in fact, I wasn't. I was quite subdued. I thought I was very good. Very, very good. I was a good boy. I didn't embarrass myself, like sort of, slipping off the chair gracefully under the table, which I have been known to do in the past. And I suppose now I know what it's like to go out the funniest thing I must tell you, the tables in Scots, we were in sort of what I call a banquette, which was quite nice. It's like a not a booth, but you've got the table and you sit on the banquette at the back and then two chairs in front of you, kind of thing. But just in the corner next to us, within 4 feet, we were sitting there waiting for Mr. O'Brien to turn up. And who turns up? Jacob Rees-Mogg, and sits in the corner table. So when James comes in, he doesn't say anything. He doesn't see him, and I go, we've laid on a surprise for you. We've got you Jacob Rees-Mogg. It's hilarious. And he was there for quite a while, and then he got up. So I think the person he was talking to must have been either a journalist or something like that. Ash says, Steve, Alka-Seltzer on toast this morning. No, I mean, I just had some whiskey sours. That's all I had, and I drank water. In between the whiskey sours, I had water. So I've done that before. Where I've gone out, and it's very easy to get yourself into a terrible state without thinking about it. But I was very good, and I had a pudding which was like a miniature Christmas pudding, where they opened up the top of it with a spoon and then poured in this liqueur, and it came with clotted cream and everything. It was really quite nice, actually. I shouldn't have had it, but it was delicious. Delicious. It was very nice indeed. You should try amaretto sours, says Mark. Much nicer than whiskey sour. Well, I hadn't, funny enough, I used to make whiskey sours for myself, and I was quite adept at doing it. Quite adept. This one came with a few extra bits that I hadn't had before. But all in all, I think I must have had about 6. Because it's only because my friend Chris kept saying, we'll have another whiskey sour for Steve. And I kept saying, no, not you have to put your foot down with him. He was very pushy on the alcohol front. But he will be suffering as well this morning after he's had his cup of tea, because eventually I got home at about 8 o'clock. Now, as you know, 8 o'clock is about the time I'm starting to get up again. So I made sure I had all the alarm clocks set, because I didn't want to just fall asleep and not sort of wake up again, which there could have been the danger of it happening, but it didn't. And so then I had a cup of tea and had a shave, and then watched a little bit of television, and that was it, and then got myself ready for work. But I was so panicky. If it had been a Friday, I wouldn't have cared, because it wouldn't have, I could have gone to bed and then I'd have slept all the way through. But because you've got to go to work, and it's so easy to close your eyes if you're tired, as my friend Chris will be garnering at the moment. He'll be sort of going, I don't know, if you close you can just go. But anyway, it's nice to have your company. Welcome to Friday. Welcome to, isn't it exciting that we've got a weekend ahead of us? And always necessary. You'll be having a fry-up today, says Ash. Well, I would be if I'd had copious amounts of alcohol, but because I didn't have copious amount, well, not as far as I was concerned, I don't need the fry-up to absorb the alcohol. I suspect James O'Brien might have a bit of a head this morning. He said to me, I said, listen, Lee, I can find my way to the station. I'm not an idiot. I'm an adult. And he kept saying, do you want to come back to my place? He said, we've got a spare bedroom. I said, no, I'm fine. Just go, leave me. So he then sort of toddled off into the distance. My friend Chris and Will had toddled off before. And then I was surrounded by all these people. I've never seen so many people because we were in Mayfair. Very, very busy. Shane says, I see on the Sunrise programme this morning, because he's in Australia, as you know, that Neighbours is coming back to Australian television. Yes, it's going on Amazon's channel. Amazon are making it. He says, they said in the UK you can watch it on Amazon Freeview, I think. He said, I won't be watching it. I couldn't get into it, but a lot of people will be happy. Well, I mean, yes, well, I hope so. But why didn't they say this beforehand? Why did they leave it? It was quite late, wasn't it, when they said, oh, it's going to be coming back on Amazon. I mean, I'd given up watching it years ago, but I still was fascinated by it. Excuse me. There'll be lots of tea this morning on the programme. Lots of tea. Joy, good morning. Deep Joy. I had my hip replacement on the 3rd. My new hip is fine, but unfortunately I've had to have a second op to see if they could help with nerve damage. I've been left with something called drop foot, which might be permanent. I'm hoping not, obviously. I certainly don't regret the hip replacement, though. I always think it's so funny when people talk about hip replacements. My brother, I think, has had knee replacements because his knees were crumbling. They sort of go to calcium and they sort of crumble. It's a bit like discovering the body of a pharaoh. And you look at their knees and you go, oh, no, their knees are falling apart. And I think he had that done. But when people talk about their hip replacements, I imagine that they lift you off and then they put the hip in and then they put you back on the top of it again. So you can sort of. That's what I thought it was like. But I hope it's okay for you, Joy. I do hope so. I'm sure it will be. They're always very good. I mean, they do marvellous things now, don't they? I think so. The trendiest name for a dog nowadays, before it was Rover. And you know what it is nowadays? Mike. Mike the dog. I don't think so. Seemed a bit odd to me, really, that you actually call a dog Mike. I mean, Mike. It's like we had a white cat called Candy. I don't know why it was called Candy. We just called it Candy. It's like calling your dog Steve. But Mike, apparently it is the most popular name by far. By far, people like the idea of calling that Mike. It could be anything. You might find loads of cats and dogs have been called Mike or something like that. But I haven't got any pets at the moment. Probably best not to. But I quite fancy the idea of getting sort of a puppy and I thought, no, because they look so cute, puppies. I don't like these little dogs people put in bags and hold them like an accessory. That really drives me mad. Also, I'm not wild about people dressing their dogs up. Little booties and things like that. I know quite a few well-known people who have dogs that they dress up with little Wellington boots and little Pacamax or sunglasses or little hats. And I'm thinking, it's a dog. It's a dog. Please don't do this. It's not so nice. So we'll wander through the papers as we sort of head into the weekend. And then we can all take an educated guess who's going to be kicked out of I'm a Celebrity tonight. They're saying it's Charlene White. That's what they're saying. I don't know why. All of a sudden they seem to have turned against her. But she is the one that they've turned against. And so they say, it's her to go. Whether or not it happens like that, I don't know. Warren says, oh, my God, you spent all evening with James O'Brien. Well, it was lunchtime from 1:15 until about 6 o'clock in the same restaurant. He said, did he talk about Brexit all the time? He didn't talk about Brexit at all. A friend of mine said the same thing. He said, was he talking about Brexit? And I said to them, no. And then Warren says, I love James. Could you give him a big cuddle? We did do cuddles yesterday, actually. But mind you, that's alcohol, isn't it? The breaking down of the barriers. It's like, people go, yeah, come on, give us a cuddle. Give us a hug. Group hugs. We like things like that. So Neighbours revived, which is the best news that we've heard all weekend. And then we got the news of yesterday, which was the mini budget, which wasn't such good news for everybody. Although the good news for part of it for me is that I get an increase in my pension. My state pension goes up by 10-point-something%. Whee! I'm so excited. I don't know what to spend the extra £3 on.
Steve Allen on LBC.
Morning, nice to have your company. Steve, I didn't take you as a whiskey drinker. No, I mean, I'm generally not. If somebody says to me at a bar, would you like a whiskey? The answer is no, but I'll have a whiskey sour. And I don't know. It started when I worked in a pub years and years ago, and I remember thinking it was about the only drink I could make. I couldn't make anything else. I could only make a whiskey sour, so I'd make it with a flourish, and then had it. But it's always the best whiskey, Kim. Scotch whiskey, very nice. Thank you very much indeed. I mean, is there any other type? Is there any other type? I do hope not. And Roger says O'Brien would have been foaming at the mouth. He's not a fan of Rees-Mogg. That's why we thought it was hilarious. We thought it was absolutely wonderful. Have you ever had, says Ashley, a cheeky Vimto or a slippery nipple? No, I haven't. No. Have you had any of those, Elliot? You've had both of those. Slippery nipples. It's a shot, is it? They were drinking shots yesterday. They were doing, I can't remember what they called them. You know where you used to do them, where you put salt and... Tequila, that's right. They were doing tequilas. And they seem to be very happy with those. They like those. So a slippery nipple is Irish cream and sambuca. Oh. Is it one you set fire to? Oh, sambuca you set fire to. Oh, that's a nice one there. Look, isn't it? That's got 3 different ingredients in that one. Oh, dear. They look very odd. So it's a shot drink. It's not a long drink. It's a shot drink. So you throw it back. Oh, right. That's what I did. That's why I didn't do it, baby Guinness. But anyway, apparently, have you tried Buffalo Trace whiskey? The distillery, Steve, has been going since before America was founded. Oh, wow. That's very nice. Very nice. But I think, to actually have all of these different things is I think it should be... Oh, there it is. Nice bottle, isn't it? Buffalo Trace bourbon. Oh, it's a bourbon. Okay. It looks quite nice. I like it. There's all these different things, aren't there? I'm always very impressed. Going to Costco, and there's a whole range of things which have got all different ingredients with them. So they do Baileys, strawberries and cream and stuff like that, which is quite nice. But just remember, it's a bit heavy and a bit sickly at time. Waj says, locked into the spike, got an interview later in the afternoon. Woo! I used to love interviews. Not so much now, but at the time, absolutely adored them. I don't know why. I just looked on it as sort of it was just an extension of yourself. Steve, on the Frisky whiskey sour, Steve, very nice. Hope it was Scotch whiskey. Oh, yeah, we've done that one. Sorry. And Steve, I don't know if you're aware, King Tut stamps are out next Thursday, consisting, says Howard, of 12 stamps. Wow. And Steve, if you name your dog Mike, do you give it a bowl of water or a pint in a South London pub? Very judgmental, I think. Very judgmental on that one, Ash. But no. But Mike just doesn't seem right, does it? I don't know why. I can imagine standing in a dog park. I don't know. Jen in Stilton says, I worked in a vet's and the best dog name I ever encountered was Sir Desmond Poo Poo. Do you know that all dogs, I don't know if you're probably aware of this, they have kennel names. Rishmael Hampton III or something, but we call him Bonzo. That's the kind of stuff it goes down. Matthew says, it sounds very sad, but I look forward to hearing your show each and every day. Me too. Isn't that funny? Who'd have thought it? Chris in Fulham, now walking perfectly, says, I had dropped foot following a stroke. Tell Joy she needs to sit in front of the television and pop a scarf under the top of the affected foot and try to bend her toes up and pull on the scarf to aid this. It needs to be done 10 times in succession, twice a day, and the nerve signals can recover. It took me about 6 months. So good luck, says Chris, now walking perfectly. There you go. Hope you managed to get that one. And also, it's amazing. We've opened a can of worms here. Because, Steve, I also dropped foot as a result of my hip replacement. It means you can't lift up your foot when walking, making it easier to trip up. Takes 2 years to start getting movement back, so tell Joy it's not permanent. Well, we're all the experts this morning, aren't we? I like that. Well done. Thank you very much indeed. It'll make her feel an awful lot better, actually. I'll do the autumn budget in a sort of a minute's guide for you, just so you know where we are, actually. And apparently Mr. James O'Brien refers to Jacob Rees-Mogg as a mewling pencil. Is it mewling? What's mewling? What's that? I thought that's mewing. I think it's mewing. I didn't think it was mewling. I've never heard of that one before. And somebody says perfect apt description of the leader of Leftovers. We thought it was hilarious. I thought it was very funny. Very, very funny. Why did your friend buy you chocolates if you're diabetic? Is he trying to kill you? Possibly. We ended up talking about that because we're all of an age. Well, I'm of an age which is different to everybody else's. But I said that, I want to die at work. And James O'Brien said, oh, I wish you'd stop saying that. Quite upsets me, he said. It was good, though. It was very, very nice. But no, friend buys me chocolates because they're nice friends. And this is the biggest box of chocolates you've ever seen. It's the Advent calendar from Hotel Chocolat, but it's big. Some of the windows, they've got things like crunchies and stuff like that. I mean, obviously not those because they do Hotel Chocolat stuff. But isn't that good? I think that's very cool. Very cool. Energy bills to reach £3,000. All earners will feel the pinch, but good for OAPs and the needy. Hello. I'm a bit needy. I'm certainly one of those diabetic type people. I wonder what everybody else is thinking about. Because at the end of the day, until I've paid all the bills, I won't know what it is I've got. I'm really not too sure. God, he's not making you get him tea as well, is he? Unbelievable. Also, the soap gin. It's not soap it's soap opera. And it's the first Coronation Street gin has been released and has friends in honour of Hilda Ogden. I wasn't aware that she drank, like Stan. But I can't remember her drinking. But if she did have anything, it probably would have been a gin. Perhaps it was a treat. The ducks, with the middle one pointing away from the others, were from originally from Elsie Tanner's wall, only to be later adopted and put in on Jean, which is interesting, isn't it? Apparently she liked a port and lemon. She wasn't a gin drinker. Port and lemons. I think the Queen... No, the porter... I think it was it gin and Dubonnet for the Queen Mother? I think she liked gin and Dubonnet. Dubonnet? I don't know. It's a red liquid in a bottle called Dubonnet. Fancy asking about Dubonnet. You don't know what Dubonnet... You've never seen Dubonnet before? You've never seen it in... I know you're from Maidenhead, but I mean, no, everybody knows what it is. It's an aromatized wine based quinquina, obviously enjoyed as an aperitif. It's very nice. You might not like too much of it, but it's perfect. Yes, it's similar to port. It's a lot cheaper. And what was the special occasion? Oh, Warren, I don't know the special occasion, unless you consider that he's going to be on a television quiz show, which I think he's talked about, hasn't he? He has talked about it. Well, yesterday he told me I'm not going to release the subject, what his subject is on it, specialist subject. And so I was quizzing him on it. I managed to get some questions off, and he did I think he's going to do very well with his specialist subject. Not the kind of thing I could do. I couldn't do it, but and also they won't tell him who else is on the quiz with him because it's for charity. And I said, well, I thought that they would tell him because it was for charity, but I'm sworn to secrecy. But he was very vocal telling us what it was. We had a good laugh over it because I think I couldn't do it. I couldn't do anything like that. Steve, you mentioned pets' names. I've got 2 cats, Peanut and Buster. Very proud as well, says Matthew. Yeah, Peanut and Buster. I've had to go to the dog Mike. I just can't get over that. That has got to be the weirdest thing ever. Mike. It doesn't sound the same. Eileen in Scarborough says, I'm glad you enjoyed your day out yesterday. I've never heard of a whiskey sour. What is it? A whiskey sour? Well, it's you get the glass. You sort of put some ice in it, swirl it round, usual sort of things. Get your bottle of whiskey and a little bit of a dash of egg white, some fresh lemon juice and some gum syrup. And you shake it all together. So it's a base of spirit, citrus juice and a sweetener. And occasionally, you don't have to put egg in it, but occasionally you can do that. It's very nice. It's very nice. I did used to make them at home for myself as opposed to making them in the bar. And then I thought, oh, Lord, I'm going to be turning into some sort of lush, making all these cocktails at home. But no, it was very nice. Very, very nice. You should try it. But there was no particular special occasion. It's just that my friend Chris thought that, we should make this a regular get-together and all go out for bevies and catch up because we're all in the business. We all do various things in the business. I never think I'm in the business. I know that seems really bizarre. I just think I do it for a living, but I don't think I'm in the business. Not like my friend Chris, who is immersed in the business. My neighbour, Steve, says Helen has got a dog called Nigel, which I think is about the best name ever. Nigel. You always imagine Nigel being a bit dippy. I don't know why. It's just one of those kind of things. My favourite pets are guinea pigs, who are very friendly and make lots of different noises. They do, don't they? I've heard about that. One of mine makes loud squeaks as soon as I mention his favourite food, which is cucumber. They love cucumber. They love stuff like that. Hey, come on. Hey, come on. Cucumber. Yeah. I wonder how mad they go for a bit of cucumber. Isn't it funny they recognise words? I wouldn't have thought that they would have done, actually. We didn't have guinea pigs. We had hamsters. But you've got to play with hamsters a lot. When you first get them, you've got to play with them. Because otherwise, when you first go to pick them, if you've left them for a few weeks, they'll bite your finger. Because they get frightened. But if you pick them up and you sort of cradle them, then they'll walk around your shoulder. Then they'll fall off, you know. Our one used to spend all of its time on our laps. It liked being on our laps, and it would go to sleep that way, which is lovely. My hip replacement right leg is shorter than the other after the operation, says Martin. Yes, let that be a lesson to you, Elliot. And Steve, Sky Television is to show the first World Origami Championships from Japan on, wait for this, here comes the gag. Okay, I'll do it again. So Sky Television is to show the world's first Origami Championships from Japan on pay-per-view. Pay-per-view. You get it? Okay, so some of you didn't get it, but I mean, at least we did our best. We made an effort, didn't we? We made an effort.
Steve Allen on LBC. Text 84850.
Morning, Ashley says, have you tried an old-fashioned whiskey? Very nice with Johnny Walker. I used to drink, they used to do whiskey in Canada Dry. An old-fashioned is a cocktail. What you do is you mix sugar with bitters and water. Then you add the whiskey and garnish with an orange slice or zest and a cocktail cherry. Traditionally served with ice in what they call an old-fashioned glass. We call it a tumbler. They call it an old-fashioned glass. But nice. I used to know somebody years and years ago who used to drink whiskey, and he used to taste whiskies all the time. And he was a member of a club where you bought whiskey. You could buy these limited editions, and he had them all from different years, going back to 1940s. And depending on how much money you had, you bought a percentage. So some of the bottles, all in his kitchen, had sort of half full, some were only a quarter full, some had less than that. You bought whatever you could afford, and it was his specialty. See, to me, all the whiskies tasted the same. I know it's a bit sacrilegious, but I mean it is very uncivilized, but that's what I thought because I didn't know. And I used to, when I worked in this pub years ago, you get people coming in and they'd have whiskey and water. But and they would, you couldn't mess it about or anything. You'd put the glass down, you put the whiskey in, and they'd be very particular about their whiskies, yeah. And a little tiny bit of what, and of course you never put ice in it because that dilutes the taste. I thought you put ice in everything. In fact, that's the first thing I ask for. Loads of ice, please. Loads of ice. Stella says, do you believe in tarot cards? Have you ever had it done? And no is the answer, Stella, and I shall tell you for why. Because tarot cards, and I do have sets of tarot cards at home, Death and The Entertainer and this and all the rest of it. It's like I can only offer this up as a solution. If you take a deck of tarot cards and you shuffle them, and then you deal out 6 cards, or whatever it happens to be, and you turn them all over, okay, you look at them. If you put those 6 cards back into the pack, shuffle them all again and deal out another 6, they'll be completely different. So in other words, of course you can't trust tarot cards, but in fact the person who is doing the tarot reading, it's a bit loose, it's a bit fluid, and it's a case of, they're always going to be different. They're never going to be the same. It's like, just take a normal deck of cards, shuffle it, give it to somebody, let them deal out 6 cards, and then deal out another 6 cards. They'll all be different each and every time. So the answer is no, but I do know all about tarot cards. Steve, I can't wait to December, says Ryan the trucker. Have you ever tried eggnog? Oh, we've tried eggnog. Eggnog is it's that sort of Scandinavian type drink. You mix it with lemonade. It's eggnog. It's a bit you sort of mix it. And it's a snowball. That's what you're making, a snowball. So you shake the bottle, Do you remember they used to do that years ago? There was a bottle, I think it was Orangina, and because it was, you didn't need to put it in the cold cabinet or anything else like that, but because it had sediment in it, you had to shake it, which you have to do with all these, and then they came up with this brilliant slogan, which was, shake the bottle, wake the drink. And I thought that is so clever, as opposed to shake the bottle, because otherwise you're going to be stuck with all that horrible sediment. Orangina. Lightly shake to mix. Shake the bottle, wake the drink. It was always like the drink was asleep. I just think that was quite clever. I thought that was one of my favourite slogans, actually. Wish I'd come up with it. Very French, is it? I can remember drinking bottled water. And then we discovered that Perrier, it was an artificial fizz that was put in it. So people stopped drinking it. The market collapsed overnight. And people thought it was. They thought it was naturally, it bubbled out the rocks with a natural fizz in it. Really? There is a place in the world where apparently it naturally occurs. Woo! We like that idea. We think it's in America because most of us drink bottled water. How many people do you see drinking filtered water, bottled water, fizzy water, still water? We had it at the table yesterday in Scots. It was lovely. I love water. I keep saying, when I had my sort of problems with the prostate, I kept saying, when will the blood cease? When will it stop? When will the blood stop mixing in? Thank you. Okay, just keep drinking water. Drink loads of water. So that's what I did. I drank loads of water. Not that I don't anyway. I like drinking loads of water. I feel as though it's doing me some good. But, it hopefully it is. But I was always told that it's better to drink still water and at room temperature. If you drink it ice cold from the fridge, which I tend to do, they say it doesn't have the same effect. Seems all right for me, actually. And here we go. Before we could artificially carbonate water, people were drinking from soda springs. The naturally carbonated spring water was even a popular attraction for pioneers along the Oregon Trail. Soda Springs' naturally occurring geyser is described as the world's only captive geyser. In 1937, a businessman in Soda Springs drilled a well looking for hot water to build a bathhouse. Instead of striking water, he accidentally drilled into a chamber of carbon dioxide gas, causing a geyser to erupt from the ground. The city was able to engineer a way to force the geyser to erupt with regularity on an hourly basis. And in 1893, water from Soda Springs won a top prize at Chicago's World Fair. You can sample the water in multiple places in the town. Apparently it's got a mildly sweet flavour. There's a chance of it blowing you up at the same time, I should imagine. They do that with Old Faithful, don't they, in Yellowstone Park. Old Faithful is a geyser who's been erupting for hundreds of years. You can set your watch by it, and you think, because the whole of Yellowstone Park is a volcano. Biggest volcano in the entire universe. Absolutely enormous. I always tell people that. It's very exciting, very exciting. Actually, that's what we were doing yesterday for lunch. We were sort of telling each other stories about showbiz people, and I could then add my little bit on top of it, which was very entertaining, I think. Well, I thought so. Steve, have you had a cardiac loop recorder insertion? I have an appointment at 8 a.m. What should I expect, says Kath. I've never even heard of it. But it's obviously to do with cardiology. And it's a cardiac loop recorder. So it's obviously something you're having inserted so that they can then monitor you. That's what it sounds like to me. And you're having it done at 8 a.m. Don't they do things early? 8 o'clock in the morning to have something. Is this in under the skin, is it? Or do we know what it is? I've never heard of it, but there again, I have spent most of my time under anaesthetic. They tend not to tell me now. They sort of give it up. It's a lot easier that way. I'll try and find out for you, Kath. Don't worry. Got till 8 o'clock. You've got 3 hours, 20 minutes odd. And if we can find out what a cardiac loop recorder insertion is. Assertion, I think we can work out. We know cardiac. We don't know what a loop is, though. Is it some wire or something like that? Apparently, it's an implantable loop recorder. It's a type of, there you go, it's a heart monitoring device. It records your heart rhythm continuously for up to 3 years. It allows the doctor to remotely monitor your heartbeat while you go about your daily activities. What a good idea. Oh, look at that. It's not a loop at all. It's Medtronic, and it looks like a little, I don't know, what would you call, it's like a BSB stick. It looks like a USB stick. And that is inserted into your heart. How clever. And it'll probably last for years, I should imagine. 3 years that one will last. It's like when you have sort of, it's on your heart. How lovely. Oh, well, nothing to it. It'll be inserted, Kath, very quickly. They'll do it in, probably through your shoulder. That's where they insert the heart monitors now. They make a small incision, in it goes, and then they seal it up again, and you'll be fine. That sounds easy. Easy peasy, as you will say to me when you come back tomorrow. Mike in Kings Langley says, from my Tommy Cooper joke book, I'm on the whiskey diet. I've lost 5 days already. I'm here all week. Here all week. I love this time of year, Steve, says Lorraine. Everybody seems happy and Christmas excitement is in the air. And so pleased you had a great time. You work hard. You needed it. Well, I don't generally go out to play midweek. I'm not a going out to play midweek sort of person because I know I've got to get up for work in the morning. But it was lovely. It was very, very nice indeed. And you're right. It kind of pushes all the misery to one side that people suffer at Christmas. You know, people this year, they're going to be going, we haven't got any money. We have not got any money. I was watching something which really, God, it riled me. I'll have to tell you after the 1:45 break. And a technical term, incidentally. I thought I'd just chuck that in there just to let you know I work on the radio. Because people don't know about these things, you know, technical term. We were trying to explain the other day to James about what a cart is. Both Chris and I, being in the business, know what carts are. And before we all went, if you saw the studio, which I think you have seen these studios, it's all computers, touch screen. It's all, you don't need to move anything to play the adverts or anything. But in the early days, you had a stacker and it would have about 4 slots in it. And you would put the cartridges in. They would come round with a carousel and they'd all be put in there, all your breaks. And you'd have a script to work. You go, I'm looking for 314. You turn the thing round, find 314, put it into the cart machine, and then you'd push play, and it would play. If you're only playing one, it played the first one. If not, it just, once that first one finished, it would then play the second one and the third one. Cart machines, they were called. And we had to try and explain to James what they were, because he didn't know what they were, and Elliot got not a clue. Not a clue. But there again, this is the man who was defeated by a toffee crisp. You know, I rest my case. But now we've sorted out that. Talking about eggnog, Steve, I love the festive Starbucks drinks, but I haven't tried eggnog. Would it taste eggy? Catherine, I don't think it's for you. I don't like it. It's not for me. It's what they call, Catherine, an old lady drink. You know, your ancient aunt over the age of about 80 would go, I think I'll have a snowball. You know, and you go, oh, you're sure? I really fancy a snowball. And they'd have it. And that'd be it for Christmas. You know, you'd buy a bottle of eggnog so that somebody could have 1 drink or 2 drinks out of it. They were never going to get drunk on it.
Leading Britain's conversation, LBC, with Steve Allen.
Morning, nice to have your company. So just very quickly, Tom Tugendhat was banned from driving for 6 months yesterday for using his mobile phone. He stood for party leadership after Boris stepped down, apologised for breaking the law in his Skoda. I mean, how embarrassing, being done in a Skoda on your mobile phone. I mean, the trouble is, I've got no sympathy for this idiot, because anybody can go out and buy a hands-free kit which clips onto your sun visor and it pairs via Bluetooth onto your telephone. There is no need to pick up your telephone at all, but for some reason people want to pick it up. But anyway, he was also fined £1,000. Be warned. Be warned. I mean, most cars do hands-free by default. So anyway, I'm going through videos on YouTube, and this was a British one. You find mainly they're American, the Karens of this world. You know, these are revolting people who are racist, they're offensive, they're just yucky. Anyway, here is the couple, and this is in this country. Must be up north, I think. And there's obviously mum and daughter, and they're crooks. What they've been doing is they've been bypassing the electricity, not paying for it, not paying for the electricity that they're using. And so anyway, the electricity company, obviously after a fair amount of time, and they've given them every opportunity to pay up what they owe, decide to go round there and disconnect them. They start digging up the road. So this woman, she was vile. What a disgusting piece of work. So she calls the police. So 2 young coppers turn up, and she starts playing silly beggars. And being silly beggars, I mean that she's saying to them, so where's your ID? Show me your ID. What's your name? It's 734. No, what's your name? What's your name? Okay, so what are you here for? He said, you called us out. He said, we're here. Yes, but, are you here, because you're intimidating me? And she started turning it round as if it was their fault. And they said, no, we're here to observe the law, and they're here to disconnect you. It's as simple as that. Well, you're not allowed to do things like that. I shall be taking this further. And so she starts berating the coppers that she's phoned to come out to her. She was really stupid and thick and kept coming up with all this garbage. People who've been on the internet, they've got too much information going on, but they're really a bit stupid. And her and the mother, and she kept saying, I've got an autistic child. You can't cut the power off. And they went, well, we are cutting it off. It's as simple as that. They brought in a digger, they dug up the road, and they started to cut it off. And she's there, and I've got you all on camera. You're all on camera. How dare you come around here and intimidate? And you think, but wait a minute. And it goes on for ages and ages. She's too stupid to see the wood from the trees in front of her. And she says, you'll be responsible if my daughter becomes ill. You think, no, you're responsible. You didn't pay your electricity bill. And all the comments on there said exactly the same. There were loads of comments saying the same thing. If you hadn't been such a crook and you'd paid your electricity bill, this wouldn't be happening. You're the one who's put yourself into this situation because you're a bit stupid. And she's threatening them with all sorts of things. To the policeman who she called out. And then, so she then says, well, listen to the policeman, she says, who she's phoned to come out there. I'm going to get another 2 policemen out here and they will arrest you for harassment. You phoned us up. I mean, to be honest with you, how they had the patience, I've got no idea. She was unbelievably stupid. If you find it, it'll give you probably give you a heart attack to watch it because she is so dumb. And she said, and you've disrupted village life here. I thought, no, you've disrupted village life. You've disrupted village life. They don't learn, do they? Steve, says Mark, I love a Cosmopolitan. Such a treat. I treasure the handwritten recipe given to me by a Hilton barman some years ago, probably a tad too decadent for breakfast. I don't know what a Cosmopolitan is. I've heard of it, but I don't know whether or not, I would want it. Oh, is this the one that's got vodka citron, cranberry juice, Cointreau, and fresh lime juice? And you basically just chuck it in a blender like that. It's very fruity, goes into a cocktail glass, and shake well, double strain. Garnish with a lime wheel. How posh. Who cares? The trouble is, we notice cocktails never big enough, are they? They're never big enough. They're little piddly drinks, and you've got to pay through the nose for them. But I like them. But you're right, actually, a little bit decadent for breakfast, Mark. As long as you're A, not driving, or B, not doing anything for the next week or so. Have a few of those, which is quite nice. Steve, I recently discovered Joel Magic on YouTube. He's a Northern Irish magician, and I confess to being hooked watching his tricks. As a magic enthusiast, I think you would like him. I think I might have seen him already, actually. There's some very good people. In fact, the new Blue Peter presenter is a very good magician. Very, very good magician. And he's all over YouTube with showing his friend tricks and things. Very good. Very, very good indeed. My favourite soft drink was oh, that's him. Yeah, that's him. That's that's Joel the magician. And I think that's the one who's on Blue Peter, isn't it? I think he might be, actually. He's on TikTok. Or perhaps it isn't him. You know what kids are like nowadays? They've got sort of... I think this might be the same magician. Might be the same magician. I'm pretty certain that he's the new Blue Peter presenter. I think so. He's very good. He's very, very good. And his friend... I like it when they sort of do things. The more they do them... See, the producer's all into it. They say, yeah, Stevie's got personality. It's good, isn't he? He's very good. So there you go, check it out. So my favourite soft drink was Quattro, now no longer available, says Aidan. I seem to remember hearing about Quattro, but to be honest with you, I can't remember what it is. I cannot remember. Quattro. I remember... Actually, I know what it is I'm remembering. I'm remembering that pizza, Quattro Formaggi. 4 cheeses, which I liked. I thought that was really cool, actually. I was going to contact Prince Andrew and ask him if he had Quattro Formaggi, but I thought no point, actually. It was a canned, fruit-flavoured, carbonated drink produced up until 1989. I remember it very well, actually. Commonly available, although production and sale of the drink ceased in the mid-'80s. I wonder why. It was just fruit-flavoured. Perhaps it wasn't popular enough. Isn't it funny? I love all those sort of old-fashioned drinks. We used to have ice lollies called Twinnies. And it was a lolly with 2 sticks, and you could break it in half, and you could each have a lolly. Well, somebody sitting in front of me on the bus the other day eating an ice cream. I could have hit them. Seriously, I fancy sitting there, taunting me with an ice cream again. Like, yeah, stop it. Stop it now. Why are you not at school? You know, these people drinking these drinks and everything else. Steve says, Dean, I drink 4 litres, blimey, of distilled water every day. Whenever you see the muck that's left in the bottom of the distiller, you'll never drink tap water again. It's also brilliant for arthritis. Well, I mean, I only drink bottled water. Does that make me a bad person? I don't mind buying bottled... Yeah, it probably makes me a bad person. But I don't mind paying for bottled water. But I also don't drink out of the tap. I just don't really want to. Except the filter taps here, yes. It's like people who refill their bottles. If they're plastic, you're not supposed to refill plastic bottles. You drink the water, you throw the bottle away. If it's glass bottle, yeah, if it's glass, you're okay. Works much better. Spent the evening, says Jack, on Mount Street. That's where we were. For the Christmas lights switch on, mulled wine given out at Scott's, and lots of savoury and sweet treats. Wonderful evening with an opera singer and a choir. Yeah, that's where we were. If you saw a group of 4 people, 3 staggering and 1 not, that was us. That was us. I was trying to get out as quick as possible, thinking I need to get home. I really do. Steve, I love dogs, and 2 Westies I see sometimes when out are called Clive and Kevin. My husband was called Mike. Cats living near us years ago were called Eric, Alan and Ernest and were brothers, says Susie. See? And somebody here called Joanne says, my son had a hamster called Brian. And he had one of those metal cages. But he kept escaping as he used his teeth to bend the metal and make an opening. Our one used to climb up to the top of the cage and could open yeah, they're very clever hamsters. But you've got to handle them because otherwise they get frightened. So they don't have long shelf life, about 2 years for a hamster. That's about as long as they go. But they're very sweet, especially when they fill their little mouths up with seeds and they sort of their cheeks puff out. And they look really good, actually. We were given ours in a garage. We were on holiday in the caravan. And the guy filled up the car with petrol and said, do you want a hamster? And so we said, yes. He gave us a hamster. And it came in a Wall's ice cream tin. And what's the matter? What are you doing? Foot cramp. Oh, how embarrassing, really. And very, very embarrassing to mention it on the programme. Foot cramp. Honestly. Oh, making a drama out of this one. I mean, banging his head against the thing. And, yeah, why don't you just... take your shoe. Oh, I was really labouring the point on foot cramp. I've had it in bed. Yeah, well, I'll try and do it. A bit difficult when the producer is writhing on the floor in front of me. You know, making a drama out of a crisis. You know, mountain out of a mole. Oh, I got cramp, Steve. Oh, I can barely move my foot. Steve, have you seen the guy on YouTube called Techmoan? He shows a device that was used for interviews with a different presenter in the studio when sold off. No, I didn't. All new. And did I hear correctly, Steve, that Neighbours is coming back? Yes, they're going to remake, I think starting next year. He says, I can't believe it. My prayers have been answered. I had resorted to watching the Christmas movies on Channel 5 instead. Nothing the matter with the Christmas movies on Channel... Oh, here we go. He's still going next door. Oh, I can't believe it. Oh, the pain, Steve. The pain. You don't understand what the pain is. No, well, I don't want to share it with you. I've got no idea. Like, I mean, he's telling me like I'm one of those people who gives a damn. I really couldn't care less. I thrive on his misery. The more pain he gets, then hopefully it'll spread to the other foot as well. And he can have 2 bits of feet going on with the cramp. Oh, the cramp, I can't cope. Ghastly, isn't it, really? So infantile, some people. Let's have the news.
On your radio.
With UK Export Finance, I'm fulfilling more export orders from around the world with working capital support.
Export insurance means I'll get paid when exporting to challenging markets.
At UK Export Finance, we believe no viable UK export should fail for lack of finance or insurance. Between 2022 and 2023, we provided £6.5 billion of government-backed trade finance to support UK exports. Learn how we could help you win export contracts, fulfill orders, and get paid. Search UK Export Finance today.
This is LBC from Global, leading Britain's conversation with Steve Allen.
So, of course, having had the mini budget yesterday, nobody emerged with any grace. I mean, I was tempted to say, of course, pensioners, because they get an extra 10.5% on their pension, which I'm really looking forward to getting. But it's a case of all of the other things, basically, they're going to be sort of giving with one hand and taking away with the other. They're going to put money into schools, they're going to put money into education and different bits and pieces. But the good news is that the Chancellor, Jeremy Hunt, will be questioned by Nick Ferrari later this morning on LBC's breakfast show. So you don't want to miss that. That's going to be one of those sort of moments, because he's then trying to justify it. And he's saying, we've got to stick with this one, otherwise there's no way out of it. But at the end of the day, I think we're all going to be worse off. I don't think anyone's going to be better off, because even if you are the pensioner and you get your extra 10.5%, you're going to lose it when you look at the price of your fuel and stuff like that. Although I do get the fuel allowance. I get this lump sum of £500, which is good. And then, strangely enough, the other day, I got another cheque in the post for 150. But from they're just throwing money at me from the DVLA over my car tax. So when I sort of sold my last car, the tax was still current. So they give you, when that car is then sold, they then send you a cheque, so that you get that. It's a very peculiar system. I mean, I'm not really in favour of it, but it doesn't matter. So I've got a cheque for 150 quid, which I was very pleased about. And a little tiny envelope arrived. And I looked at it, I thought, what on earth is that? I'd obviously ordered something from Amazon, and I couldn't remember. This envelope was the tiniest little envelope I've ever seen, and I was feeling it. You feel something through because I couldn't open the blooming thing. I needed a pair of scissors. Don't have the strength I used to, and I opened it. Do you know what it was? I'd seen it on Amazon, and it's a badge. It's a little badge. It's quite sweet actually, and it's the Queen walking along from the back, holding Paddington's hand. It's so cute. It's so cute. And I remember thinking, I knew I bought that for my brother, but I thought I'd arranged to send it to him as opposed to me. So I've now got to put it in another envelope and send it on. But yeah, it's the back picture of the Queen holding Paddington's hand, which I think is just very sweet. Very, very sweet indeed. Steve, getting ready to catch my flight. You're going to be very jealous of this lady, especially with the weather that we've got coming up in this country. She's going to catch a flight on upper class with Virgin off to Barbados for 8 nights for a late 60th birthday present. Lovely jubbly, says Liz of Berkhamsted, but currently in Tadley in Hampshire. Girls' week away. How lovely. Upper class. See, I never see, unless you're going to drink your way across the oceans of the world, I don't see the point of flying upper class. The food's always very nice. So I just want to sleep on planes. That's all I do. I sleep on planes. In fact, even before the thing's taken off, I've gone to sleep. I've always said the same thing. Give me a bottle of cold water, and when I wake up, I can drink a few sips of that, and it gets you sort of back in the spirit. But I just want to sleep. It's just, you sometimes you start thinking, oh, that sounds lovely, doesn't it? Just going to sleep. I know a lot of people can't sleep on planes. I could sleep anywhere. I've learned it's years of self-denial and abuse, I think, of being able to sleep anywhere. I could sleep on a studio floor. I could sleep in a chair. Trains, especially. Trains are fatal. When I got on the train yesterday, I was determined I wasn't going to go to sleep, even though my body was saying, go to sleep, just close your eyes. And we must have had rugby or something on in Twickenham yesterday, because the amount of people coming out of Twickenham station when I was coming out was, I've never seen, and I thought they can't all live here. There were loads of them, all sort of different people. So perhaps there was something going on that I wasn't aware of. Could have been Harlequins, I don't know. Mike says I was thrown out of the optician shop yesterday. They claimed I was making, wait for it, a spectacle of myself. Da-da-da-da-da-da. You're not here all week. Seats are not available at all prices. So who's going to be kicked out of I'm a Celebrity? Well, any of them, really. Any of them could be kicked out, but they reckon it's Charlene. That's what they think, but they've been wrong before. And it's very interesting. Blackpool, and more Blackpool. Do you think that the Strictly host, Test alien Claudia Winkleman, will ever stop referring to Blackpool? And the answer is, of course they won't. Of course they won't. I don't know why. They have to talk about, on Saturday's show, every 2 minutes, they're going with the iconic ballroom. It is iconic. It is lovely. It is beautiful. And the truth is, of course, that it's got slightly more to do with money than donkey rides on the beach, because that's what they do. So they're sort of bringing, tourism into Blackpool. And if you've never been to Blackpool, the only thing that's worth seeing about Blackpool is the road out of it. Okay, you won't like it. It's gone to rack and ruin. It's very down market. The only thing I like about Blackpool, as I say, is the road that says you're now leaving Blackpool. Thank you very much indeed. The trams are lovely. They decorate them at Christmas time with lights on and everything else. And the Blackpool Tower Ballroom is worth seeing. because it's a Frank Matcham ballroom and it's just all rococo and just zhuzhy and gold and everything else, and it's lovely. And you get people who go there on a regular basis, daily, just to dance. So you can dance, with your other half, and the organ plays, and it's all very nice, actually. It's all very sort of civilised, and people have obviously been doing it for some years, which is very good. Have you tried Long Island iced tea? Yes. I think that's a bit naff now, isn't it? Long Island iced tea. Rishi was very pleased with Hunt. I thought he was going to kiss him, says Jackie. Yes, I saw them. I did see it when he sort of sat down patting him on the back and all this. There was a lot of love and affection, I think, in that house the other day. Because they obviously thought that they've got the right formula. Well, they're hoping they've got the right formula. If they haven't, they're in big trouble. Big trouble, by which time it might be a little bit too late. So here it is. Off to sodden work again, and there's more rain on the way. In fact, looking at the pictures in Surrey and in Kent, and Kent was terrible, actually. Rush hour drivers got 2 inches of rain, caused travel misery. You know why? It's because people don't slow down when they're going through. If you slow down when you're going through, it won't flood your engine. I always laugh at people whose engines get flooded. So, well, I do because I think, if you drive fast through it, the water will throw up and it'll do like a sort of blowback, and then all of a sudden you will be sort of caught in it, and then you have to get out of the car and get your socks wet and your feet wet as you push the car out. But it's very annoying, very, very annoying. And also, it's illegal. If you go through a puddle and you wet somebody walking on the pavement or trying to walk on the pavement, you're in big trouble over it. They could take you to court. If they get a picture of your car, they will take a picture, because some people think, oh, this will be fun. Let's wet a pedestrian. No, absolutely not. Thank you very much indeed. Here we are. Girl Power was out the other day. I don't know why. It's Maya Jama. I don't know what in God's name she was wearing. Looks like a very badly designed sheet, I'm afraid. And then you've got Rochelle Humes wearing, I don't know, something it's sort of like a mesh item. I thought it was bondage gear to start with. I had no idea, really. AJ Adudu, far more resplendent, but it's Maya Jama. I don't know what. Perhaps she's making a film or something where it involves dressing up as a sheet. It really is the odd. Look, I mean, look at the odd. What is that outfit? It's like a toga party, but with a head bit as well. It was ridiculous. And the eyes. I don't know what's going on there. Mind you, I saw a picture the other day of who was it? Jordan. She went off to celebrate some sort of Christmas thing, obviously a freebie. And they went, oh, she looked really good. I looked at her and I thought, well, A, her clothes are always rubbish. And B, she's got the thickest eyebrows. They look like tractor tyres. And these Tipex teeth looked ridiculous. Done in Turkey. And I remember thinking to myself, my God, you've let yourself go. Trucker Chris says, Harlequins played the part of variables yesterday, hence why it was so busy. Harlequins won 73-28. Oh, thank you. Thank you. I knew it had to be something. I don't even know what that is. I've just repeated that. Harlequins played the part of variables yesterday. What? Goodness knows. I don't know what that means. I don't know what it means. I don't think the producer does either, but he's trying to pretend to be intelligent, because we've now recovered from the cramp, by the way. I thought I'd better tell you that, just in case he starts issuing press releases and everything. No need to send in things. I'm okay. You have to laugh, don't you? Do you know what I tell you? I've not had for a while. I've not had my potato waffles, mainly because the queue the queue downstairs at McDonald's goes out the door. It's really quite ridiculous. But anyway, yesterday, so I was going to Scott's, and I was at Charing Cross Station, and the Burger King there is closed. Are they closing them down due to lack of interest? Because if you look at it, Burger King at Waterloo Station, gone. They keep saying, oh, it's coming back. I see no evidence of this. Burger King at Charing Cross Station, gone, boarded up. Burger King Twickenham, gone. Where are they all going to? They're all disappearing, aren't they? Paddington as well. Oh, interesting. I wonder why. I mean, is there has the company, just decided to close branches for lack of interest? Yeah, we need to find out what this is, because the one at Waterloo Station, there was a notice on it when it first closed saying, we'll be back with you very shortly. I see no signs of this at all. No signs. But I think we're going to get McDonald's back in Twickenham because Burger King's now gone. It was a big Burger King, but you never saw anybody in there. Seriously, you never saw anybody in there. I didn't. I was in there one time. I bought chips with bacon and, what was it? Bacon and cheese, which actually was just that. It was a box of chips with some bacon bits and that horrible liquid cheese which they squirted. It really was quite revolting, but I thought it was going to be really exciting. I mean, even the squirrels didn't want it, and that's a very good indicator around our neck of the woods. But at least we know what Harlequins were doing. They won yesterday. Well done, Harlequins, or the Quins, as I believe they are called. We've got our trees up. My lights are not coming on at all. I tried to explain to John the other day. He thinks they're on some sort of timer. I don't know whether these lights have a timer on them, because they were there when I came back from Scott's yesterday, but then when I came out this morning, only one set was on. Very annoying. I don't like things like that. I don't like things breaking. How old's Rod Stewart? How old? 78? No, good guess, though. He's 77. 77. And he was singing in front of an image of Zelensky, and he belts out an anti-war song, and he does there's also a child's message to Putin. I mean, I don't think Rod ever shows the signs of slowing down. I remember thinking years ago, I told you, he used to live around Epping. He used to have a big house down there. And somebody said, he goes to this local pub. This was a long, long time ago. So we go to this local pub, not specifically to see him. It was just that they did food and everything else. And blow me down, he turned up. And you could tell he was a rock star because he had his toenails painted black. I mean, seriously. Toenails painted black, because that signifies rock, on some people. Steve, you're so right. I was told by you, driving through Puddles Fast, wrong. I did it years ago, and my car cut dead. Luckily, the AA came to my rescue. Yeah, that was the problem, because in the early days, the engines were a bit lower on the cars, and nowadays it's all sealed units underneath and everything else. So, you might get water up into there, but it won't be enough to affect it. That's why people have got these, what do they call them? Tractors. It's the big 4x4s and stuff like that, whereas mine's just a sleek automobile. So glide through it. And I go through it very slowly. I'd hate to be stuck in the... You can imagine me stuck in the middle, having to wait for everything to dry out. The autumn budget, the stories of the struggles which shame the Tories, will pay and pay. And they've got people, as a retired bloke here called Peter, who says the energy bill is the worst. Carly Newman, a single mother, 36, says a worrying time for us. She's a senior manager for a national charity. Winter will be difficult, says Tracy Davis, a disabled mother of 2, and Mel Vickers, who's 38, has a very young family, and says we get no help at all. It's going to be tough. It really is going to be tough. I mean, we were saying this for months and months and months, just pre-warning people, saying, listen, it's not going to be great this year. That's why we're going to add this little bit of extra sunshine and hopefully sort of take your mind off it, because the more you dwell on it, the worse it gets.
Steve Allen on LBC. Text 84850.
So, in the Snakes and Ladders, which is the jungle, it just seemed to me that the amount of money that they paid Matt Hancock, the £400,000, has paid off and paid them dividends, because he's managed to get all the publicity. You wouldn't think there was anybody else in there. He does come across as very smug, I'm afraid. That's the only problem with him. He's smug. He's also not particularly attractive looking. He thinks he's going to have a career in the media. I do hope not. Jill Scott, well, the bad thing for her was she got a cockroach in her ear, and they had to use a suction to try and... I mean, I can't... How small are these things? I don't know where your ear goes to. Sue Cleaver got to barbecue against the odds. Bit of a Corrie on there. Mike Tyndall won lots of balls, but it didn't convert to a beach trip this time. See, he's kind of been sort of sidelined, actually, hasn't he, Mike Tyndall? Charlene White needs to put her back into being deputy camp leader. Yeah, she's been getting some bad press, I think. Definitely getting bad press. Owen Warner misses his food but won't miss out on getting to the final stage. I think he might go as far as the final stage and then he just won't win it. Boy George putting the boot into Hancock. No complaints here. It says Scarlett Douglas, good in Bush Tucker trials, but will it save her from the chop? Probably not. Nothing can be saved. Chris Moyles not in the show much, still recovering from that trial ordeal. Didn't he have a sort of a rash or something that came up or something? I seem to remember a rash anyway. And Matt Hancock, just say smug. Babatunde Trial win will taste sweet. Pressure on him has dropped. And then Olivia Attwood. Goodbye, thank you. Trousered the money and didn't do absolutely anything at all for it. So we'll wait and see. Where they go. But the press are concentrating so much on Hancock. There are other people out there, and they're marginally more interesting. Catherine Zeta-Jones is pictured in the paper today with her son, who is called Dylan. Dylan is 22. Catherine is 53. She's in a new Addams Family film. She plays Morticia in it. The trouble is, I think she's had too much surgery on her face. What happens when a lot of people have surgery on their face? I'm not one of them, I hasten to add. And you can't improve on perfection, can you? But it's a case of it changes your look. Now, I've known her for years, but she didn't always look like that. Now, she's only 50, what did I say, 53. She's still very, very young to be having surgery. But she has had surgery. It's a shame, really, but nice frock. Dylan, he's probably going to be a model or something like that. And she was also snapped with her co-star. I'm not sure if I want to go and see this film about the Addams Family. I didn't like them, really. They were on the television. They had the series, the creepy and the creepy, da 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 da, the Addams Family, da 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 dum boom boom, da da da, and it was okay of its time. I like the Beverly Hillbillies. You won't remember them. They lived in a shack, and then they discovered oil under their shack, and they went overnight from rags to riches beyond their wildest dreams. Beverly Hillbillies, there they were. And they always used to turn up in this car, and it was the Clampetts, Jed and all the rest of them. And Grandma, and they were really good. But they'd inherited all this money because the oil was found on their land. And the theme song was the Ballad of Jed Clampett. First aired in 1962, final episode 1971. So it ran for a long time. Again, all available on box sets, should you so want to buy a box set. And it was on CBS. It had an ensemble featuring Buddy Ebsen, who was big star. Irene Ryan was Granny, one of those people who was younger than the part she was playing. It's like whenever you saw Clive Dunn in Dad's Army, he was actually much younger than the character that he was playing of the butcher. The Golden Girls did it as well with Estelle Getty, who was playing the mother, but in fact she was the youngest, I think, in there. She was the youngest, and they just put her in this wig and made her makeup a little bit flat. I still think it was good. The Golden Girls scripts were absolutely amazing. They really were very, very clever indeed. They would try them out. They didn't work. They would rewrite, and then until the audience got the gag. They'd say to them, do you get that? And they go, no, take it out. They used to have at least 10, 15 script writers, and they would be helping out to make sure that the programme is as funny as it could be. That's why they used to say, taped in front of a live audience, because they were. But they were stop, start, stop, start, stop, start. Imagine if you did it over here for Crossroads. They'd still be sitting there. They wouldn't be filming anything at all. £48 million tonight, apparently. £48 million. What would you do with 4? You can't do a lot with 48. You really can't. I'd have to give it back. I give it back to them. Because on our back door, it talks about, mega jackpots and £100 that can go to you. But we'll wait and see. Will Mellor, still doing Strictly. He's vowing for Strictly in Blackpool. He said, my feet are killing me. Wasn't he dancing for his dad? I think he was dancing for his dad. I'm pretty certain. He said, but my hips are coming out. Everybody's hips are coming out. Very worried by this. Very worried. And also, it's another story, and it grieves me, and really does, to tell you. This is the mum of a girl who died after taking ecstasy. Says youths must prioritise saving a life over escaping justice. This is a girl called Leela Grace Smith, 17. She died after taking the Class A drug in June. It's believed those at a sleepover with her delayed calling an ambulance for 2 hours. Eventually, she was taken to hospital. She had a cardiac arrest and died. And her mother says, if you're with your friends taking drugs and one of them seems slightly off, ring an ambulance. So they left it for 2 hours, which I think is absolutely appalling. Absolutely appalling. But nobody's been charged yet. But what is it about a 17-year-old that wants to take drugs? I don't understand. Instead of worrying about how they might get into trouble, they might need to worry about how they might be saving a life. Because I've seen more and more pictures of these girls and boys. It does seem predominantly girls who take these drugs, and then they fall foul of it because it obviously interferes with their body and stuff like that. But to leave something for 2 hours, really not good enough. Here's a move, slightly happier at times. Now, whether this is being actually sold, I don't know. Oh, it is actually, yes. Hilda Ogden has had a drink named after her called Wonky Duck. It's gin. It's a gin. They're going to be selling it. It's been done by a Manchester-based distillers. They've worked with the soap to create the drink, and the firm's Lindsay Postlethwaite said it's been a labour of love. We know Hilda liked a port and lemon, but we're sure if it was way back then, she'd have ordered a Wonky Duck and tonic. There's no evidence to suggest that she ever did. Of course, Hilda Jean Alexander quit Corrie in 1987 to try other roles and died in 2016. She was 90. I quite like the look of it, but I don't think she'd have tried Wonky Duck. I really don't. Listen, if you are somebody who drinks, port and lemon, you ain't going to be drinking this. Port and lemon is a specific drink for elderly people. They like port and lemon. You won't find young people going into a bar going, I'll have a port and lemon, please. It doesn't happen like that. It doesn't work at all. Even though we would like to think. I said it was Dubonnet and lemonade. Was it Dubonnet and lemonade? Dubonnet and something, anyway, for the Queen Mother. Also, what's the other one? Oh, I read this story about UK trophy hunters have bought lottery tickets to win a holiday killing wildlife in Africa. They've lined up all sorts of things. 400 tickets were sold for this draw, which anti-hunting campaigners branded a horror lotto. £13.99 were the tickets. They cost less than a box of ammunition. The scheme is run by somebody from Northern Ireland who's teamed up with somebody else whose publicity features photos of gun-toting hunters next to dead cheetahs, elephants and zebras. I don't know what it is about these people that want to go and do something like that. I really don't understand it. And any picture of an orangutan kind of gets me going, actually. And there's a little one here. This is taken from Indonesia, from Jakarta. And the photographer had to wait 2 hours to get the picture of the baby sitting on mum's back, leaning on her head with its finger in its mouth, which I think is quite cute, because they, again, are endangered. But at least some people are looking after them and making the effort. Because if you don't look after these things, eventually we won't have them. I mean, I keep seeing an advert on the television. They show a picture of an elephant and they say, are we looking at the last time we'll be looking at this magnificent creature? And you think, oh, I do hope not. But when you get people who go out there and they pay money to actually shoot animals, totally defenceless animals, get shot because somebody wants a trophy. And I think, no, I think not.
With UK Export Finance, I'm fulfilling more export orders from around the world with working capital support.
Export insurance means I'll get paid when exporting to challenging markets.
At UK Export Finance, we believe no viable UK export should fail for lack of finance or insurance. Between 2022 and 2023, we provided £6.5 billion of government-backed trade finance to support UK exports. Learn how we could help you win export contracts, fulfil orders, and get paid. Search UK Export Finance today.
Steve Allen on LBC. Text 84850.
Oh, dear, goodness sake. Dan says, bring back the Little Chef. Now, somebody told me, in the back of my mind, there is a Little Chef story. I thought they were going to be coming back in certain areas, because I used to quite like them. I've spoken to people who couldn't stand them, actually. So there you go. Steve, I find, says Catherine, if I get cramp, it's usually because I'm dehydrated. Tell your producer to drink plenty of water, and if you give him a deep foot massage, that'll be your good... No, you're joking. I'm going nowhere near his feet. Nowhere near it. They'd have to pay me such an extraordinary amount of money. Also, we'd have to supply gas masks, and there'd have to be some sort of indemnity clause in the contract, just to make sure. Oh, no, I can't think of anything worse. I think men have got terrible feet. Terrible feet. Steve, I've just ordered a lovely Paddington bear with boots from Amazon, says Jackie, for only 19 quid. I got a very nice one from the London Transport Museum. He's very nice. He's got boots and everything. He's very cute. And his little duffel coat. Kim says, I slept on a plane journey from Canada to Prestwick Airport even through the turbulence over the North Atlantic. But that might have had something to do with the canteen amount of free Canadian club and ginger I consumed, courtesy of Air Canada, Steve. Best way to fly. Yes, my friend Graham thinks exactly the same. First thing he does when he gets on, he turns left and he heads for the bar. And that's it, and drinks his way across the oceans of the world. Seems to suit him fine. Apparently, Martin says the Burger King at Victoria Station is also gone. What's going on? What is happening with the Burger Kings? This is very odd. Apparently, we've got our team on it to try and find out whether there is a statement from the company saying that they've decided to close. Unless they're revamping and re-logoing. It could be anything, couldn't it, really? I would like to find out. Cat in Slough. Yes, I should imagine there must be quite a few. Says, I went to my local co-op yesterday and they were clean out of eggs. Surely people must know that you can't stockpile eggs they won't keep. Love the show, even though it has me up at an unearthly hour every morning. Well, I think that's okay, Kat. I think you should enjoy that. It's nice also to think you're part of a very exclusive club, for goodness sake. I mean, honestly. David Plymouth, he says, Steve, do you ever wear the leopard print leggings like Rod Stewart? I think not, and stop holding me up as some sort of icon or some sort of fantasy for yourself. Steve, if I was on death row and asked for my last dinner, I would have a half-pounder and roast chips from Wimpy. What would you go for? Well, for my last meal? Don't know. I'm trying to think, actually. What do I have that's a real favourite meal? I just like egg and chips with bread and butter. But that's it. I know it's a bit simplistic, isn't it? I was trying to think of something sophisticated, but I can't think of anything. My mother did very nice chips, really, really good cut chips she would do. But I can't think of anything that would be a last meal. Apparently, if you're up on death row, you can have as many things as you want. Yeah, if you want sort of 3 chocolate malted milkshakes, they'll give you 3 chocolate malted milkshakes. Because, yes, could you give me a key to the door? Just give me the materials. I'll make it myself. You don't even have to make the blooming thing. Imagine. Or I've just made a gun out of paper and it really works. So there. But you never know, do you? Steve, I've just been looking at Scott's restaurant online. How posh and elegant. Eileen says, menu looks great. But sad to see octopus on it. It's got everything. They've got everything. They do octopus. But you find that in every Chinese restaurant. Every Chinese restaurant's got octopus in it, on it. It's a staple part of going into the soups and stuff like that. I personally don't eat things like that. And but it's beautiful. It's not very expensive. I know people think it's very, very expensive, but it's not. When you think of the prices that some places charge, and then you look at what they charge at Scott's, I thought it was very reasonable. I mean, obviously, if you're going to have top of the range caviar, you're going to be paying 500 quid a pot. There's going to be no way out of it. But I thought the haddock, deep fried haddock and chips, and it was a big bit of haddock, was about 24 quid for a main, which I thought was about right. That's about right. And the desserts, can't remember what they cost. I tried not to look at the bill. It was much easier, actually. David Jason played Blanco in Porridge. Talking of actors playing older characters. Yes, he was very good at it, wasn't he? Very, very good indeed. I am writing Christmas cards, says Viv. Glitter everywhere. Happy Friday. Thank you. You make my day. Thank you, Viv. Nice to hear from you. Making Christmas... Is it not a bit early for the Christmas cards? Oh, but if you're making them, I suppose that's okay. If you're making Christmas cards... Yes, if you're sending them by Royal Mail, the answer is because they're going to go on strike for 6 days over Christmas, because they need a holiday. Get those cards in the post soon. And then hopefully write on the outside not to be open until Boxing Day or not to be open until Christmas Day. And that way, your mum or your dad will know about it. Send them all over. I send them all over to here. And all my friends send them to here now as well. Because that way, you can sort of look after them as well. What have we got here? The highest peak in England and Wales has changed its name. Wish they wouldn't do this. I couldn't pronounce them the first time round. It's been known as Snowdon in English for 1,000 years, but the 3,560-foot mountain in North Wales from now on will be known as, here we go, I've never pronounced this. This is where I fall apart completely. Llywidfa. I mean, it doesn't even sound right, does it? It doesn't even sound right. Critics of the idea have said the proposed name change, championed by Welsh language enthusiasts, was confusing and a backward step. They pointed out that the name Snowdon was well known throughout the world. But supporters said scrapping the English name meant Snow Hill in favour of the local version showed proper respect for the English language. But nobody speaks it. It's very few and far between. So to sort of change it, so Snowdon becomes, I think it's Year-Widfa, as it's so it's with var. Oh, I was right with var actually. I got the with var right. There's a miracle, absolute miracle. So sitcoms. Apparently, the boss of ITV, Kevin Lygo, has described the speed at which audiences have given up on comedies as brutal, because it's up to you if you like something, whether a comedy show or any show really sinks or spins. So they've got the one here, sitcom Kate and Koji has been axed after just 2 series. Brenda Blethyn, lovely Brenda, as a seaside cafe owner. It was the channel's first studio audience sitcom in 7 years when it launched in 2020. What a shame, these things, because the audiences are brutal. Same in America. There must be so many sitcoms and things that they actually put on, whereas, we always get the ones which are very successful. So, I used to watch Little House on the Prairie because I thought it was just brilliant. I liked the idea of, the Ingalls family, and it was good homespun stuff. I liked Davy Crockett. I liked the Whirlybirds, which was about about helicopters, and they would go and they went everywhere, like Skippy, the butch kangaroo. I thought he was very good. I liked any of those sort of stuff, and it does seem America was the one who sort of did them. I think even Free Willy became a sitcom at one point. So, why not? But anyway, Viv says glitter, glitter everywhere. Oh, no, don't put glitter on for me, please. You know me, every time I get a card and it's got glitter on it, some people deliberately send me glitter cards now. They go, isn't it pretty, Steve, as I've emptied half a ton of glitter and I'm walking uphill. It's not very good. When my nana used to come over for Christmas, she would always drink tight whiskey and peppermint. Peppermint. I've heard about this. Whiskey and pep. We used to have a bottle in the pub that I was looking after years and years ago, and it was peppermint. And you did a shot of whiskey and peppermint together. Don't see it so often, do you? Mind you, I used to like Royal Mint Chocolate Liqueur. It tasted like crushed after eights. Over ice, it was delicious. Frappe. It was delicious. But Taffy Nige from Pontyclun in South Wales, tidy that. So she'd drink whiskey and peppermint. There you go, Royal Mint Chocolate Liqueur, bottled in the 1970s. It literally tasted like crushed after 8 mints. Absolutely delicious. You couldn't find anything more delicious than that. Well, you probably could, actually. Steve, have you voted on the app for Mr. M? Don't want him to leave first, says Mark. Thank you very much indeed, Mark. I haven't actually voted yet. Yes, I mean, I don't know. I don't know whether I should get involved. I don't know. I haven't actually, in all the bits that I've seen of the programme, is it because he's not affiliated yet? Because he doesn't seem to feature as much as the other ones. And I don't know whether or not they sort of have a project. Because I think you can manipulate the programme. I mean, at the moment, it's all Matt Hancock, and he's not really that interesting. He really isn't. I've seen some of his conversations, and I've looked at pieces, and I thought he just looked like, boring, I'm afraid. He thinks he's going to have a job in the media, because now he's found this one, which basically has coughed £400,000 for him, and he's got his book, which he'll be talking about at some point, no doubt. Although I didn't think they were allowed to promote stuff like that in there. So he might have to wait till he comes out. That's why the girlfriend has jacked in her job and headed over to be with him for when he's kicked out. Because the moment he's kicked out, it doesn't make any difference. He can then start doing his media stuff again. Because he did it before, didn't he, really? Jeremy Clarkson says a local is threatening to sue him after bruising a leg whilst trespassing on his farm. I love these sort of stories. They're so stupid, aren't they? The former Top Gear host had removed a gatepost when he saw the croc-wearing woman sitting in a hole, discussing liability issues on his diddly squat farm. Jez says, we had one the other day. You lift a gatepost out so you can open double gates. You can open both gates. We took it out and we were in and out all day long. She was trespassing on the farm and somehow put her foot into the hole and then bruised her leg. Oh, dear. So he's put notices on the gates, like, private land, no public right of way. But, of course, people just totally ignore it. They just walk through it. They walk through it. And he stars, of course, as you know, in Clarkson's farm. Says he can't put up danger signs on the 1,000 acres. 62-year-old says, do you know he's got 1,000 acres? 1,000 acres. Everybody thinks he's got like 20 acres or something. He says, you can't put a danger in the field because if a bull attacks someone, you're then accepting you knew it was dangerous. All you can write is bull in field and let people make up their own minds. Yes. Bulls don't go. I think people think, oh, they'll be all right. They'll just sort of stand there and sort of look at you. No. They will actually attack you. And especially if you're stupid enough to go into any farm field which has got animals who are pregnant, because they're very protective. Very, very protective. More pictures of Maya Jama looking, they say, sensational at an awards after party. What did she win? Nothing at all. She's called just a telly star now. The most peculiar outfit I've ever seen. I mean, it seriously is, dear. And also her hips look as though she's fallen off them. She's to one side. All good to take a quick break. Then I'll tell you about Debbie McGee, who's got the best way to deal with difficult men when she's on her own. It's so simple, it's embarrassing, really.
This is LBC with Steve Allen.
Morning, everybody. I hope you're well. 10 to 6, my friend Chris says, I've just found some usual suspects under the duvet. What's he found under the duvet? A packet of Skittles, some McCoys, and a dairy milk bar. That is called, that's bad snacking. That's really bad snacking. If you eat stuff like that, as he knows, it'll be payback time. He's got to go out and pound the pavements to run it off. So there's no such thing as having a treat if you don't make some effort to get rid of the weight afterwards, which is terrible. Steve, due to Coot Food Group reclaiming or retaining the Little Chef trademark, all remaining restaurants were renamed E.G. Diners by Euro Garages and were either converted into partner franchises or closed by the end of October. Oh, crikey. Little Chef Jubilee Pancakes, very nice, says Mike. Yeah, but if they're not open, I can't find them. I mean, and these, I thought, do they just open a Little Chef, or do they have to have some sort of ceremony or something like that? You never know, do you? Roses are red, violets are blue, and some love letters from famous folk will amaze you. I think the most famous ones would be somebody like Elizabeth Taylor. Her and Richard Burton had a very tempestuous relationship, very, very tempestuous. They couldn't live with each other, but they couldn't live without each other. And that was the way that it went. James Joyce penned some seriously X-rated notes to partner Nora Barnacle. And Admiral Lord Nelson was worried about the future George IV seducing his mistress, Lady Emma Hamilton. Writing to her in 1801, he said, God strike him blind if he looks at you. Ironically, the heroic military genius had already lost the sight in his own right eye. So, author Franz Kafka, freaky letter to a woman called Milena about his dream, would have seen most women run a mile. We kept merging into one another. I was you, you were me. Finally, you caught fire. Some very odd thing. I don't know, do people write love letters now anymore? I don't think they do they really? People send texts and emails. You know, see you later outside the Isolde cinema or something like that. They never write anything, you know, like people used to. People used to do pages and pages of, you know, professing their undying love. I never actually got it myself. Never got it. Also, a toxic time bomb of what is littering the streets? Believe it or not, it's cigarette butts. There are an estimated 2.4 million discarded across England, which will take up to 14 years to break down. Because I see them all over the place, because people stub them out on the top of the waste bins, don't they? I don't know if they're supposed to, or if they've found something else. As well as releasing toxic chemicals, including arsenic, lead, formaldehyde and nicotine into the earth and water courses, the butts also leave behind microplastics. Who'd have thought? Who would have thought? Despite a fall of smoking rates, cigarettes remain top of the drops when it comes to littering, according to a data company. Unbelievable. And there's a whole page here in Daily Star, our party budget. And I thought, oh, this will be the... But no, it's not nothing to do with the party budget. This is to do with Tesco's Christmas food. That's what it's to do with. I didn't know. They say, for club card holders, we'll lower public spending on chocolate tubs. We pledge Christmas dinner for 5 with the trimmings for under £25, which is What do you get for £25? It doesn't say, actually, but they do say they form the Christmas party and they will deliver. And in lieu of scrapping bedtimes for kids, we're offering 25% off 6 or more bottles of wine for adults. So drink yourself into oblivion over Christmas, which sounds quite nice. And if you don't like hornets, then check your wardrobe, because apparently deadly Asian hornets are nesting in wardrobes, with one found in an elderly woman's trousers, if you please. Wow, it's a bit dangerous, isn't it? You don't want to be sort of sitting on a thing like that. And here is a lovely picture. This is Football's Coming Home. And Frank Skinner and Paddy McGuinness, isn't it? Paddy McGuinness and other people as well. So that's good, isn't it? Although, to be quite honest, we're still not happy about Davy Boy Beckham. Although one of the columnists has picked up on him again today to say, he shouldn't be trousering this money, but he has done, and he said nothing about it. He's hoping we'll all go away. But we're not going away at all. The bookies' Corals have Charlene White as favourite to be first out. Matt Hancock is next in line, and then Sue Cleaver. Jill Scott is favourite to win. Isn't it amazing? Everybody's got their own ideas. I don't think Jill Scott will win. I think Matt Hancock might win. I mean, he might do. He's boring enough, isn't he? And then he's got to start developing some sort of media career, although, to be honest with you, fills me with absolute dread. Britain will crack the egg crisis, the minister vowed. In fact, there are 14 million egg-laying hens in this country, even as I sit here this morning. 14 million of them. So you're not going to run out of eggs anytime soon, because all they do is they just lay eggs, and that's all they do. And anyways, this was despite the country battling the largest ever bird flu outbreak. So 14 million egg-laying hens. I mean, that also gives you the flu. Well, you can eat the eggs, can't you, if the bird has been infected with the avian flu? I think they actually said it was okay. I'm pretty certain it isn't. It's not too dangerous for us. It's dangerous for them, but I don't think it's dangerous for us. I'm sure that they were saying you could still, because if we're eating the eggs from them, I'm assuming you must be able to eat the rest of it. We'll just check. You can't catch bird flu through eating fully cooked poultry or eggs, even in areas with an outbreak of bird flu. So there you go. I knew I was right. Never wrong, never wrong. 10 points for that one. And a coconut, Stephen. Well done. Congratulations. Yes, I didn't think you could. It's like cooking food anyway, isn't it? As long as it's cooked all the way through, you should be fairly safe with all sorts of little bits and pieces. Ronnie O'Sullivan, letter to the Daily Star today, still thinks he's bigger than snooker. Why not retire, says somebody here, and try working for a living? Yeah, but they probably think they are working for a living playing snooker. I mean, it's not easy to sort of lean over a table, is it? Have people look at your bottom all the time. I don't know what that's all about. And Colleen Rooney keeps saying she's leaving Wayne and then not. I don't think she's ever said she's leaving him. She's never going to. They've been together since childhood. She'll put up with everything, because their families are very tight together. And they're not going to split up. I don't know why people even think that they would be thinking about it. But love to see a picture of Ellie Goulding, says Andy from Maidstone. So they've printed a picture of Ellie Goulding. Obviously, he doesn't have the internet and can't go there and find it for himself, as opposed to boring the pants of everybody else going, show me a picture of Ellie Goulding. I don't know. Failing eyesight can be a warning sign of a stroke or a heart attack. Because I remember reading somewhere about, do you remember there was that Johnny Irwin? He only knew he had cancer because his eyesight was becoming a bit blurry, and he went to hospital. Now, strangely enough, my eyesight went a bit blurry, and so that's why they test your eyes every so often if you're diabetic. Yeah, they're all right now. Because sometimes people get all sorts of different bits and pieces going on with their eyes, and it could be an indicator of other things as well. I've also got a lovely pocket watch for sale. You might not be able to afford this one. It's not hugely expensive. It was owned by a guy called Oscar Woody. Oscar Woody had this pocket watch that stopped. When did it stop? Why would it stop? Why would a pocket watch stop? In fact, who would have pocket watches? Very few people had pocket watches. But in these particular days, they had it. And they knew it was his because it's engraved with his name on it. But why did it stop at a particular time? It stopped at the time the Titanic went down. His watch, got flooded out, and Mr. Oscar Woody drowned. They're hoping for £100,000. Not bad, is it, really? If only you'd saved all this stuff. I'd have been going around the Titanic going, have you got a watch? Anybody got any watches? Give them to me now. Yeah, snorkel. Can you imagine, though? That must have been, the unsinkable boat. The unsinkable boat, which turned out to be eminently sinkable. And, it was just one of those things, wasn't it? It must have been awful for the people. And the lifeboats, I don't think they had enough lifeboats on the Titanic for all the people that were on there. Also, the Chocolat author survives the vote to oust her from the Writers' Union. This is Joanne Harris, had been accused of being unfit to chair the Society of Authors and faced a vote at its online annual general meeting. There you go. I remember reading Chocolat. And they've got 75,000 complaints made against police officers. People fed up with very poor service. I dreamt about this the other day. I dreamt about it. I can't remember why. It came into my sort of life. Cases per 1,000 staff range from 90 in North Yorkshire Police to 697 for Cleveland Constabulary. But 75,000 complaints made against police officers, especially that woman who sort of tried to bypass the electricities on YouTube. How long ago it is, I've got no idea. No idea. But it was certainly interesting to watch her and listen to what she was talking about. She was ghastly. Steve, you going to buy anything on Black Friday? Don't think so, no. Well, I mean lunch. But, got to eat, haven't you? News.
Do you enjoy working with people from different backgrounds and being part of a team doing important work? The Home Office is recruiting engagement officers for our Immigration Removal Centre at Heathrow. You'll work with people in detention, conducting assessments, including around vulnerability and well-being. Salaries start from £32,000, plus annual allowances from £6,019 and a civil service pension averaging 27%. No experience required. Full training is provided. Search Home Office jobs to find out more.
This is LBC from Global, leading Britain's conversation with Steve Allen.
Morning, nice to have your company. Welcome to Friday, welcome to the weekend, welcome to... the weather is just dire. It really is. It just gets worse and worse. I mean, we had loads of rain the other day. When I was sort of coming into town yesterday, it was raining. I've got to come back into town again today. I hope to goodness it doesn't rain. And I've got an umbrella. Which just luckily fits inside my bag, so just in case. And it's also quite good, because the amount of people you see walking around with umbrellas that have been blown inside out, and they're still trying to hold it above their head. Easy to buy a hat, isn't it, really, I should imagine. The postman to strike just days before Christmas. The Royal Mail wants to end Saturday deliveries. See, I don't have a problem with that. I don't have a problem if they want to end Saturday deliveries, but, I don't want them to strike just days before Christmas. They reckon 6 days, including Christmas Eve. But then, who seriously expects post on Christmas Eve? You would just have to... send stuff out a little bit sooner. I've stopped sending cards now. I've decided I don't send Christmas cards. I'm not really unless it's to work people. Sometimes I might send. And I used to be really... No, not for you, Dan. Goodness sakes, you're pushing your luck now. Since when does it say in the contract the AP will receive a card from the Lord and Master? It doesn't, does it? You don't get things like that. You have to reach the dizzy heights of producer to get a card. And for some years. You have to have done it for some years. You can't just do it through doing it for a few weeks. That doesn't work. You've got to earn these things. Mind you, I suppose I could use those reusable cards, couldn't I? Just sort of rub out the name. They're all done in pencil, so I can rub out the names. I like it. I like the idea, actually. But not many people... You don't send cards, do you? I used to get hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of cards. And then a lot of people stop sending them because you open it up, you go, oh, it's from Jerry or Tina or whatever it happens to be. And then once you've done that, what do you do with the card? You put it on the mantelpiece, or you put it into a card sort of machine type thing, and it climps them together, and that seems to work. People like that, having the cards up. It's always the last thing to come down, and they come down, they go straight into the box. Of course they do. What else have we got? The lost decade. The salary increases of the past 8 years to be wiped out in the next 2. Biggest drop in household income since records began. I don't think anybody is not been affected by it. I think every single person has been affected. Steve, it was almost, says Roger, impossible to watch Little House on the Prairie without having a cry. I know. And yet when you looked at the storylines, they weren't that bad, actually, at all. But it was just one of those things that just made you cry. And Sula says Kate and Koji was not funny. All the actors were great, but the story and script was dire. So that's the problem, isn't it? They've had ages to get it right, and they can't get it right, which is a bit of a shame, a little bit of a shame. What else do we have here? New laws to tackle the abuses of tech giants. Jeremy Hunt yesterday reaffirmed the government's commitment to the digital markets, competition and consumer bill in the autumn statement. So we shall know more about it. I want to meet all the people who do the recordings for them, the ones that you hear on the radio of all these different things. And when Edward VII died, a book imagining his dog Caesar's grief became a bestseller. Now the author's great-great-nephew is publishing a charming modern sequel. And this is called Where's Mam? I'm assuming this must be the Queen's Corgis. It must be the Queen's Corgis. They've got a picture. They're a little bit rotund Corgis. They're very prone to sort of putting on weight. And they were called Muick and Sandy. And they would wait outside the door at Windsor Castle for her to come back home again. In fact, at one time they used to have loads, but I think now she's got a few different dogs. But Caesar and his royal master, who was Edward VII. But she did like those dogs. She absolutely loved them. I wonder why. Tesco shoppers are scrambling. Oh, I bought something the other day, did I tell you? And I've just seen it. It looks a bit nice here. This is Heston from Waitrose's hot chocolate pennies. You know, Heston does a thing. We've had Christmas puddings that, explode with melted chocolate inside and things like that. Well, these are hot chocolate pennies. So it's a chocolate penny, and in the inside is a praline melting centre. So what you do is you get your glass of hot milk and you drop in the penny, two pennies, and they've got the praline centres. You can either eat them just as they are, or you can dip them in your mug. I bought in Costco. It's these things. They're like chocolate balls, and they've got all stuff in there, and you put them into a hot milk. I gave them to my brother, but I have a sneaking feeling he might think they're just bits of chocolate to eat. And we found them before. They were really nice, actually. There's all sorts of them you can get. And there you go. Look at those hot chocolate bombs. But I think my brother might just think they're chocolate to eat, as opposed to putting them in. And inside there's marshmallows. They look nice, don't they? I was going to get you some, as you're the producer of the programme, and I thought, no. Who can be bothered? Yeah. Well, there's no point, really. I mean, you'd just be increasing, the girth, and there's no point in doing that at all, is there? I don't think so. So, family affair for Catherine Zeta-Jones and Dylan with his dad's chin. And Tesco shoppers scrambling for eggs, because there is no shortage of eggs. They keep telling us there is no shortage of eggs. It's only because people keep going out and stockpiling the blooming things. And then it doesn't come to anything, which is not so good. The Duke and Duchess of Sussex's Netflix documentary will be broadcast, I think, within weeks. Industry spokesmen have said. Harry and Meghan reportedly tried to have it pushed back to 2023, despite Netflix paying them a rumoured $100 million, £88 million, for the Fly on the Wall series. Oh, dear. I don't want to see this, actually. I have to be honest. I'm not remotely interested. I couldn't care less what they want to talk about or anything else. There's also a police officer who used fake email. We couldn't work this one out. We didn't know how it worked. It's a scam. He used fake email addresses to order dozens of free pints of lager as he watched England's Euro 2020 win over Germany. Despite there being a one-per-person limit, PC Paul Elliott and his friends exploited a Heineken promotional offer in a Sheffield pub to secure pints for half a sort of an offer in the police station. They were all in on it. So the former officer also failed to disclose a speeding offence and that he'd been identified as a suspect in a criminal investigation. I mean, it made the free pints look a bit tame, didn't it, really? But anyway, Chelsea Brooke Ward for the prosecuting authority said Elliot realised the app didn't verify the email addresses and ordered multiple pints with made-up details. So they got 26 free lagers. He would have been dismissed if he was still serving, but he's obviously not serving. He only had 3 years' service. He would have been sacked if he hadn't already resigned as a Humberside officer. So that's what they do now to try and get out of it. They just resign, and it never comes to anything at all. Gary Lineker's been criticised. Oh, don't tell me. This is Jan Moyer's column. Why have so many Liberals mislaid their morals over Qatar just in time for kick-off? And it's basically, Michael Sheen is a bit of a froth at the moment. The Welsh actor is furious, bubbling like a boiling leak. They're all a bit angry that David Beckham has taken the money for it, and yet they haven't actually done anything about it. It's no good complaining about it, because I think it's today, isn't it, that Joe Lycett, doesn't he shred his money today? Is it Monday? Yeah, we'll check. I know he said he was going to do it on the on Steph's show. That's what he said. And I remember thinking it's about 10 or 12,000 quid, isn't it? 10, 11, 12, 10,000 pounds. Because I don't think Beckham's going to give the money back. I'm totally convinced. I'd be very, very, very surprised. You have to go around and bang on his door just to sort of find out whether or not he's still going. I think he's still going ahead with it. Why would he all of a sudden, capitulate and go, oh, I've changed my mind, I'm going to give the money back again? He's not. He's going to keep it. He's going to keep it. Jan Moyer is also talking about The Perfect Gift to Us. Their Netflix documentary shares. What a delightful Christmas present that'll be. I mean it. The royal family might be plunged into a fresh turmoil over the latest sulky revelations, but most of us surely can't wait to see this pair of prized twits rampaging around the world trying desperately to matter. From that staged Remembrance Day ceremony in a Los Angeles graveyard to their busybody meetings at the United Nations to femme chat with Gloria Steinman, to being full-time humanitarians, keen to talk about mental health and the importance of compassion and community, except when it comes to their own families. Let us hope, she says, that nothing is overlooked and no scene deemed too trivial. You can write it, Jan. She wrote loads more apart that, loads more of that, so that people should be in no doubt where she stands on it. Lycett said if Beckham didn't do it, this is give the 10 million back, he would shred the £10,000. That's £1,000 for every reported million Beckham has received to work with the World Cup, and live stream it on Sunday, the 20th of November. So we'll have an update for you on Monday's show. If he does it, we'll have to check on that, won't we? And see if he does it. I mean, he must have money to burn. Do you don't think he'll do it? I think he will. He's always done things like that before. He's never been backwards at coming forward, Joe. He will shred... Oh, no, I don't think David will give the money back either. I think David's far too mean and tight. And but as I say, I don't think we can ever trust him ever again. He really should. He shouldn't have accepted it in the first place. Mind you, I'd heard rumours. I told you the other day that there was. They were saying it wasn't just 10 million, it was more than 10 million. Because it's some deal to promote Qatar. Because otherwise they've got him really cheap. But it's just that when you look at their human rights record, you just go, no, Dave. No, you're really wrong on this one. And there's a lovely picture of Diana Ross up for an award at the age of 78. Up for an award. And Camilla hugging Jerry, Spice Girl Jerry, because she's very human, Camilla. That's what I quite like about her. She's not sort of frightened to show her affections. I remember when they got married, she came out of the one of the transept doors down in Windsor, and all her friends were there waiting to congratulate her behind the barriers and everything else. And she went up to one man and said, hello, lovely to see you. And they grasped hands. And then when Charles came out, she said, Charles, this is Mr. whatever it was. This is Archie, I told you all about. He went, yeah, I heard all about you. Very nice to meet you, kind of thing. And she's very human like that. So she's hugging Jerry Halliwell. I don't know why. It was a reception, but I think they even got a message for Jerry's birthday, didn't they? I think from the King. I'm pretty certain there was a message. Because she was always a bit racy-pacey, I think. Racy-pacey. And my friend Lynn, it's her birthday as well. She's going off. Everybody's got birthdays. Look at that. Like once a year. When does that happen? And she's going off to Scots this evening. Everybody's going to Scots all of a sudden. How lovely.
Steve Allen on LBC. Text 84850.
Morning, little tidbit here relating to Prince George. Prince George, because have they moved again, the family? I know they were looking at somewhere else. He went crazy for singer Craig David's sparkly blue tracksuit during the Jubilee party. He was among, the 9-year-old was among royal guests at the concert in June, which marked the Queen's 70-year reign. And Craig David, attended a little soiree at Buckingham Palace afterwards. And the singer told chat show host Jonathan Ross, Prince William walks over, says, my son George was going crazy for the blue sequined outfit. Lovely. Lovely. Steve, I've just spat my coffee out. Skippy the Butch Kangaroo. Well, he was. He was. He was Butch. I know how the song went. Skippy, Skippy, Skippy the Butch Kangaroo. Yeah, everybody knows how it went. Goodness sake, honestly. Do you remember a show called Lost in Space? Yeah, it was okay, Julian. Dr. Zachary Smith was in it, I seem to remember. They had Robbie the Robot. It was the biggest robot. You know why? It had somebody inside it. Lost in Space. Lost in Space. It was very good, actually. Very good. And Kevin the Milkman says, I've always had a fear of flying. And on the few occasions that I've flown, I've been too busy gripping the armrests for grim death, knowing if I let go, the plane will crash to the ground, to even think about sleeping. And my final meal? An all-you-can-eat buffet. Not yet, jailer. I've not finished just yet. I never thought about that. You just keep it going until you get to that stage where you can't eat anymore. Your stomach is so bloated. Yeah, you'd be begging for them to sort of dispatch you. Yeah, it's an all-you-can-eat buffet. That's quite clever thinking, actually, because they would have to do it, wouldn't they? They would have to do it. In a town called Alice, they're going to execute the Australian man in it who ends up marrying the woman, Jean, and he's killed, I think, 2 of the Japanese commander's chickens, and that carried the death penalty. And he said, right, you're going to be killed. What would you want as your last meal? And he came up with a meal, and they couldn't supply the meal, so they couldn't execute him, because under the Japanese law, he had to be given the meal before they could do anything else. Currently in the Czech Republic, Steve, with the Welsh National Opera. Still love the show, says Ian, from the Welsh National Opera. He's driving a lorry, by the way, just in case you worried about the fact that half the cast were calling in. The Olympic breakfast at Little Chef was great. You got chips with it. You know me and chips. Definitely. And from Moffy, when Matt Hancock is kicked out of the jungle, can we please make sure he's deported back to the UK immediately? We don't want him in Australia. Also, pigeons and glitter should be banned. Yes, and we don't really want him back either. It's the ego of the man. He's so, and, there's not a lot to him, I'm afraid. Not a lot to him. Steve, we're in Malta. Gorgeous weather. We've been drinking Kinney, which is a citrus drink available on Amazon. Great with fizz. Anne and Keith gave a great weekend. How fantastic. And Anne in St Albans shopping in Morrison's yesterday. No shortage of eggs at all. Usual amount on the shelves. I know we've got loads of eggs. But what they do is they will say, I remember years ago, there was going to be a bread shortage. I know, I couldn't believe it either. And people started stockpiling bread. They were freezing it. They would keep it. Oh, it was awful. Awful. But, people go, oh, there might be a shortage of eggs. So immediately people go, what are we going to do without eggs? We can't survive. So they rush out and buy loads and loads of eggs. Will you be bidding, says Nessie, on Paul Daniels' magic tricks and prop goodies going up for auction? A little Christmas present? I won't, actually, no. I've got enough stuff of myself. Every magician, every self-respecting magician has got stacks of stuff. I've got tons of it. So I don't need to add to it. I think Debbie's very wise to get rid of it. Mainly because he collected, loads of one item. He might have 6 or 7 of a particular item. And the thing that's worth money now, in the world of magic, posters are worth money. Some of those very early posters are very good. Philip says, went across Romney Marsh by train yesterday, Hastings to Ashford, lots of flooded fields, and when we stopped at Winchelsea station, everybody remembered Spike Milligan. Oh, right. Oh. Matt says the lower classes on the Titanic had to wait last for the lifeboats as the upper classes went first. Yeah, and there wasn't really much room for all of them, was it? That's what people were sort of, they needed more lifeboats. I'm busy texting my friend Christine, says Pauline, who's listening to you live in New York. Allegedly, she's on a week's holiday. She's usually an avid podcaster, but really the things people do to listen to you is making me laugh. Oh, please download. I might have some news about podcasts. I might have some news about podcasts next week. Well, in fact, I will have some news because I've got a meeting with my boss, which is very exciting. Very exciting. And Edward from Amersham says, I love bread sauce with my turkey on Christmas Day. I can't find anybody that likes bread. And I don't like it. I don't like it. He says, thank you for everything you do, bringing a smile to our faces, ready to face the day. Yeah, bread sauce, I never got into that. I do like stuffing, but only sage and onion. I don't want any of these poncy, sort of, goji berries and apricots or something stupid. It's just vile. Just sage and onion, that's quite good enough, and definitely not bread sauce. It's just bread. Not, I don't like anything like that at all. Liquid bread, isn't it? Yucky, yuck, yuck. Steve, I understand, says May in Woolwich, the conflict about cards, but I love sending them supporting charities, the postal system, and sending love and warmth. Yeah, the trouble is, it depends. If you buy the cards from the shops where they support, you turn it over, there's about 30 charities on the back. How much do you think they get out of that card? Less than a penny. Less than a penny. I know how it works. The corgi is pronounced Mick, says Graham in Aberdeenshire. Well, thank you so much, Mick. You're gorgeous, you're marvellous, you're wonderful. Thank you very much indeed. So it's like Loch Mick near Balmoral. Seriously called Loch Mick. How bizarre. Lee says, my budgie broke his leg this morning, so I made him a little splint from matches. His little face lit up when he tried to walk. I can't buy into a budgie that smiles. They don't smile, do they? They just sit there looking at you, and you go, "Who's a pretty bird? Who's a pretty bird?" And the bird's looking at you, going, "You're mad, aren't you? Completely mad." Who's a pretty bird? Who's a pretty bird? They did it in one of the carry-ons. I think it was Carry On at Your Convenience, where Hattie Jakes and her husband had a budgie, and it picked out winners in horse races, which I thought was very good. I like things like that. Thank you. It's what? It's sunk again. Are you sure there's a tea bag in there? Are you economising? No? I promise there's a tea bag in there. Well, I don't know. I have to take somebody's word for it. I'm not sure, actually. But if Dan says there's a tea bag, there's a tea bag in it. It's so cold in the studio this morning. It seriously is. I feel like I'm in Iceland. Not the shop either. Steve, excuse me. This is from Brian, who says, brought the extra special giant mince pie from Asda yesterday. Well, that sounds quite nice. I like a mince pie, especially with mashed potato. What now? I know, I've tried to make it go up. It just doesn't seem to. It'll stay there for about a minute. And then all of a sudden, so you put it up to 27 degrees. I guarantee it starts dropping immediately, doesn't it? Look at me sitting here. I'm frozen to death. But don't worry, I never complain. I never moan about things. It just, for some reason, I don't know why, I think it's controlled by the boys on reception. I'm pretty certain that's what Let's go and do them some serious damage. So here's the giant mince pie. Oh, sorry, when you said mince pie, sorry, I thought you meant as in mincemeat. Not a mince pie, a Christmas mince pie. Oh, right. Oh, that's why we're at loggerheads on that one, Brian. That's big, isn't it? Wow. We've got mincemeat in there encased in all butter orange zest pastry. That sounds quite nice. I could go for something like that. And somebody says, what a shame. Instead of burning money, why not give it to charity, says Mandy. Oh, well, it's not going to make the same impact, I'm afraid. That's why he's doing it to shame Beckham. If he gives it to charity, Beckham couldn't care less anyway, which is a shame.
Here in the UK, we sell amazing products and services the whole world wants.
At the Black Farmer in Devon, our produce is enjoyed on both sides of the Atlantic.
We're McKinnon and Saunders from Manchester, and our puppets are watched on 6 continents.
So whether you're new to exporting or experienced, explore global growth for your business with free support from the UK government. Access information, training, events and expert advice to help you find new customers overseas. Visit great.gov.uk to get started.
Steve Allen on LBC.
Morning, nice to have your company. So let me tell you the story of why it's Skippy the Butch Kangaroo. Okay, there used to be a drag bar, female impersonation in Camden called the Black Cap. And lots of people used to appear there, people like Mark Fleming, Mrs. Shufflewick, and there was Regina Fong. Regina Fong died many, many years ago, but most of the acts used to mime different songs. And so the audience would request things. And so the whole act was made up of people singing along. And they used to get the whole pub singing Skippy. It would start off dum, da dum, dum, and people would sort of do the thing. And then everybody would sing. When you used to get like 200 people singing, Skippy, 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 the Butch Kangaroo, Butch, 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 and people would sing it. And it went down a storm. I know it's the Bush Kangaroo, but people used to change these things. And it was very, very well known. If you go to YouTube, you can find Regina Fong singing Skippy and listening to all the people there. It's very funny. Very funny. A friend of mine used to make tapes for Regina Fong, and they would have to learn different bits and pieces. They would take bits out of films, and they would put together these carefully crafted little vignettes, which would be mimed, but very good. But that's why it was the Butch Kangaroo. That's why it was the Butch Kangaroo. Kevin says, greetings. Greetings from Shanghai. Just finishing my lunch. Dumplings and soup noodles. Riveting. Sounds about as exciting as a piece of toast. Costs about £2 to make. China's great. Once you get used to having your life controlled by codes and your smartphone, have a great weekend. Yes, I mean, cheap food. I love all those programs on the YouTube, looking at food, street food in Hong Kong and in China, and they do everything, and it's just marvellous to look at. Yeah, but they do eat everything, don't they? They just eat it. But there's a guy on there, isn't there? And I can't remember his name now, but he speaks fluent Cantonese. And he's very, very good indeed. He goes in there and starts talking, and then now people recognise it. They go, I've seen you on the internet. And he said, you see my videos? And he goes out, and he's got friends who also speak fluent Cantonese as well. And it's very clear. Something we all wish, just when the waiter and waitress said, don't serve these people, I don't like them. You want to turn around and go, and see what happens. But no, I think he's very clever. Stupidly forgot to take my carrier bags yesterday whilst doing Steve an unprecedented shop at Morrison's, but won't be going back after the shop finding out it's gone up to 60p a carrier bag. It's gone up in somewhere else. I bought one the other day, and I think it's gone up to 40 pence. Could be Waitrose, 40 pence for a carrier bag or something. I don't mind. But I can understand, Spencer, how you were a bit miffed. He says, but it's the same with all of them. They've all started putting their price. You're going to see prices going through the roof for everything. The idea is that, they'd rather you didn't buy a carrier bag. They'd rather that you recycled a carrier bag, which I tend not to. So sometimes you walk into Marks and Spencer's with a Waitrose carrier bag. How ridiculous does that look? And the other way round. And mind you, I always have a race with the person on the till. They scan the items. I'm trying to pack them in the bag as quick as possible so they then don't go, that'll be £43.60. And I'm still putting the bottles in the bags. I'm throwing it in left, right and centre, and making sure I can beat them. And that's the only thing I do. Robbie the Robot was in Forbidden Planet. The robot in Lost in Space was called Robot, says Jeff in France. Are you sure? Are you sure? I love Forbidden Planet, one of my favourite shows, actually. So let's have a look. Robot is the main character in Netflix. Oh, this is Netflix's Lost in Space. Is he the same in the original series Lost in Space? Oh, Robot. He's a B9 class M3. Oh, look at the size of the blooming thing. It was ridiculous. There's Dr. Zachary Smith. And that was a dark reboot, as they say. I thought it was great. Neighbours returns on TV as Amazon and Prime Video swipe rights. Just think of all that money they paid Kylie Minogue to say one word, Steve. Yes. And Mark says, I've just ordered one of your special mugs on the Magic Circle website. Yes. The Steve Allen mystery mugs. And very nice indeed. Dark and mysterious. Yes, thank you. If you go to the Magic Circle website, just go to merchandise and you will find, because we have 2 shows there at Christmas, sold out. But details next week of, do you remember I told you we had an item that we are selling for Make Some Noise? Remember I told you about that? And for logistical reasons, we couldn't sell it. Well, I think you might find out next week or just probably the week after. Yeah, the 28th, we're going to be telling you what it is. And I shall be looking forward to selling some to you. Billy on the Isle of Wight, says Steve. Extra thick double cream and Tesco's finest mini mince pies are absolutely delicious, especially if you warm them up for a few minutes. Yeah, the funny thing is we don't tend to warm up mince pies, do we? I don't know why that is. Is it because we just sort of can't be bothered to wait about warming up mince pies? But you warm them up. Oh, how lovely. You remember to take them out of the metal case first, though, don't you? Because otherwise you get sparks. It makes it, oh, right, you get a mini firework display. Cool, I like that. I like that a lot. But, but also extra thick double cream. I like it so you can stand the spoon up in the cream, and it's really thick. That is particular. They do it although they went through a shortage a while ago in Marks and Spencer's, and somebody said, oh, there's a shortage of cream. I said, is there? I couldn't imagine why there would be. So birthday today, Linda Evans, as I say, she's 80, and Kim Wilde, we're the kids in America, whoa, which is good. She is 62. Do you know she sold 10 million albums, and then she went, enough, and she is now a very successful landscape gardener. She's a radio DJ. But she's also won a gold medal at the Chelsea Flower Show. So there you go. What else we got? They were booed off stage in Spain. The album flopped in America, and Britain is awash with talks of a split. This was in 1997. Who are we talking about? Believe it or not, the Spice Girls. But if the Spice Girls thought that on that day, November the 18th, 1997, things couldn't get any worse, they were wrong. Last night, their much-hyped movie, Spice World, got an overwhelming thumbs down from the world's press. Lightweight and dull, said one. The Spice Girls can't act, said another. See, then it turns into a cult film. Then people will go, have you seen the Spice Girls? I mean, I know my old producer, he's not really that old at all, Joe, he was a big Spice Girls fan. No, sorry, it wasn't Spice Girls, it was Steps, wasn't it? He liked Steps. Completely different, I realise. And he knew all the dances. Doesn't tell you anything about him. Well, it does me. But he did all the dances. You know, tragedy, when the feeling comes, you can't go wrong, it's tragedy. He did all of that. So it was an obsession with them. So every time I mentioned Steps, he'd look at me and glare. And I used to think, oh, I'm in trouble now. I didn't really want to be. Hank Ballard, born on this day, 1927, died 2003. He was the front man of the Midnighters. He wrote The Twist. And Chubby Checker sold over 1 million copies. I thought it sold more than that. Come on, let's twist again like we did last summer. Oh, did you like that? No. You don't know the song? Thanks. Makes you feel really old, doesn't it, really? Start mentioning a song that sold millions. And that's about as good as it gets. What was the other one that I quite like, actually? Oh, the Bond girl, Gemma Arterton, said she was excited but terrified when she was cast as the 1960s icon Dusty Springfield in a film about the legendary pop singer's colourful knife. Anyway, now the film has been scrapped. We're not sure about... I mean, it is highly unusual for films to be cancelled once the casting has been announced. Because, and now I don't know whether or not they would be telling you that the film about Dusty Springfield, I mean, she was blighted by self-harm, alcoholism, she died of cancer, and she was gay. But that was, one of those things. It's a shame, really. She did make a comeback with the Pet Shop Boys. And again, it just didn't quite work out the way that it should have done. But a spokesman for the film company said, sadly, we just couldn't get it off the ground despite huge efforts over a long period of time, which is a shame because I think people would like to know more about Dusty Springfield, who had so many hits. I think Dusty in Memphis was one of Dale's favourite albums, if not the favourite album. She had such a great voice. I see Diversity are out on the road again, which is good. And they've got a really big schedule coming up. Alfie Boe never seems to stop. You like Alfie Boe? Big fan, yeah. What do you like him from? What do you like him from? Yeah, the music, yeah. As opposed to what? His prolific dance career. Alfie Boe's dance career. The novels, the poems. I know, it's embarrassing, isn't it, really? But Il Divo going out, spending Christmas with you, and already a number of their shows are sold out. Not as fast as my show sells out, but Diversity, it's about one of the biggest tours I've ever seen. And tickets go on sale January. So they have to tell you now so that you're well aware of it. Also, they've got all these Raymond Gubbe shows. He does all sorts of shows everywhere, including a Dickensian Christmas, presented by Stephen Mangan. And then they do carols by candlelight and stuff like that, where the orchestra is costumed, as in Mozart's days and stuff like that. It's really nice, actually. You'll like it. They have all sorts of good people out there doing lots of wonderful things.
Steve Allen on LBC. Text 84850.
The only thing I forgot to check was how much fuel's going up. And they've said that there is a little bit in the small print, excuse me, that hints at a fuel duty hike that will add 12 pence to every litre, which sounds a bit excessive. Also, they've decided that they're going to make electric cars get tax as well. There were no advantages in these electric cars, were there? You should read the article that Ian Dale had, and then he was deeply unhappy with his, and all these. But the price of diesel has gone through the blooming roof. I mean, it really has. It's terrible. Did you like War of the Worlds? I certainly did. Yes, I watched that on numerous occasions, and from Mike, who says, I've got a huge smile as a result of you mentioning Regina Fong and Skippy, the butch kangaroo. I seem to remember her in another drag act doing an interpretation of a scene from Whatever Happened to Baby Jane. Yes, of course you can, Blanche. Yes, back in the days at the Vauxhall Tavern. Very popular. I mean, people, it was entertainment. It was entertainment, and it was very good. So that's why every time I say the butch kangaroo, people go, no, it's bush kangaroo. I say, yes, we know that. But this is where it came from. It came from Regina Fong. Don't forget the lovely K9 from Doctor Who, and from Tanya, who says, I was in Tesco yesterday, filled up a bag of onions. I'm making French onion soup tomorrow, and the checkout guy said since Monday they're charging 30 pence an onion. 30 pence an onion? Are they big onion? I tell you what I saw the other day, huge pomegranates, absolutely the size of footballs, for £2 each. And I remember thinking, I love pomegranate, but unfortunately I'm a bit lazy. I can't be bothered to actually do the de-pipping myself. So I buy them already de-pipped, as it were, which were good. And Helen says, Robot from Lost in Space made a cameo appearance in Columbo's Mind Over Mayhem. Little fact, she says, a little fact for all you Columbo fans listening. Oh, everybody's a Columbo fan. I love him. He's clever. Liz in Lewisham says, for a delicious mince pie, warm it up, take off the lid, put in a small spoon of my Homeland's clotted cream and put the lid back on. The cream melts with the heat and the deliciousness is born. Yeah, you can't beat it, can you? Dusty Springfield used to live in Henley-on-Thames, and her burial stone always has flowers left by fans. That's where her funeral was, in Henley. Her funeral was in Henley all those years ago. They closed off all the roads, and her coffin was taken out of the church to one of her big hits. It was called Going Back, and if you've never heard it, you must listen to it, because the words are so. You could use it for anybody's funeral nowadays, because people have got special bits of music that they use for funerals. But Dusty's Going Back was very appropriate, very, very appropriate. And because it's funny, because I spoke to Vicky Wickham about it. She wrote the book about Dusty. And I said, even before I knew, I said, I think the song Going Back would be appropriate at her funeral. She said, that's exactly what we had. Exactly. I said, oh, how nice. And Catherine says, I'm listening to You Don't Have to Say You Love Me on audio read by Simon Napier Bell. He starts off by explaining it was written many years ago. Yes, it was. He has a new book coming out. He has a new book coming out now, which I've already pre-ordered on Amazon. Just put in Simon Napier Bell, and it'll take you through his life. And boy, what a life it's been. Read the Little Chef's story, says Peter. It's Loungers Group that are opening 3 Brightside roadside restaurants in the southwest next year. Makes a change to have something opening as opposed to something closing. The amount of times I've lost track of, businesses that sort of announce they're closing, and I still can't work out. At all. I cannot work out why Burger King are closing all these branches. It doesn't make any sense to me. It is a mystery, that one. I mean, our one in Twickenham has been stripped out completely now. Everything is gone that was in it. And when I went to Charing Cross Station, I was there because I was waiting for a taxi. And again, that one was closed. And I thought, strange. And then somebody said, and then I remembered the one at Waterloo was closed. Now are they just closing down in this country, or are they going to turn into something else? Because they seem to leave them empty For God, it's not like they're doing a refit. I know what a refit looks like. Shouldn't take too long to do refits, but they're spending a long time. So maybe somebody has got the answer to that one, which would be quite nice, wouldn't it, really? So the business rates are frozen. That's what they've said, and you will find out more on this with Jeremy Hunt this morning. So the retailers handed this £5.4 billion business rates break in the budget, thanks to the major package of support. I mean, I hope to God it works, because it's going to be quite miserable for most people. It's bills all over the place. And then I think there's an extra payment. I think there might be an extra payment going out to pensioners next year to help with fuel bills and stuff like that. As I say, I get £500. It was going to be 200, and they give you an extra 300 on top of it. And there's another payment coming out in April of next year. But I mean, you have to wait till you're 190 before you qualify for these things nowadays. But every newspaper has got, what the budget means to you if you really want to depress yourself and find out that, your I didn't realise I spent so much on fuel. When they say 2,500 at the moment and it's going to go to 3,000. I mean, it's amazing. We were in London, says Paul, at the War of the World immersive experience. It's brilliant. Yes, it really is. And you will like it. I love the music for it anyway, actually. Gordon says a rainy Sunday afternoon and a Columbo movie on television. Yeah, that is absolutely perfect. The trouble is, even if I've seen them before, I still end up watching them again. It's like, you see a film on the television and you'll think, wait a minute, I've seen this film before. And I think, yeah, but I really liked it, so I watch it again. It's stupid, isn't it? And absolutely ridiculous. But you will hear Mr. Hunt this morning with Nick Ferrari on LBC, talking about education, migration, housing. We've got everything going on, everything at the moment. The energy bills will still soar in April despite the aid. So just remember, I always remind people at Christmas, sometimes I feel as I'm sort of, talking to myself about it. I say, what happens is, if people don't have very much money, they put stuff on credit card. And when do the credit card bills come in? January. All of a sudden, you're suddenly reminded of how much you spent over Christmas, because people don't like to disappoint the kids. They want to make sure that we can have a nice Christmas, because we go, listen, in times of depression and times of when we're all fed up sick to the back teeth of this going up in price, we go, oh, to hell with it. It's like going on a holiday and somebody says, you've just been ripped off on that bar there. And you go, listen, we're on holiday. We don't care. And it's the same for Christmas. People will want to have a nice time, but we will be paying the cost of it back in January, I think. And that's when we're going to start seeing everything. It's going to be very, very difficult. Mind you, the good news is at the moment, we haven't seen people stapling themselves to bridges. So you know why? Weather. It's the weather. Nobody wants to climb up onto the gantry of a bridge when it's absolutely tipping it down. Still shopping smart. Every paper has done a review of mince pies. Seriously, they must be as big as houses, these people, because they've also got, Heston has got some in Waitrose, pear and fig mince pies in triple cheese pastry. What a combination. 6, they say, expensive but divinely different. The cheesy pastry works perfectly with the pear and fig. I might have to try something like that. A little bit of a decadence over the weekend. Why not, for goodness sake? And they do in, where is this? I think they do these in, I can never tell, actually. They never tell you these things, do they? But it's Taste the Difference. Gingerbread and white chocolate blondie pies. Is that Sainsbury's Taste the Difference? Oh, right. There's all sorts of things. Hazelnut tartlets and special Irish cream liqueur mince pies. Don't need to tell me twice, thank you very much indeed. That's it for this morning. We're going to have a weekend of miserable blooming weather, I don't know. Morning, everybody. Monday, November the 25th. Racing through. What a miserable blooming weekend. God, it was cold, wet, damp, uninteresting. I don't know, I'd rather it was snowing, to be honest with you, just to make it marginally more interesting. But I'm afraid it didn't look too exciting out there. But a nice weekend was had by all. People have started buying their stuff for Christmas and getting Christmas presents in, and people saying, don't buy me this, don't buy me that. Do you know, and I had a sudden thought the other day. I was trying to think, before people had central heating, how did they keep warm, apart from coal fires and stuff like that? And I suddenly remembered my grandmother's flat in Leytonstone had something that I've only just remembered, and it was a heat bulb, and it was in the bathroom, and it was a bulb that you plugged in and it gave out heat. And that was the thing. You had these things and they did round ones as well. But she had a heat bulb just to take the heat off because it was so blooming freezing. And I only remembered about it this morning. I think I was dreaming about it. I don't know why, because it was just one of those sort of things. But, I mean, I remember in the middle of winter, it was cold. That's why you were in and out of the bathroom blooming fast when you were younger. But a nice weekend was had by all. I had a very nice Friday, had a nice lunch out at Little Italy. That's the Little Italy in Frith Street. That's the only Little Italy that we use, the one in Frith Street. And we love it. We love it very much indeed. Tony looks after us very well, so we're very happy. And we had some nice food and nice pudding. Apple pie and custard, I'm afraid, suits me down to the ground. And I had a mushroom risotto, and I can't remember what I had for starters. I'll think of it later, actually, because when I went the day before to Scott's, I had a crab pie, and I remember that very well, because I hadn't had crab pie for years, and I wasn't sure if I was going to like it. But luckily I did. So I was okay. And then I had deep-fried haddock, because I've always gone by Phil Vickery's recommendation that haddock is the tastiest fish. You know, some of the other fishes are very, very bland. You know, you could go out there and have cod. And to be honest with you, I wouldn't know if it was cod or if it was Vietnamese river cobbler, which they used to sell in a lot of fish and chip shops. Fergie's toe sucker. This was Johnny Bryan, held Duke crisis management talks. This was after he'd been, Andrew, demoted in the royal family, which I thought was quite interesting. We're not sure if Joe Lycett has actually shredded £10,000 worth of his own money or whether it's a publicity stunt. I'm hoping, secretly, I understand where he's coming. This is because David Trouser Anything Beckham isn't bothered about the Qatari government's human rights abuse and has taken £10.5 million. But basically, I mean, he'll go with it. He doesn't care. He is not remotely interested in gay rights or anything like that. It's all a load of act, I'm afraid. It's a load of old hogwash. I hope he never gets a knighthood. But anyway, Joe Lycett said, you know, give the money back, let me know that you've done it, and I will not shred £10,000 of my own money. Well, obviously, Beckham, being intelligent, who cares whether you incinerate £10,000 with your own money? It's not going to change anything, because Beckham will trouser everything. He doesn't care. He really doesn't care. And so we don't know if Joe's done it or if it's a publicity stunt, because, I mean, if he has done it, it will be very sad, because that £10,000 could have provided a lot of soup or bread or blankets or something for a lot of homeless people who must be freezing their nuts off outside this morning, I should imagine. So I'm hoping he didn't do it. That's what I'm hoping, but I have a feeling he might have done some. We'll wait and see, actually. We'll wait and see. Adele's opened in Caesar's Palace. She started already, taking her shoes off so she doesn't fall over. And she's not staying in the best penthouse suite at Caesar's Palace. She has shoved that one in their faces. And she's staying in a bungalow, which is at the Wynn, which is, I don't know why. Because she's peculiar. I don't know. I can't think of any other reason. Well, I don't know. I could phone her now and say, listen, Del, you know, because I call her Del. And, you know, what are you doing it for? Why do you not want to stay in the best? Have you ever seen the super-duper penthouse suite at the Caesars? Oh, God, it's like the size of a housing estate. It's got everything. Well, obviously, she didn't want to live on the premises. So perhaps she likes going. So I don't know. I don't know how she works, but at least the shows are going well. It is. I mean, it's beautiful, isn't it? I mean, it's got everything that you need, including, I think, 24-hour butlers, porterage, everything you want, and it looks okay. I mean, I could suffer living in a penthouse. Although actually, given the choice, I've often wondered if I did win a lot of money, would I want to live in a hotel or buy a house? And I don't really know the answer to that, because one part of me wants to live in a hotel where they do everything for you. I've known various actresses over the years, but that's another story. And they stay at the Dorchester and places like that, and they're given suites. Because at the Savoy, they've got apartments, because they're just as you go in to the sort of the driving in bit on the left-hand side, there's a door, and that takes you up to the apartments. You can buy the apartments there. And I thought, would I want to live that close? And I thought, actually, I wouldn't mind that. And underneath the hotel was a huge car park, and they do valeting of cars and all the rest of it. But all very nice indeed. But apart from that, as we head into Christmas, because we're not far off Christmas. What is it now? How many days to Christmas? What are we up to now? Probably 30 or something like that? Can't be far off. Can't be far off. I'm trying to find out how many it is. 34 days to go. 34 days to go. That's just a fraction over a month. A fraction over a month. Niall says, do you use frozen mash? Absolutely not. Absolutely not. It's a disgraceful thing to suggest. I'm there with my little implement, mashing it. Now I use frozen mash all the time. I love it. I only use the Iceland one because it's £2. And I like that. I like it a lot, actually. Niall says, I put garlic and mixed herbs in mine to jazz it up. Oh, you don't need anything in this other. Noreen says, we went to see Showaddywaddy. They were amazing. Non-stop. We were exhausted watching them. Now for a few days of rest. And, yeah, there's only one original member of Showaddywaddy. The pictures come out really great. Look at that. Isn't it funny that you sort of... she said, I've attached some photos, and they look really amazing. You look like that on Friday because, very interestingly enough, Elliot, well, it's not interesting at all, actually, it's quite dull. He has a little beat combo, and there's four of them, and they've got 4 songs in their repertoire. And they were playing a gig in London, the East End, a little bit of a rough pub, but, you know, don't want to make any... Does the band have a name? Fool Boy. Oh, right. Fool Boy. Interesting. Why is it called Fool Boy? Is there there must be some reason for it, mustn't there? Right, the lead singer's dad. Oh, you're not the lead singer? Oh, you're the bassist. Right. How cool. How wonderful. But, yeah, so he was playing his gig, and they earned a bit of money out of it. Not, because nobody makes money in these things now. Only £8. Was that each? That was for the whole lot. £8. Blimey. Steve, has anybody told you that your newsreader sounds like an older version of your friend Dominic Ellis? Well, I better correct you on that. He's not my friend, Dominic Ellis. He just happens to be in the newsroom. I pretend that he's my friend. But you think Tim Daly sounds like an older version of Dominic Ellis? I don't know, we'll have to think about that one. You can say, all right, producer can see that one, which is very good. And Jack says, very sad news from the Colorado Gay Club. When are the evil people going to live and let live? Well, they won't. They won't. You can't. I wish I could say, just wave the magic wand and say, yes, it will always be fine, but it won't be. There'll always be places where you'll get people who... In fact, you want to watch the series Queer as Folk, because it's very good, because at the very end, you know, having sort of, you know, lived this gay lifestyle and having a nice time, they decide to jet off into the sunset. And this bloke encounters him in a cafe, and he looks at him and he goes, faggots. And you think, so unnecessary. So unnecessary. So he gets a gun out, the bloke who's starring in Queer as Folk, and he goes, say that again. And of course the bloke doesn't say it again. But you're always, always, always going to get prejudice. It doesn't matter where you are. You're going to get people who, well, look at the Qatari government. If you want prejudice, there it is, blatantly existing in this day and age. And it will never, ever change. You will always get people. Look at that ghastly, the Baptist church in America. Westboro Baptist Church. What a bunch of perverts. Seriously. I'm glad that the sort of the man who ran it is dead now. Couldn't happen to a nicer person. Straight to hell, of course, in a handcart. But they were encouraging their children to stand out there with signs. God hates this. Oh, it's just disgusting. Just disgusting. Although, actually, I think Louis Theroux went back there and interviewed one of the women who'd decided to come out of Westboro Baptist Church because they were so revolting. You know, they were so narrow-minded and so pathetic. They had nothing to do with Christianity at all. They would stand there picketing the funerals of soldiers coming back from the war, you know, with sort of God hates you, and you're going, and you think to yourself, do you know, and we sort of say, I mean, to be honest with you, I wouldn't even have guessed that they had gay bars in Colorado. I really wouldn't even have thought about it. There would be certain places in America, you know, Vegas, of course, there's gay bars. You know, New York, of course, there's gay bars. Colorado? Why would I think there'd be Colorado gay bars? And I wouldn't. But every so often you read it. You know why? They've got gun laws over in America that seem to be circumvented by just about anybody. Anybody can get hold of a gun and get out there. You get people who go out and shoot their school friends, people who go out there and shoot their parents, you know, and they go out and they go into a gay bar and they decide to shoot people. So 5 people lost their lives. 5 people who didn't need to lose their lives. You know, as if the world wasn't wasn't as depressed as we think it is sometimes, and so sad. And you read stuff, in the papers, and you look at pictures on the internet, and you think to yourself, it's a crap world, isn't it? I tell you, it's not looking good. We've still got people who want to go out there. And the worst thing is, most of the people who sort of turn guns on other people then turn the gun on themselves, proving to me, beyond a shadow of a doubt, that they've got mental issues, because otherwise why would you want to do something? What have you achieved? What have you achieved? Absolutely nothing at all. Nothing at all. Do you hear voices? Peter Sutcliffe heard voices. He claimed that God told him to kill prostitutes. I mean, again, a delusional waste of space. What do? We just lock them up with other delusional waste of spaces. In this country, life does not mean life. We send somebody to prison for life and they're out in 15 years because they've been good people. You think, yeah, and some of them go on to commit even more heinous crimes. Can't get your head around it, can you? We've got some really good stories this morning. Some will make you smile, some will make you go, "Ooh, Steve, not sure about that story." But you'll hear them all first on LBC. 22 degrees in Sydney, says Shane. Very windy. Summer starts in December, but it's snowing in the bush. Crazy weather. Well, we've just got cold, wet and bloody miserable. Terrible. And Andy says, I'm freezing, trying to avoid using the heating. Got an electric blanket, thankfully. Not managed to get to sleep yet. Insomnia sucks. But looking forward to you coming in to help me be entertained and help me escape my thoughts. I did have a very good weekend, actually. Although we did make a mistake. We had something to eat in this... sort of, I was going to call it a cafe, like Bistro Be Better, called Harley's in Epping High Street. And I thought it was really good value. I thought the service was excellent. The food was fresh, nicely done, really good. And not very expensive. For three of us, 50 quid. Can't complain. And I had 2 banana milkshakes. 2 banana milkshakes. Push the boat out, Mary. I tell you, it was lovely. And then we went to North Weald Market. Big mistake. As we were going in, the traffic coming out was horrendous. Absolutely horrendous. So anyway, we parked up, went and had a walk around the market, and then it started to rain a little bit, and I thought, no, now is the time to go. So we left. How long did it take us to get out? Hour and a half. Because they'd sent the cars, there were people driving over the field. It was a nightmare. They have not got it organised. It was really appalling. Absolutely appalling. If you needed to go to the toilet when you were sitting in your car, it took us an hour to actually get out of the parking space. Nobody lets you out, and then people were cutting in, and, ghastly people. Steve, try listening to Tom Swarbrick and Dan Snow on the radio. Their voices are identical, says Deborah in Greenock. Go on, but it's cold up your neck of the woods. I bet it's cold at your neck of the woods today, Greenock. I've never thought about that, actually. I shall find out whether... Dan Snow, MBE, I think he's really lovely. I interviewed him once. It turns out he knows my boss, Tom. They used to go to school together. How cool was that? No, I always liked Dan Snow. I thought he was very educational. But he also looks classy, doesn't he? He looks like he's a male model. Isn't he married to somebody titled or something? I think he's married to somebody who's there we are. Lady Edwina Louise Grosvenor, as of the Grosvenor. Is that Grosvenor for the estate? Grosvenor for the estate, or is it... Oh, it is, actually, yes. So that's Gerald Grosvenor, who's the 6th Duke of Westminster. He died, didn't he? I remember him ages ago dying, and it got passed on. He was 64 when he died in 2016. I remember it. He used to pop up on the television. I can't remember what he died of. But his son took over, didn't he? Very young, his son, 24. And I believe that when he died, he had a heart attack and a private funeral attended by close relatives. And he's buried in the family plot at St Mary's Church in Eccleston. And they didn't pay, well, very little, inheritance tax on the fortune of $9 billion. That's what people were complaining about at the time. They said, wait a minute, how can you have this? So it's led for a review on how inheritance of trust funds and similar assets are handled in the UK. Do you think the Queen's paying inheritance tax? No, it's all careful, creative accounting. That's what it is now. But I remember that one distinctly because people were sort of moaning and saying, what, they've got a fortune of $9 billion. I said, yeah, and it's protected. It's as simple as that. The fake cops who stole a dog, they've all been sent to prison, which is very good news. Very bad news is restaurant closures up 59%. It's difficult for restaurants to make a living in this day and age. In fact, even more so difficult now because people are not going out because it's expensive. I mean, I was in Little Italy, Frith Street, Tony Pelledri's place, which we've been going to for years, and we love it in there because we like the atmosphere and we like the food, and we've always had a nice time, and they look after us really well. And they were really busy. But at night time, they get even busier. Have you ever been to Little Italy? No. Do you go out to restaurants, Elliot? No, not really. It's an expensive waste of time and money, isn't it, for you, really? What do you do then? You don't just sit in the dark, crying, sobbing into a handkerchief. Yeah. What would be a treat then if you were going out to eat? Where would you go apart from Kentucky Fried Chicken and Spud You Like? Oh, here we go. La Table de Alex. Oh, right. It sounds, le table de mon oncle. Yeah, that would be it. What sort of food was it? French, I suppose. Yeah. You see, I had mushroom risotto the other day. Yeah, I quite liked it, actually. But I also had it with Brussels sprouts and lardons, which actually added to it. That was very nice. Lardons make it. It was very nice indeed. Very nice. It's bad, isn't it, when you talk about food at this time of the morning? I'm determined today. I've got a quiet week this week. Very quiet week, because I'm just last week was a bit hectic for me. A little bit too hectic, but I managed to survive it just. Even though I think on Friday I sort of struggled through, trying to stay awake. I could feel myself going under. You know what it's like when you're really tired? And my friend Ian over in Electobia in America, he said to me, I'd never have known, listening to you, that you were that tired. I said, oh, boy, was I that tired. I started reading something out of the newspaper, and then I could hear my voice coming back at me, and I remember thinking, you're going under. And so you then go, whew, like that, and you have to try and wake yourself up a little bit. First time ever that's happened, because I don't normally go out and play on a school day. I can't do it. And so Elliot's told me he's tired this morning as well, but there again, he's been burning his little candle both ends. So that's the trouble. It does catch up on you. There's not a lot you can do about it. You just have to go, oh, we're young, we can do it. Well, I mean, I don't say that, but other people do. Happy birthday to Goldie Hawn and Alex James. Isn't he from Blur, Alex James? Am I supposed to know things like that? The answer is yes, you are. But I think he's from Blur. He is. And then there's a picture of a 16-year-old boy in the papers there. They call him a thug because that's what he is. He pulls a gun on an old woman. A disabled old woman, but he's not sent to prison. They go, oh, it would be wrong to send him to prison. You think, are you mad? Send the little blighter away, lock him up, leave him there. Leave him, chain him to the walls. Let's do it that way, much easier. Vegan zealots shut down Ramsay's restaurants. They just go in, book a table, and they all sit there and they start pulling the menu apart and everything else like that. And I remember thinking, that must be a bit embarrassing. And they were complaining about prices and stuff like that, because apparently Ramsay's restaurant, this is like really expensive for a burger, for a burger. And we've got one over the road from here. I've never seen anybody in it, but I'm sure they must go in there. And it's Street Burger, isn't it, or something like that. And I remember thinking, the world's worst bully on the television. I mean, I've lost track of how many times he's bullied poor people in their restaurants and all the rest of it. And I think somebody said how much it costs. That's right. Lunch is 135 quid, dinner is 155 quid, and they're going to add 15% on top of it. Plus, and then this is not including booze. This is not including £155. Stick it. I think that's outrageous price. I don't think any food is worth 155 quid. Gordon Ramsay or no Gordon Ramsay. They've got on the menu. Go back to the menu. It had most of the stuff I've never even heard of. Most of the stuff. So I'm looking for. Here we go. Let's have a look at New Year's Eve sample menu. Let's go for New Year's Eve sample menu. No, down. There it is. Let's have a look. Okay. So duck tea, Madeira orange whipped liver tartlet. I think you either have duck tea or the Madeira. Orkney scallops. Calamansi, hazelnut. I don't even know what this stuff is. What is calamansi? Roast veal sweetbread. Aren't sweetbreads... Aren't they balls? I think. That's what I thought they were. Dover sole cardinal, potato, lobster and chive. Violona pumpkin, clementine and pontac. God, honestly, what a boring menu. And sweetbread menu. There you go. I'm sure they are, actually. I'm pretty certain. How much is this menu? How much has this got? Right. How much do you think this... Oh, you finish up with peanut praline parfait or rum, Tahitian vanilla popcorn. Whatever it is, 400 quid a person. 400 quid. Plus £275 wine pairing. In other words, that's wines paired to the courses you're having. I think not. £675. And I should imagine there's 15% service charge. We don't think so? See, I mean, I don't think any food's worth that. I really don't. When you can get a good doner kebab and chips, extra chips, no extra for the sauce on it, less than a tenner. Less than a tenner. And that fills a whole polystyrene box. I mean, that's got to be value for money, hasn't it? Or failing that, you can go into Iceland and buy a packet of processed doner kebab meat, which is £3. It's very nice. It is very nice, actually. And you just literally put it in a saucepan and just heat it through. Delicious. Absolutely delicious. I sometimes do it with pita bread. So I toast the pita bread, cut it open, which you've got to be careful with. You can take your fingers off the heat. It gets really hot. And then just stuff the meat in there. I don't bother with lettuce. No, don't do garlic sauce either. Just in case I kiss somebody. It's not dry. It's quite wet, but it's very nice. It's very nice. But I tend to find if I have it, over a couple of days, that's more than enough. I need then a break from having it again. I can't think of anything that I used to have all the time. I did used to have wall sausages, but they were microwavable. And then I looked at the meat, because I used to check on what the meat content was of sausages, and I wanted something that had basically 98% meat in it. And I did go through an artichoke phase. Yeah, I go through strange phases of everything. The only thing I don't go through a phase of is Brussels sprouts. I can eat Brussels sprouts. I mean, if they made those little ones in a little bit of water, in a saucepan or something like that, no, you don't need to with the little tiny ones. No. And you put a little bit of butter in there, a knob of butter, and that mixes with the water, and literally a couple of minutes, and it's just delicious. Really is delicious. I like stuff like that. With the kebab meat, it's even better. But I'm not having the kebab meat. But I like crumpets as well. Crumpets and peanut butter. That's really nice. Very, very good. So all these restaurants closing, I wonder what it is that sort of, because I've got, restaurants that I go to, too. I either go to Joe Allen's or I go to Little Italy in Frith Street, and that's it. I don't go to unless I'm being taken out, in which case I got taken out the other day to Scott's, and that was very nice. I can't remember if I told you, we were sitting next to Jacob Rees-Mogg. I mean, hilarious. You imagine? O'Brien was sitting there and sat down and went, "We've got a surprise for you." When was that? I said, "Have a look over there." And he turned around and there's Jacob Rees-Mogg. Made my day, that did. John Turode reckons he can't remember his first meeting with his wife. I don't know why, actually. I think he was cooking for the first time and he said he was nervous. And so you don't remember people. Because I can't remember where I first met the producer. I just remember it was dark, and that's all I remember. I can't remember anything else at all. Lineker hits out over Qatar controversies. I don't know, I wish Lineker had shut up, actually. I don't really care, actually. Wild weather in store over this week. So it's a case of, thermal knickers, I think. And I've got to get some gloves. I need to go and buy some gloves. And we were going to go to Winter Wonderland. You can go first thing in the morning, you don't pay for it. Have you seen the size of it? Winter Wonderland, have you ever been? In Hyde Park. It's huge this year, absolutely enormous. It runs from Speaker's Corner all the way down to Hyde Park. It's absolutely enormous. So we're definitely going to go to it, but the trouble is with the weather like this, very miserable. Nice to have your company, if only you were privy to the conversations while you're listening to the advertisements. There's a woman who spent 48 hours on the London Underground. I think she was doing it for one of those bets and things like that, which is quite good. Also, what was the other one that I quite liked, actually? They've given an honorary Oscar to Michael J. Fox for his crusade against Parkinson's, and there's a picture of him in the paper today. I love Michael J. Fox. I think he's absolutely fantastic. Donald Trump has been allowed back onto Twitter after a 2-year ban. And as far as I know, I've still got a blue tick And to be honest with you, I really couldn't give a forex whether it changes or whether it doesn't. I'm certainly not paying £8 or £7 for a month to have a blue tick on it. If necessary, I'll close the Twitter account down. I couldn't care less. I've still got it. But it's got a tick on it, but I don't know whether it's my tick. My friend Johnny Perry is on the M23 going to Gatwick with Richard for a week in sunny Malta. He said, hopefully British Airways will upgrade us to club as Richard's a trolley dolly. I'd heard. So you're going to Malta. Now, I can't... Did we go to Malta or did a friend of mine... No, a friend of mine went over to Malta. And actually, didn't a friend of yours, Johnny, go to Malta ages and ages ago to set up a radio station out there? I've just got that in the back of my mind. I don't think I've ever been. Gibraltar I've been to, but Malta, look, it's a lot busier than I thought it was going to be, actually. Do you think you're going to get upgraded? That's the only reason for flying BA, isn't it, when they upgrade you? I was always told you have to look smart. If you're not with a trolley dolly, you have to sort of look smart, and then they might upgrade you. And it does make such a difference. Oh, of course it does. 1 minute you're sitting in with common people, and the next minute you're sitting, up with all the hoi polloi. It's like, turn right on a plane. I don't think so. We go left. We go left and you sit there and you get the food. It's really good. I've had it a couple of times, but I normally fly business because it's sort of one up. It's a little bit extra, but you get what? Oh, you snob, honestly. Yeah. Do you sit down with all the poor people? Yeah. That's why you've got 3 seats in a gang. You have to squeeze in and get out the way. No, business is good. So, because when they wake you up with a toasty sandwich. And I like a toasty sandwich. I've told you, the only thing I want on an aeroplane, I tend not to do alcohol. I don't want to arrive tiddle the other end. Thank you very much indeed. Yeah, you love that, I know. Your life is so empty, though, isn't it? So I suppose the only thing you've got, really, is those memories of being drunk. And then you suddenly realise you have no memories because you've drunk too much. But no, all I want is a bottle of water. So that when I wake up, because I get dehydrated quite quickly. And it was sort of... I quite like it. Apparently Victoria Beckham pays extra. Do you remember? Somebody had a go at her because she was allowed off the plane first because she's apparently some fashionista. I don't know when that happened. But it turned out she'd paid to leave the plane early. You can pay about $6,000 and they will offload you first. So you don't have to wait for everybody else. Because the moment the plane touches down, everybody's standing up, getting their cases out of the overhead lockers and stuff like that. I love watching on YouTube the people having breakdowns on flights. I love that, And it's there was one woman, she's sitting there demanding, get the captain out here. They're always Americans. And they have the most horrendous arguments. And in the end they go, listen, we want you off the plane. I'm not getting off the plane. Yes, you are. And in the end they clear the plane just to get one person off, and then they can all get back on again. But I tell you, the amount of people, the abuse that some of these poor trolley dollies have to endure from people is absolutely unforgivable. Unforgivable. We were talking the other day about nurses, and I said when I was in hospital, in an NHS hospital, and having get more tubes inserted, the abuse that the nurses got was really terrible. Really. I mean, I felt almost embarrassed that people could be so rude to somebody who is there to do some good for a pittance. Lovely pieces in the paper today of Joe Swash. Remember Joe? Remember Joe with his little candy floss hair, which we think comes out of a can or something like that, and he sticks his cap on? Well, they now call him an actor, TV presenter and MasterChef finalist. OK, MasterChef finalist only once. Actor, he hasn't done any acting for God knows how long. Ages and ages. Well, he was in EastEnders, wasn't he? He was in EastEnders. I think that's how he started. I don't know, to be honest with you. I can't remember. It was so far in the mists of time. And I think he did I'm a Celebrity, Get Me Out of Here. I think he did that. He did, yes, he was sort of early part of that one. Tyson Fury reckons he can control people's minds. He says like Uri Geller. Well, we all know, I mean, that's just a load of old rubbish. As I say, Uri Geller, I can bend metal with the power of my mind. So you've got this talent of bending metal, and all you can manage to come up with is bending a spoon or a fork. Well, amazingly, the producer is gonna mind control me to go to the next break in 5 minutes. Not going to happen. Seriously, I've done that before. Yeah, you can think all you like. My mind power is stronger than yours, as you can well imagine. I've had 43 years practice over your couple of weeks. 43 years. 43 years. Mike Tyndall tackling jungle life as his work's dried up. I didn't even know he had a job. I thought his job was married to Princess Anne's daughter. And also there's a couple of volcanoes just about to erupt in Russia. Couldn't happen to a nicer place. Yeah, fingers crossed. But apparently they're spewing out ash and lava, and that generally means it's about to blow big time, doesn't it? I'm fascinated by volcanoes. I've watched them on YouTube, where people go right to the edge of them as this stuff is spewing out white hot lava, and they go there and they take pictures, and you think, are you mad? If this thing decides to sort of shoot stuff out the side, you know, you're going to be in a bit of trouble. There's my favourite one, is it Urta Ali? Have you seen Urta Ali? This is in the middle of the Sudanese desert. I always tell people about it. I'm sure it's Urta Ali. This bubbling cauldron of a lake bubbles 24 hours a day. White hot. It's absolutely unbelievable. You could probably cook eggs in about Urta, E-R-T-A-A-L-I. I think. Ethiopia. Yeah, it's in the middle of the desert. It's unbelievable. It is absolutely unbelievable. At night time, it looks even more spectacular because it is just literally, it's a lava lake that is alive. And if you look at the, have you got the video of it? If you look at the video of it, you watch this thing moving and you think to yourself, my God, I mean, how powerful is the Earth? Look at it. It's just, I mean, I don't know how long you'd survive in it. Less than a millisecond, I would imagine. It is just literally boiling hot lava, and this has been going for donkey's years. And yeah, it's been going for ages and ages and ages. And you think to yourself, does it ever sort of explode completely, or does it just do this? It just looks like you'd never know if it wasn't for the orange colouring that this thing was actually on fire. And you can't get too near it, but people try, don't they, with these sort of things. I've always been fascinated by volcanoes. You know, especially when you sort of see them going up. And I watched a film on one once, and I can't remember what it was. I think Pierce Brosnan was in it. And it was all about a family trying to escape. But then the moment the lava came, the ash came down, you can't see anything. The world goes black. Absolutely black. Amazing. 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk. Talk about doner kebab meat. You should try shawarma kebab meat in the vegan section of supermarket, says Todd. Really? So it's shawarma kebab meat and it's vegan. How can that be? What do you mean it's vegan? How can it be vegan meat? Veggie shawarma kebab. Oh, they make it taste like meat. I never understand these things. Is it beans? I'll tell you what, the worst meal I ever had once, I went to a macrobiotic restaurant. It was years and years ago. My accountant at the time said, we're going to take you out for dinner to a macrobiotic. You eat pulses and lentil. It was the most boring food I've ever had in my entire life. I couldn't wait to get out there and find a fish and chip shop on the way home. Steve, I don't know what to do, says Lisa. And a fox has just come into my house. What's it got a key or something? How does it get in? Knocked on the door and you open the door. Hello. Hello. It's gone upstairs. I've got 2 dogs, a husky and a pit bull. They're more scared than I am, says Lisa. Yeah, as long as it doesn't look as though it's got mange, you're all right. But also, we get town foxes round my way, and there's quite a few of them, and they have no fear of humans at all. No fear of humans. Ghastly. Kim says, not long woken up for a night of one weird dream after another, Steve. Not so much nightmares, just very strange. I didn't eat any cheese. Do you know if you eat cheese before you go to bed, you will guarantee to dream? It works every time. If I want to dream, I'll just eat a piece of... I mean, I don't do it deliberately. Obviously, that would be ridiculous. But, and also, sweets are another thing that make you dream. Yeah, it's the sugar rush, isn't it? Well, especially for me, it is. But anyway, desperate for me morning tea now, son, says Kim. You have it. Steve, Brussels sprouts are just baby cabbages, not the little ones. Oh, right. Patrick says sweetbread, Steve, are the thymus glands and pancreas, mostly calf and lamb. Oh, I don't like the sound of that at all. Some of the stuff they're making them eat over in the jungle. I mean, really, are they just sick people? What would you want to eat? A kangaroo's testicles or bottom and things like that? It's not normal, is it? Not normal. We wouldn't do it here. We wouldn't put it in a restaurant here. They'd have it closed. No, they wouldn't. No. Some friends of mine from Australia used to own a restaurant in London, and it was they did all different foods like zebra and it's no good. What's the matter? You've got a headache or something going on? What is this with the hands? Is it an impression? You're doing a mind control? Well, it's a waste of time. Because I'm now not going to go to it. I'm going to make you wait. I'm going to make you wait for ages and ages, just proving you have no power over my mind whatsoever. I'll go to the break. It's to have your company nice. It's Steve Allen's Early Breakfast. It's LBC. What else we got? The vegan zealots I told you about. And the pasty wars, which are going to erupt in Cornwall, apparently after Greg have announced that they're going to open a branch down there. What difference does it make? I mean, is this over whether, you're allowed to have a pasty made by somebody else, a proper pasty? Who cares? It's like that ridiculous argument about scones or scones, cream or jam on first, and that one rages and people get a bit panicky over it. Oh, they brought back Heinz, the Christmas dinner in a tin. The last year that they did it, they only had 500 cans and they sold out very quickly. So this year they've done 200,000. The producer's going, oh, it sounds horrible. He's very fussy, actually, about these sort of things. And yet, if I brought a tin in, because what did he have this morning? A pot noodle. Believe it or not, a Szechuan duck, was it? Hoisin duck. Apparently, vegan. Vegan. Unbelievable. A vegan hoisin duck thing. It's like eating pot noodle. I remember Ben Elton used to say pot noodle. He said, that's what you get when you pull the cooker out, clean behind it, and then shove it in a pot and eat it. He said, why don't you just pour it in the toilet and cut out the middleman? And I remember thinking, what a funny thing, because I quite like a pot noodle, actually. I bought them before. They were ever so cheap in Iceland. I mean, like 35p. But you've got to, they're so cheap, but you've got to sort of put the water in it. You've really got to stir it to get all the powder so it mixes up. But I thought they were really quite nice. Student food, apparently. Gary in Spain, España. Warburton's giant crumpets with lashings of butter and a few slices of extra mature cheddar cheese. Yes, I like that. That does it for me. And David in Teddington said it was John Major, when he was Prime Minister, who made a deal with the royal family. If they paid tax on their personal income, there'd be no inheritance tax from monarch to monarch. Apparently the late Queen's estate was worth around 600 million, which King Charles should have paid £240 million tax on, i.e. nearly £250 million. No wonder he can afford to give his staff a cost of living bonus. Yes, he has. He's given them all a bonus, but about 600 quid, I think. Makes my paltry £500 from the government for my heating look a bit stingy. But I told you, and I also got the refund on my car tax. I mean, I'm just loaded at the moment. I mean, I don't know where to begin. Don't know what to buy first. Probably a few. I've still got to go to the where am I going to? Morrison's, because they do Christmas mince pies but full of cream. We had a look at the picture of them. To be honest with you, it looked about as good as it's going to get, and I can just imagine a big bite of that, and that cream's going to go all down your chin and everything. They did look quite. You get two for apparently £1.30 or £1.39 or something. Seemed quite good valued. 4 for £1.30. How big are they, though? Do they say the size? Normal size. But it looks like a good portion of cream in there, doesn't it? They do look particularly good. I have to be honest. I know they look a bit... The kind of thing you go, that's what I call comfort food. But I used to eat cream horns and cream slices and stuff like that. And have you seen all the... Oh, look at them. Look at those. Look at those. Don't they just look great? Look at that one. Oh, dear. Morrison's Bakery, here I come, I think, by the look of that. And yeah, I could sit on the bus eating things like that. Mind you, I sat on a bus a short while ago. There's two women sitting right at the front on my favourite seats, because I like to sit there pretending I'm driving. Got my own plastic steering wheel, you go like that. And they were eating Kentucky Fried Chicken. The smell permeated the whole of the upstairs of the bus. Peasants they were, honestly, these people, ghastly. Dan in Sidcup says, do you still go to Joe Allen's? I do, yes. And, oh, you've had the ribs. See, I've never had the ribs at Joe's, because I always think there are two bits of food you cannot eat in restaurants. One is ribs and the other is spaghetti bolognese, because at some point you're going to drop it down the front of you. And ribs, your hands are dirty and messy. It doesn't matter if they give you a little finger bowl. And as for spaghetti bolognese, which is lovely, Don't get me wrong. If ever I do it at home, I cut it up with a pair of scissors. What? No, if I cut it, then I can pick it up with a spoon, and you can get more in your mouth. If you're doing the other bit, there's a bit that trails down, and that's the bit that drops off onto your shirt. So I don't do that. We went to the market the other day, I said on Saturday, and there was a Chinese stall there selling sweet and sour chicken, sweet and sour pork, special fried rice, spare ribs. Looked delicious. Absolutely delicious, but I didn't have any because I'm on a diet. Steve, I wouldn't trust what's in kebab meat. Recently, I saw some foxes around a discarded doner kebab on the floor, and the foxes had eaten all the salad and pitta but left the meat. Well, it's lamb, isn't it? I've seen them making them. It's lamb, which they press into a circle, then they put bacon on, and it's compressed down. And, they're quite nice. But the trouble is you only eat them when you're drunk. Don't eat them when you're sober. Have you ever sort of bought a kebab, then left it for the next month? Have a look at it. It will be glued to the plastic box by all the fat in it. There's loads of fat, which is going into your stomach. Jacob in Glasgow says, I couldn't sleep, so on my way to a 24-hour Asda. Oh, a 24-hour... You've got a 24-hour Asda? I don't know, we've got any of those, have we? I don't think so. Well, not that I've noticed. To pick up some carrots so I can make a nice spicy couscous for my lunch. Oh, you say, I was about to listen on catch-up, and then I remembered you were live. You're going all the way to Asda to pick up some carrots to make couscous. Dear me, honestly, you need to get a life. Did Little Italy in Frith Street used to be called La Rocca, says Deborah? I don't know. I do not know. I know that Tony Pelledri's family have had it since it opened. They were, big family, and they had the coffee shop next door, and then they moved into Little Italy, which, I mean, I don't know what it was called before. I'd have to check with Tony Pelledri. I don't know. Steve, whether it's 10%, 12% or 15%, if a restaurant automatically adds a service charge to your bill, you don't have to pay. Yes, I know that. You do not have to pay a service charge. What you have to do is supply your name and address to them. You don't, because a lot of people just expect that a restaurant's going to put service charge on, but you don't have to pay it. They can't force you to pay it. But because they've got these printed out bills, I remember doing it years and years ago. I went out with friends, and the service was so abysmal, and I crossed it off and didn't pay it. And they said, you haven't paid the service charge. I said, there wasn't any. I said, do you want to take it further? I can make life very difficult for you. I know people, The boys that come round and sort you out. No, I mean, if you don't want to pay it, you don't have to pay it. But you've got to give me a name and address, I believe, Mike. Steve, years ago, if you asked to be upgraded, they used to have a hidden code of saying this person is SFU, suitable for upgrading, says David. Yes, I know. And Jonathan Levi says, I'm afraid, he says. I gave Joe Swash his first TV acting gig, which was in some dramatic reconstruction on a South Bank show about 15 years ago, because Jonathan was the producer of the South Bank show. And all I can say is I'm very sorry. Yes, I knew we were going to blame somebody, Jonathan. It's going to be you today. Yeah, so he did that. But Jonathan used to run the South Bank show and also made documentaries about... The South Bank show was Melvyn Bragg, and it was an arts programme, and Jonathan wrote to me and he said, I'd love you to come. They have the South Bank Awards. This was a few years back. I only tell this story because it was so funny. And he said, I'll put you on a nice table. And so I said, OK. So I'm on a table with Biggins. Who else was on a table with? Michael Ball. Russell Watson and Elaine Page. Well, they all got drunk. Elaine Page, at one point, she laughs and laughs and laughs. She just fell off the chair. I mean, it was hilarious. We're laughing during these very serious speeches. One of them was an opera singer or something who'd won this great award and all the rest of it. Well, we were so far gone, it just struck us as being funny. So we're sitting there going... Of course, when you're listening to somebody who's struggling with the English language and we're not helping, it was a disaster, but we loved it. And Jonathan used to come on the programme. Used to use Jonathan a lot on the programme. That's why I'm amazed he's up at this time of the morning. Good-looking boy. Good-looking boy. So he gave Joe Swash his first TV acting gig. You have got a lot to answer for, Jonathan. A lot to answer for, but I'll forgive you for the purposes of this programme. Oh, the film was Dante's Peak, says Andy. Yes, you're absolutely right, it was. And it was all about this volcano, and they lived on the side of the mountain, and all the ash came down and all the rest. You're quite right, it was. Well done. And Bosch, you know who he is? You probably don't, Elliot, no. He was on The Apprentice. He was on The Apprentice. And he says, me and Big Lanks are out in the van delivering mattresses as per usual. That's what they do, they deliver mattresses. Then they go for a fry-up in a cafe and all the rest of it. He says, currently my new electric van, but we'll be swapping for the old diesel one in a bit as this one runs out of charge. Have you seen the price of diesel? 25% difference between diesel and normal fuel. He says, we will be down the cafe for a fry-up very soon. He always writes to us. He was the pillow salesman. You remember him? Yeah. You've got a picture of him? I should imagine the amount of breakfast he's having at the moment. He must be the size of a small house. But they're always up early in the morning, out there doing work. He's a grafter. Absolutely, yeah. Don't get anything unless you work for it nowadays, which is what I keep reminding you. But anyway, I'm prepared to persevere with it as I crack the whip again. Anyway, let's take a short break for the news. It's Steve Allen's Early Breakfast. This is LBC, and this is the news at 3 minutes past 5. It's Steve Allen's Early Breakfast. Sadly, for all of us, it's Monday morning. I know. The weekends get shorter and shorter. Why can't we be like the French and start the weekend on the Friday? And then you get Friday, Saturday, Sunday, and at least gives you 3 days at it. Because, I mean, I didn't do badly, although I did have to go back to bed on Friday. I decided I couldn't stay awake any longer. But it was all very nice indeed. And Leslie Ash's bar and restaurant business gone up, I'm afraid. That's folded. Debts of $1 million. See, this is the trouble. Even celebrity restaurants now find it very difficult to make money. But hopefully, and yet, strangely enough, every time I come into to London in the early hours of the morning, you know, about sort of 1:15, something like that, London's bars seem to be heaving. And you think, where do these people get all their money from? I just really can't understand it. I always say to the drivers every time, where do they get their money from? Nice to see pictures of the wags. This is wives and girlfriends of soccer players or something. And one of them here has brought in 12 cases. I mean, God in heaven, what's the matter with these people? Are they limited intelligence or something? What is it about wags that, A, they all look a bit cheap, and secondly, to impress people, they think if you've got trolleys piled high with luggage, and yet they still manage to look bad. They still manage to look bad. I mean, I'm looking here at Grealish's girl, Sasha Atwood, and she's got like 6 huge cases, and you think, you know, why? You won't look any, and yet they turn up in tracksuit bottoms. They might as well just leave them on all the time. It's ghastly. Absolutely ghastly. And they've got Connor Cody's wife, whoever she... I don't even know who these people are. What are they doing out there? It's like, you know, people who work in radio bringing their girlfriends and boyfriends and wives in. You wouldn't do that. Anyway, what else we got here? We've got the Federation of Small Businesses backing the Sun's Stand By Our Vans campaign to keep fuel duty down. No chance. As I say, 25, the different... I mean, when you look on the petrol pumps, diesel, which we were told years ago, get diesel, that'll save you money. It's now, you know, about £1.91, I saw it £2.09 the other day on a motorway. Honestly, I think you're just being ripped off. Absolutely ridiculous. George is defended. This is boy George. His team say he's probably been lying in bed in the jungle thinking, why did I say that or do that? But he's always been like that. He's always been like that. And he's sort of, he doesn't drink now. And he gets upset and then he gets over it. He starts a topic to encourage conversation. I mean, I've tried that on this programme. Waste of time. Seriously, I might as well be talking to the wall. It's one of those things, isn't it? And the producer comes in, so, how are you? And I always ask, I say the same thing to him every day. I mean, really, I might as well just have a little tape recorder. I go, are you medically qualified to answer that question? And, of course, he isn't. He's not a doctor or a practitioner or, you know, or a medical person who helps out in the hospital because he's got a stethoscope, you know. I mean, but he always asks the same thing. So, how are you today? You know, and of course, if there's one thing I hate, as anybody will tell you who knows me, small talk. Small talk. I mean, really, absolutely. The sort of person, if ever you go to a dinner party and you're sitting next to him, you'd be going, anybody else? Can I sit next to somebody else? Is it possible? Yeah, nice weather today. I told you years ago we had a great dinner at LBC. Michael Parkinson was giving a speech, And it was lovely for presenters and for our favoured advertisers, which was lovely. And Parky did his speech. And it always starts the same way. He always goes, I've interviewed presidents, huge celebrities, and what am I famous for? That bloody emu. He hated that emu. He absolutely hated it. But I got sat next to Fred Housego. So, of course, he was an entertainment in himself. He won Mastermind. He was cab driver, black cab driver. But he had a show on LBC, and he was very... So the people sitting around, he could just entertain them with stories of London and all the rest of it, which I found very entertaining. So I want this Christmas dinner. £2 it costs. It's Christmas dinner in a tin, and it's got... There's a meaty version and a veggie version. The meaty version has got turkey breast, cranberry sauce, pigs in blankets, sage and onion stuffing balls, potato, carrots, parsnips and sprouts. How big is this tin? Must be absolutely huge, mustn't it, really? And then the vegan alternative has various vegetables, vegan sausage and stuffing, balls in a rich festive gravy. Well, there you go. There you go. I'm going to try that because that sounds quite... I think I might have bought it before. I've got a feeling. Oh, no, did I buy a breakfast in a tin? Might have been a breakfast in a tin. I never remember. I see all these things. I think I'll go and try that, actually. That used to be quite common. Oh, no, you can still buy it. It's available in Iceland. I'm pretty certain. Well, I'm buying it. I thought it was quite good, actually. I do like a cooked breakfast. If ever there you go, the all-day breakfast in a tin, which is baked beans in tomato sauce, sausages, button mushrooms, chopped pork and egg nuggets with cereal and a bacon burger. Doesn't that just sound too delicious? Oh, look at this. Such snobs I'm working with, honestly. I mean, it looks delicious. That is the sort of comfort food. Look at the bloke eating it. You can tell he's class, can't you? He's got his anorak on and a tracksuit, so he's fine. And I think it looks quite nice. All-day breakfast. And it wasn't very expensive, actually, either. But I used to buy the beans, which came with little pork sausages. And I thought that was quite nice, actually. It's clearly very popular. It's currently sold out. Hello? Fleur East. Dad's ghost sent me a good luck on Strictly message. She's obviously desperate to get some publicity going for something. I don't ever understand why the Strictly people are all dancing in Blackpool. Have you been to Blackpool? Dear Lord above, it is the worst place under the sun. It really is. I've never been in a place like it in my entire life. I told you we were up there for a big magic convention, which takes place every year with the Blackpool Magicians Club. And the place is full. I mean, bearing in mind, it's freezing cold in the middle of winter. And there's girls wearing little skirts. I mean, literally, you shove your packet of fags down your bra, and that's considered class. And I remember... we were walking back. We must have stood out like a sore thumb, I should imagine. We're walking back from this convention. We were staying at a very nice hotel, which I think was called Number One Blackpool or something. It was really good. It was a boutique hotel, but just outside Blackpool, because I'd had a look at the other hotels and we decided against that, going anywhere near them. And there's these lads on the corner, and one of them shouted out, because he obviously thought he was being really clever, "Hey, mate." I don't know where he came from. He says, "Can you tell me the way to Amarillo?" So, of course, I was thinking on my feet. So I went, "Yeah, if you go up here, do the first left and it's on the right." Well, that completely confused him. Completely confused. He didn't... "Oh, yeah, thank you, mate." He didn't have the faintest idea what was going on at all. Steve, says Mike the cabbie, Riverview Travel Sidcup, if you need an airport transfer. He said, "I'm off to an early morning pickup at Heathrow. Early start, then early finish. Will you be watching the England game?" I will not. My driver this morning asked me the same thing. He said, "Will you be watching for..." I said, no. Ice Cream Ian is delivering today. We're very excited, Ian. We're very excited. We just don't know what the flavour is. We don't know what the flavour is, because I did ask the producer, but as I say, it's like talking to the cat. And I said, what's the flavour? He said, should I request a flavour? A bit late now, isn't it, Just be grateful for anything. Last week we had vanilla. We liked vanilla a lot. I'll tell you what we've not had for a little while. We haven't had salted caramel or strawberries and cream. The only one I don't do, only because it's so rich, is the chocolate, the Belgian chocolate. I mean, that is really, really rich. And, of course, the problem I have is trying to eat it in between the ad breaks. It's all right for them next door. They sit there spooning it. I really hate them. Spooning it into their mouths, and I have to sit here watching mine slowly melt in the corner. But I don't mind. I'm not a complainer. as you know if you've ever listened to this programme before. Steve, enjoying listening to you this morning with my little one, Kai, who's decided he can't sleep and is wide awake. He can't believe he's listening to you live and wanted to say hello. I hope I pronounced your name correctly, Kai. K-H-A-I, will we think, Kai? We've taken a universal thing on that one. We've decided yes. Graham in Southgate says, morning, Steve. Talking volcanoes, I used to fly to Beijing a few times a year, and over Russia there's a hole called the Door to Hell, and it's a Darvaza gas crater and very visible from a plane at night. It's been on fire since the 70s. If there is a place somewhere, now you've reminded me of something I saw on the television, and oh my goodness me, look at that. And this is a village which has been deserted because it's on fire. And it's been on fire for about 30, 40 years. The fire is underground. They had something to do with a gas pipe or something. And anyway, it ignited underground, and so it comes to the surface every so often. But it was a village which has been on fire for ages. But I've just had a look at this Door to Hell, this Darvaza gas crater. And absolutely amazing, Graham. Absolutely amazing. Really is. I mean, look at that. That is just... do you know, there's stranger things in heaven and earth, aren't there? We're quite grateful we haven't got anything like that round here, but it's like whenever you... What? Centralia is the town that's burning. Yeah, I mean, I read about it the other week because they were saying nobody's moved back in. I thought, no, because it's on fire. But it's underground. It was a mine, wasn't it, or something? And then they hit a gas pocket and it just burned. So, in fact, it could go for eternity because of the gas deposits. It's amazing. Steve, if you like Donna, you've got to try Iskender. Never even heard of it. It says basically heat up Donna in a saucepan with very little water, toast the pitta, then slice it on the plate in squares, place the Donna onto, heat up butter in another pan with some tomato paste, pour on the Donna and enjoy. Yeah. When I used to go to the Donna kebab shop, because it was open late, I'd sort of stand there propping up the counter, and I'd go for medium Donna and a portion of chips, and I would wrap the meat around the chips. I know. To be honest with you, I've got no finesse whatsoever. I'm just absolutely terrible. Steve, I twirl spaghetti on my fork either against the plate or holding it against a large spoon. Works a treat, says Karen. Oh, I know how to do it. That's how we were taught to do it as children. You do it on a spoon. But then if I cut the spaghetti up, it seems to be a bit better. It's like feeding a child, isn't it, really? Steve, says Kim, I don't indulge in a mince pie till the start of December, then I go for it. I try them all. You just mentioned these yummy-sounding Morrison's mince pies with cream in them. I'm so very tempted to try. Since they aren't technically traditional mince pies, should I break my habit of a lifetime? Mind you, not before bedtime. Listen, I think at this time of year... I think at Christmas time, you can indulge yourself. You can do whatever you want. You can. You seriously can. And put it down as a treat. You know, because this year we ain't going to be having many laughs over the festive season. Although the good news is I'm with you on Christmas Day. And Boxing Day. We will be having one laugh. I think it'll be about 7:05. But I'll try and make it as funny as possible. We don't do jokes on this programme. You're listening to the joke. It's 5:15. This Debbie Company. Steve, the trading hours are different in Scotland, says Charlotte, formerly of Pinner, now Loch Lomond. Well, that's a bit of a change, isn't it? Supermarkets can be open for 24 hours on a Sunday. Really useful if you suffer from insomnia. But it can be expensive. It becomes a habit. I talk from personal experience. Yeah, I like supermarkets. They did a programme on the television the other day on Channel 5, and it was looking at Aldi and how Aldi were trying to persuade people to move over to Aldi because it was so much cheaper. And so they did a luxury range of foods. No, not for you, obviously. You look like a Waitrose type boy to me, Jack. You sort of... Where? Yeah. But they actually scored in the taste tests done through Which magazine. You know, most of it, they said it was really good. In fact, they did the Fortnum and Mason's Christmas pudding, and they did Aldi's Christmas pudding, but they didn't tell them which was which. And the Fortnum and Mason's pudding, which was about 36 quid, as against Aldi's, which was £6.99. And they said Aldi's was full of fruit and everything else. And the other one was just dry. It had loads of nuts in it. Loads of nuts, like whole almonds and stuff like that, which is not sort of a traditional Christmas cake. It's supposed to be plum pudding, isn't it? That's the whole idea about it. We used to buy two. Which is best? M&S. Yeah, not always M&S. I've had some right ropey old food from M&S, and I shop there all the time. Mainly because it's so close. I can't be bothered to sort of stagger around the corner to Waitrose. But I do go to there to get my pickled onions. Because apparently they're very good for you, I decided. I was trying to work out which food's good for me. The answer is none of it. Absolutely none of it. Especially in fruit. My friend Paul Cooper gave me a pineapple the other day. And I was going to give it to my godchildren. And I thought, no, I'll have it. And then I suddenly realised I can't have pineapple, which is a shame. Because I quite like fresh pineapple, but I haven't had it for years. Steve, says Sue, could you put on an apron when you want to eat messy food at a restaurant? If you wore a plastic apron like catering staff wear, you could leave it behind when you leave. And who's had ankle surgery? Jenny. She says, I can't get on with crutches. We've hired a knee scooter to help me get about at home. What's a knee scooter? Oh, there we go. Producer knows what it is. Of course he would. He would. A knee scooter. Do you kneel on it? Is that what it is? Ah, right. I think I'm sort of familiar. I think I'm familiar with it. Oh, my goodness. That's a knee scooter, is it? Well, and has it got wheels underneath it? Oh, right. I saw a tortoise who had something like that once. It had lost one of its legs, and they fitted a sort of a prosthetic to it, and it went around on, like, casters, which I thought was quite good. Oh, that's nice. So that's what it is, actually. David says, when England score a goal and all the players start hugging each other, I wonder if the Qatari officials will arrest them. Oh, one would like to think so. There you go. There's the tortoise on wheels. Tortoise on wheels. Do you know, I used to like tortoises till I saw them somebody was smuggling them in Heathrow Airport. They did a thing about animals and all the rest of it, and they'd smuggled in hundreds, little tiny tortoises stuffed into socks and all sorts. It was horrible. Horrible. Don't like that at all. Dean says, stuffing my face with Italian biscuits and listening to your dulcet tones. I use my cost of living payments to get an EasyJet package to Venice. I've never been to Venice. I've never been. I looked at an apartment there, not to buy, just out of curiosity. There was one on the Grand Canal, and it was about 3 million. And I remember thinking, do I really want to hear that water sloshing about outside? You'd be up and out of bed every 10 minutes, wouldn't you, really? Mary in South Norwood says it will be important that Greggs respect the Cornish recipe traditions, that they employ local people on decent wages. Well, it'd have to be local people. You're not going to bring somebody in from outside to work in Greggs, for God's sake. Definitely not. And affluent people from North Cornwall, it's impossible for Cornish people to afford to live there, especially in the popular holiday resorts. Same everywhere, Mary. Same everywhere. That's what people complain about. You live in villages outside of London where you can get sort of cheaper, property. So the people who live in the villages, when their kids are of the age to go and buy a property, they can't afford it. They've been priced out by people who use them as holiday lets and all sorts of things, especially by the seaside. Especially by the seaside. Steve, I've been up since 4 a.m. listening to you, but finding it hard to get out of bed. 4 weeks to the school holidays. It'll be an exhausting 4 weeks, but I can't wait to have a rest. 4 weeks. That's I discovered that yesterday, actually. I was lying on the settee, as I'm prone to do, sort of half watching the television, half closing my eyes, thinking, this is quite nice, isn't it? And then I thought, I'm going to fall asleep. I'm going to go to sleep. And then you have to try and motivate yourself. I need a cup of tea. Go and get your shaver. Then you can have a shave and all that. And you kind of put it off. You put it off. I'll have another 10 minutes. 10 minutes and then I'll sort of get up. But invariably it doesn't work. Have you tried, says Lewis, the German doner kebabs? We have one in Twickenham. We have the German doner kebab place. And I haven't tried one yet. Are they good? I'm told yes. Eileen in Scarborough says, Christmas dinner in a tin? Oh, my gosh, no. Anything in a tin, probably been there for years. Just got home from hospital, totally exhausted. And Richard, the chauffeur, says, as you're on Christmas Day and it's such a bad year, would you consider opening the lines so the great unwashed can talk to you? I don't think the great unwashed want to talk to me at all, Richard, but thank you for the thought. Pauline in Exeter says, all this food talk reminds me of my Italian mother's homemade ravioli. She always made at Christmas and worked so hard to do. Sadly, she died in February this year. Mum always spent days preparing food for Christmas for us children. So this year I shall miss my mum, but I will carry on the tradition. But mine will be bought in M&S. Oh, you cheat. Actually, ravioli's not that difficult to make. You buy a machine, don't you, that makes ravioli, I think. I'm pretty certain. I mean, to be honest with you, I don't really... What are you eating? Pistachio. What for? Pistachio? For energy? Honestly, a young thing like you A young thing like you. Look at me, I'm twice your age, at least. And what are you eating? Well, but what is this, a glut on pistachios or something at the moment? No, bless your heart. What, put my fingers in there and pick up nuts that you've had your hands round? I don't think so. Honestly, small wonder COVID gets passed on. Steve, I treated myself to an electric blanket. It's amazing. Oh, yeah, I love an electric blanket. But it's got to be one that covers the whole bed. Most of them just cover the middle bit. So your bottom was warm, but your head and your feet were freezing cold. It says, when I was a child, my mum used to call it the cooker. When she'd say to my dad, go upstairs and put the cooker on. Do you have one? I do have one, actually. I do, but I don't use it. I don't use it because my place is really warm anyway. And I'm in bed. My body is quite hot anyway. I'm luckily, sort of my own little fire going on, actually. Neighbours is coming back, says Ollie, to the screens next year. Well, it's coming back to Amazon. I wouldn't say it's coming back to your screens. It's coming back to Amazon. I don't know why they didn't... Sorry? Amazon's obviously... Yeah, but it's not the same as television, is it? It's not the same as television. And, I don't know, will they bring the cast back or will it be recast? I don't know. But I wish that they told us when they were knocking the thing on the head and said, by the way, we're interested in doing it. But they didn't say anything, did they? Lots of Adele stories in the papers. Adele's a right prima donna. So she had a row with Caesar's Palace. I don't know what listen, she had a contract to do a show there. The fact it wasn't ready is not their problem. She was contracted to do it. They had all the merchandise in and everything else. So now she's flounced off to stay at the Wynn. She's staying in a bungalow there. The audience is 4,000, which is marginally more than they got for the opening of the games in Qatar, where most of the seats were empty. I'm surprised they didn't march them with shotguns into the stadium. Try and make it look busy. Try and make it look as though we're very popular. Did you know that the Qatari royal family own Harrods? Did you know that? Yeah, and a bit of Barclays. And there's something else that they own as well. I can't remember what it was. Somebody was telling me the other day, and I remember thinking, oh, my goodness me. Oh, my goodness me. So, actress Leslie Ash's bar and restaurant business has gone up in smoke with debts of nearly £1 million. So, they owe £974,000 to 12 creditors, including suppliers, HMRC and BT. Oh, not HMRC. Oh, no, not HMRC. Very bad indeed. Did you know, says my friend Chris, that Lambeth Bridge is a tribute to the pineapple? Lambeth Bridge is a tribute to the pineapple. And he said, have you had Hotel Chocolat's mince pie flavour hot chocolate? No. The podcast meeting is Wednesday, by the way, Chris. Wednesday. I was going to ask you something, and I've now completely forgotten what I was going to ask you. Because we were talking about you the other day in the Christmas tree. Oh, look, Lambeth Bridge, pineapples. 9 fascinating facts that you never knew. Pineapples on Lambeth Bridge. How lovely. What was that thing whereby you're supposed to... if you get the freedom of the City of London, you can drive sheep over Waterloo Bridge or something like that. That was something that came up a while ago in conversation. But my friend Chris used to have a Christmas tree farm. He used to sell loads of Christmas trees. Really nice Christmas trees. Because I spoke to somebody who went there. Oh, you think it's the mayor of the city? No, I think it's like... Isn't it black cabs as well can put a bale of straw in the front or something like that? Isn't that another one of those bizarre things? But Hotel Chocolat's mince pie flavour hot chocolate sounds delicious. I wanted to get one of those chocolate-making things. You buy a little thing. It's called a chocolatier. I did see them in Costco. And I thought to myself, I do like a hot chocolate, and I like it with cream on the top. I like it with cream. I had a banana milkshake. When we were in Epping the other day, a banana milkshake was delicious. It was bananas mashed up and then, the milkshake bit with a straw and then swirly cream on the top and mini Smarties. And one of those chocolate sticks that goes in Italian coffee. That was quite nice and indulgent, which I was all in favour of. Anyway, I trust you are well this morning, Mr. Chris, and looking forward to a busy week. Weather's miserable, absolutely miserable. It just doesn't get any better. That's right, Chris knows, it's called a velvetizer. Have you seen them? I quite fancy that idea, but the trouble is I'd just be drinking it all the time. And the other day I had a cappuccino. I'm not a big fan. I had a cappuccino and, what's that? Oh, an espresso. I I had an espresso. It's nice. There you go. The tradition of driving sheep across London Bridge has regained interest in recent years, upholding the tradition of freeman's rights. So that's quite a good... I'm interested in the pineapples, though, on Lambeth Bridge. I know Lambeth Bridge very well. Yeah. And so we will tell you how to be a freeman of the City of London after the break. What a tease! What a tease! You too could be a freeman of the City of London. Nice to be company. Steve, the trading hours are different in Scotland, says Charlotte, formerly of Pinner, now Loch Lomond. Well, that's a bit of a change, isn't it? Supermarkets can be open for 24 hours on a Sunday. Really useful if you suffer from insomnia, but it can be expensive. It becomes a habit. I talk from personal experience. Yeah, I like supermarkets. They did a programme on the television the other day on Channel 5, and it was looking at Aldi and how Aldi were trying to persuade people to move over to Aldi because it was so much cheaper. And so they did a luxury range of foods. No, not for you, obviously. You look like a Waitrose type boy to me, Jack. You sort of... Where? Yeah. But they actually scored in the taste tests done through Which magazine. You know, most of it, they said it was really good. In fact, they did the Fortnum and Mason's Christmas pudding, and they did Aldi's Christmas pudding, but they didn't tell them which was which. And the Fortnum and Mason's pudding, which was about 36 quid, as against Aldi's, which was £6.99. And they said Aldi's was full of fruit and everything else, and the other one was just dry. It had loads of nuts in it. Loads of nuts, like whole almonds and stuff like that, which is not sort of a traditional Christmas cake. It's supposed to be plum pudding, isn't it? That's the whole idea about it. We used to buy two. Which is best? M&S. Yeah, not always M&S. I've had some right ropey old food from M&S, and I shop there all the time. Mainly because it's so close. I can't be bothered to sort of stagger around the corner to Waitrose, but I do go to there to get my pickled onions. Because apparently they're very good for you, I decided. I was trying to work out which food's good for me. The answer is none of it. Absolutely none of it. Especially in fruit. My friend Paul Cooper gave me a pineapple the other day. And I was going to give it to my godchildren. And I thought, no, I'll have it. And then I suddenly realised I can't have pineapple, which is a shame. Because I quite like fresh pineapple, but I haven't had it for years. Steve, says Sue, could you put on an apron when you want to eat messy food at a restaurant? If you wore a plastic apron like catering staff wear, you could leave it behind when you leave. And who's had ankle surgery? Jenny. She says, I can't get on with crutches. We've hired a knee scooter to help me get about at home. What's a knee scooter? Oh, there we go. Producer knows what it is. Of course he would. He would. A knee scooter. Do you kneel on it? Is that what it is? Ah, right. I think I'm sort of familiar. I think I'm familiar with it. Oh, my goodness. That's a knee scooter, is it? Well, and has it got wheels underneath it? Oh, right. I saw a tortoise who had something like that once. It had lost one of its legs, and they fitted a sort of a prosthetic to it, and it went around on like casters, which I thought was quite good. Oh, that's nice. So that's what it is, actually. David says, when England score a goal and all the players start hugging each other, I wonder if the Qatari officials will arrest them. Oh, one would like to think so. There you go. There's the tortoise on wheels. Tortoise on wheels. Do you know, I used to like tortoises till I saw them somebody was smuggling them in Heathrow Airport. They did a thing about animals and all the rest of it, and they'd smuggled in hundreds, little tiny tortoises stuffed into socks and all sorts. It was horrible. Horrible. Don't like that at all. Dean says, stuffing my face with Italian biscuits and listening to your dulcet tones. I use my cost of living payments to get an EasyJet package to Venice. I've never been to Venice. I've never been. I looked at an apartment there, not to buy, just out of curiosity. There was one on the Grand Canal, and it was about 3 million. And I remember thinking, do I really want to hear that water sloshing about outside? You'd be up and out of bed every 10 minutes, wouldn't you, really? Mary in South Norwood says it will be important that Greggs respect the Cornish recipe traditions, that they employ local people on decent wages. Well, it'd have to be local people. You're not going to bring somebody in from outside to work in Greggs, for God's sake. Definitely not. And affluent people from North Cornwall, it's impossible for Cornish people to afford to live there, especially in the popular holiday resorts. Same everywhere, Mary. Same everywhere. That's what people complain about. You live in villages outside of London where you can get sort of cheaper, property. So the people who live in the villages, when their kids are of the age to go and buy a property, they can't afford it. They've been priced out by people who use them as holiday lets and all sorts of things, especially by the seaside. Especially by the seaside. Steve, I've been up since 4 a.m. listening to you, but finding it hard to get out of bed. 4 weeks to the school holidays. It'll be an exhausting 4 weeks, but I can't wait to have a rest. 4 weeks. That's I just discovered that yesterday, actually. I was lying on the settee, as I'm prone to do, sort of half watching the television, half closing my eyes, thinking, this is quite nice, isn't it? And then I thought, I'm going to fall asleep. I'm going to go to sleep. And then you have to try and motivate yourself. I need a cup of tea. Go and get your shaver, then you can have a shave and all that. And you kind of put it off. You put it off. So I'll have another 10 minutes. 10 minutes and then I'll sort of get up. But invariably it doesn't work. Have you tried, says Lewis, the German doner kebabs? We have one in Twickenham. We have the German doner kebab place. And I haven't tried one yet. Are they good? I'm told yes. Eileen in Scarborough says Christmas dinner in a tin. Oh, my gosh, no. Anything in a tin, probably been there for years. Just got home from hospital, totally exhausted. And Richard, the chauffeur, says, as you're on Christmas Day and it's such a bad year, would you consider opening the lines so the great unwashed can talk to you? I don't think the great unwashed want to talk to me at all, Richard, but thank you for the thought. Pauline in Exeter says, all this food talk reminds me of my Italian mother's homemade ravioli. She always made at Christmas and worked so hard to do. Sadly, she died in February this year. Mum always spent days preparing food for Christmas for us children. So this year I shall miss my mum, but I will carry on the tradition. But mine will be bought in M&S. Oh, you cheat. Actually, ravioli's not that difficult to make. You buy a machine, don't you, that makes ravioli, I think. I'm pretty certain. I mean, to be honest with you, I don't really... What are you eating? Pistachio? What for? Pistachio? For energy? Honestly, a young thing like you. Look at me, I'm twice your age, at least. And what are you eating? Well, but what is this, a glut on pistachios or something at the moment? No, bless your heart. What, put my fingers in there and pick up nuts that you've had your hands around? I don't think so. Honestly, small wonder COVID gets passed on. Steve, I treated myself to an electric blanket. It's amazing. Oh, yeah, I love an electric blanket. But it's got to be one that covers the whole bed. Most of them just cover the middle bit. So your bottom was warm, but your head and your feet were freezing cold. He says, when I was a child, my mum used to call it the cooker. When she'd say to my dad, go upstairs and put the cooker on. Do you have one? I do have one, actually. I do, but I don't use it. I don't use it because my place is really warm anyway. And I'm in bed. My body is quite hot anyway. I'm luckily, sort of my own little fire going on, actually. Neighbours is coming back, says Ollie, to the screens next year. Well, it's coming back to Amazon. I wouldn't say it's coming back to your screens. It's coming back to Amazon. I don't know why they didn't... Sorry? Amazon's obviously... Yeah, but it's not the same as television, is it? It's not the same as television. And, I don't know, will they bring the cast back or will it be recast? I don't know. But I wish that they told us when they were knocking the thing on the head and said, by the way, we're interested in doing it. But they didn't say anything, did they? Lots of Adele stories in the papers. Adele's a right prima donna. So she had a row with Caesar's Palace. I don't know what she... Listen, she had a contract to do a show there. The fact it wasn't ready... It's not their problem. She was contracted to do it. They had all the merchandise in and everything else. So now she's flounced off to stay at the Wynn. She's staying in a bungalow there. The audience is 4,000, which is marginally more than they got for the opening of the games in Qatar, where most of the seats were empty. I'm surprised they didn't march them with shotguns into the stadium. Try and make it look busy. Try and make it look as though we're very popular. Did you know that the Qatari royal family own Harrods? Did you know that? Yeah, and a bit of Barclays. And there's something else that they own as well. I can't remember what it was. Somebody was telling me the other day, and I remember thinking, oh, my goodness me. Oh, my goodness me. So, actress Leslie Ash's bar and restaurant business has gone up in smoke with debts of nearly £1 million. So, they owe £974,000 to 12 creditors, including suppliers, HMRC and BT. Oh, not HMRC. Oh, no, not HMRC. Very bad indeed. Did you know... says my friend Chris, that Lambeth Bridge is a tribute to the pineapple. Lambeth Bridge is a tribute to the pineapple. And he said, have you had Hotel Chocolat's mince pie flavour hot chocolate? No. The podcast meeting is Wednesday, by the way, Chris. Wednesday. I was going to ask you something, and I've now completely forgotten what I was going to ask you. Because we were talking about you the other day in the Christmas tree. Oh, look, Lambeth Bridge, pineapples. Pineapples. 9 fascinating facts that you never knew. Pineapples on Lambeth Bridge. How lovely. What was that thing whereby you're supposed to, you know, if you get the freedom of the City of London, you can drive sheep over Waterloo Bridge or something like that? That was something that came up a while ago in conversation. But my friend Chris used to have a Christmas tree farm. He used to sell loads of Christmas trees. Really nice Christmas trees. Because I spoke to somebody who went there. Do you think it's the mayor of the city? No, I think it's like, isn't it black cabs as well can put a bale of straw in the front or something like that? Isn't that another one of those bizarre things? But Hotel Chocolat's mince pie flavour hot chocolate sounds delicious. I wanted to get one of those chocolate making things. You know, you buy a little thing. It's called a chocolatier. I did see them in Costco. And I thought to myself, I do like a hot chocolate, and I like it with cream on the top. I like it with cream. I had a banana milkshake. When we were in Epping the other day, a banana milkshake was delicious. It was bananas mashed up and then, you know, the milkshake bit with a straw and then swirly cream on the top and mini Smarties. And one of those chocolate sticks that goes in Italian coffee. That was quite nice and indulgent, which I was all in favour of. Anyway, I trust you are well this morning, Mr. Chris, and looking forward to a busy week. Weather's miserable, absolutely miserable. It just doesn't get any better. That's right, Chris knows. It's called a velvetizer. Have you seen them? I quite fancy that idea, but the trouble is I'd just be drinking it all the time. And the other day I had a cappuccino. I'm not a big fan. I had a cappuccino and, what's that? Oh, an espresso. I had an espresso. It's nice. There you go. The tradition of driving sheep across London Bridge has regained interest in recent years, upholding the tradition of freeman's rights. Sounds quite a good. I'm interested in the pineapples, though, on Lambeth Bridge. I know Lambeth Bridge very well. Yeah. And so we will tell you how to be a freeman of the City of London after the break. What a tease! What a tease! You too could be a freeman of the City of London. Steve says, David, when I was growing up, a traditional Christmas pudding used to have coins inside wrapped in silver foil. And then sadly Health and Safety. No, we never wrapped them in silver foil. You talk about the sixpence in the Christmas pudding. Yeah, sixpences. But we didn't wrap them up. They were just put into the mix. And if you got the sixpence, I mean, basically it would take your fillings out. But at the same time, it was good luck. But we never wrapped them in anything at all. I don't remember the wrapping. Apparently, according to my friend Chris, and he says the roundabout on Millbank on the north side of the bridge has a giant pineapple-style palm tree on it, all about a bloke who brought the pineapple back to the United Kingdom. Probably seemed like a good idea at the time. I used to have a machine that, well, it wasn't, yes, it was just like a scraper, and it scraped all the bits off the side of the pineapple. They demonstrate them on the television. Very good. Very good indeed. And I used to like fresh pineapple, but I preferred it even more if it was cooked. You'd fry it. You slice it, take out the middle core of it, because that's hard and it's inedible. And you fry it in a bit of butter. Delicious. It goes, oh, it's delicious. Absolutely lovely. Have that with ice cream or clotted cream or something. Very nice indeed. I like anything like that. People in masks find it harder to recognise faces, even if a person they look at isn't wearing one. I still wear one in the morning coming in the car. I wear my mask all the time. I don't wear it if I'm going on the bus, but I wear it if I'm going in a car. I don't know why, actually. So Banksy, this is such a weird story, has urged shoplifters to target a top clothing store, claiming it's used his work without his permission, because I've seen Banksy's, but I don't know whether they're stencils or I don't know what they are. But I know that people think they're worth a lot of money, and most of the time they did. So he designs the stencil and then goes out and stencils it. Because I'm convinced we had one on the back of our building a few years back in Shepherd's Bush, and it was a pussycat. But anyway, the mystery graffiti artist said guests had helped themselves to his iconic flower thrower work in a window display. It's ever so good. It really is very good. I like all of his stuff, and it goes for huge amounts of money. Apparently, the chief creative officer at Guess said in a press release the clothes used iconic motifs from Banksy's graffiti. It said the pieces are a partnership with Brandalized, which licenses designs by graffiti artists to offer fans affordable collectibles. Sounds very posh, doesn't it, really? I quite like it. I prefer him to sort of Tracy Emin. I think given the choice, you know, the idea of an unmade bed I thought was about the naffest thing I'd ever heard of at all. One angry resident about Greggs back on Cornwall's turf again. Because if you remember, Greg's first store in the county in Saltash closed after 9 months due to lack of trade. I can't believe it, because their sausage rolls are lovely. They do cakes. They do even do a pot. I don't know if it's on sale at the moment, of pigs in blankets. You can just eat a whole pot of pigs in blankets, which is quite nice. So they've got 2 other outlets in Cornwall, but the plans for Truro, close to traditional pasty firm Rose Cornish Bakers and Warren's Bakery, have sparked fury in some. So a Gregg spokesman said, we can confirm we're due to open a shop in Truro this year. There you go, pigs in blankets as part of its new festive... look how gorgeous that... I told you. That looks good. Although Pret-a-Manger let the whole side down, I'm afraid, because I've been into so many Pret-a-Mangers, and have they got any of their Christmas fare out there? No. And if they come up with the excuse of, it's sold out very quickly, well, then make some more. Make some more. That's how it works. That's how it works, apparently. But an angry resident said of the Greggs back on Cornwall's turf, this is the first major battle in full. Thank you. Is the bag still in it? Yes. Thank you. It's an invasion on our capital. Oh, dear. I tell you what, we need to build Hadrian's Wall again, and let's block them out. Stay down there by yourself. What a ghastly bunch of people they must be, if they don't want Greggs to go there with their little pasties and things like that, and their sausage rolls. I don't think it makes the slightest difference. I really don't. I'm really sorry. I'll come back to it. John Torode and Lisa Faulkner have added penny-pinching tips to their glossy cooking show. They seem to work quite well together. She thought he was a bit snobbish when she first met him on a show. We like Lisa. We like John, actually, as well at the same time. What else have we got here? Oh, apparently Linda Robson and Martin Kemp are the unlikely couple that never was, because they both went to Anna Sher's theatre school in London. And he said he had a secret crush on her. Not now, obviously. And also David Baddiel returning to our screens, tackling something that couldn't be a bit more serious or personal to him. It's a new Channel 4 documentary, Jews Don't Count, which looks at anti-Semitism, which is not treated with the same concern as other prejudices in society. And they've got all sorts of people on it. It'll do very well, actually. All of his stuff does very well. But he's also going to be interviewing the likes of Miriam Margolyes. There's an interview and a half. Miriam Margolyes. Stephen Fry and Rachel Riley. Oh, right. And Lee Francis, who has never said sorry to him for his hideous portrayal of Baddiel on his Channel 4 show, Beau Selector. I never liked Beau Selector, I'm afraid. I really didn't. I like the song for Christmas, Proper Crimbo, wasn't it? Do you remember Proper Crimbo by Beau Selector? You must remember. It's very well known. Very, very well known. I couldn't sing the words to you, even though my singing voice is near pitch perfect. It's quite embarrassing, actually, though. I can manage to keep myself in tune. But Proper Crimbo is very good. It had all sorts of famous people on it. Yeah, it was good fun. It was what they call a novelty record. There's always going to be a novelty record at Christmas, which we all like. I like novelty records at Christmas. And, Beau Selector, Proper Crimbo, and they were all there. And he was being Craig David, and mind you, sometimes now it makes it look a bit, there's that bloke in the, who are these? See, the trouble is I don't know people. I do like Father Christmases, and I think it's funny when they dance. I've got a dancing Christmas tree, which I like. It does the most funny picture, sort of images on it. But, Jimmy Carr, did you know Jimmy Carr seems to be on everything these days? And now he's had all his surgery. He's had hair, he's had the Botox, he's had this and that. I always say to people, I was thinking to myself the other day about Jordan, thankfully she's nowhere at the moment, where she's just had more surgery. Even though her mother, who is terminally ill, had said don't have any more surgery. She totally ignored her mother. In fact, she just totally ignores any advice that she's ever given. So who's going to be next out the jungle? Is it going to be Mike Tindall, Jill Scott, Sean Walsh, Owen Warner, Boy George? They say bring back the jokey Happy George from early on. Chris Moyles, he's now jungle hardened. He didn't flinch at a spider. I don't like spiders. I don't like spiders. Sue Cleaver feeling homesick but enjoys the gags with Mike. Matt Hancock, a tired joke that's gone on long enough, they say. Yeah, let's kick him out. Kick him out. We don't need him. Olivia Atwood left, but then she's gone, oh, I can come back in it next year. No, dear, we don't want you back in next year. If we were doing a vote on it, we definitely wouldn't want you back next year at all. Christmas may be fun, but it can be pretty stressful with a string of things that go wrong. And do you know the worst one? Untangling Christmas lights. And I've just ordered 2,000 Christmas lights. And I know what they're going to look like when they come off the tree. They're just going to be all tangled up, and I'm going to get angry with them, which is what I do. And also, we've got a loose socket, so we're going to have to move. I'm going to get John or one of his boys, Alex probably, to come round and move it a bit further down the building and plug it into something else, because it's not working at all at the moment. Do you know humans could be living on the moon before the end of the decade? NASA have said this. The uncrewed test flight of the Orion spacecraft paves the way for further Artemis missions with the aim of building a lunar gateway, a space station on the moon where astronauts can live and work. Would I go? I don't know. I don't know if I would go there. I mean, I think First radio, yeah. I mean, to be honest with you, I think it'd be it's not going to be really glamorous, is it? It's going to be like those pods that they have out in the Antarctic, where they just they move them and things like that, and you're just living. But the trouble is, I don't want to live on top of people. I don't like all of this Jack was sort of saying about, student days, 6 people living together. I can't think of anything more worse. Sounds absolutely ghastly. Can you imagine? Because nobody's got the hygiene standards I've got. I really couldn't cope with it. I'd be very funny. I'm sorry, is anybody hoovering? Is anybody picking up this mess? That would drive me... No, people don't. People just live in squalor. It would drive me absolutely mad. Absolutely mad, but I'd probably get over myself. But I think that's the only thing about the jungle that would disappoint me. A, I wouldn't want to do a bush tucker trial because I'm not into any of these things. I don't like snakes. I dreamt about snakes last night. Somebody said, you want to come and look at snakes? I went, why would I want to go and look at snakes? Absolutely not remotely interested. Said, I've held snakes before. I just don't like them. They look as though they're about to devour me. There was that poor woman in India, wasn't there? She got devoured by a giant snake. I mean, I can't think of anything worse. Nice pictures. Woody Harrelson embracing Michael J. Fox as the Back to the Future star receives an honorary Oscar. Bless him. He's, as you know, he was cheered on by his wife Tracy and their 4 children. Christopher Lloyd was there as well. Michael was diagnosed with Parkinson's in 1991 and was given the award for his Michael J. Fox Foundation. I think it was lovely, absolutely lovely. Wherever I go, there's Joe Swash, who apparently is now laughingly called an actor. I don't think he's acted for ages. Also, TV presenter, hardly ever. And MasterChef finalist, not winner. And so he's sort of come up with recipes. Take your tin of beans, heat it up. That'll be an all-day breakfast in a tin. First of all, look at the stuff he's got here. Leek and potato soup. Do me a favour. The ingredients. I know you'll never guess. Never guess. Veg and bacon hash. Are these recipes for 3-year-olds or something? Quesadillas. You like quesadillas? Okay. Serves 4 to 6. He says, top tip, I've suggested some extras, but you could also add guacamole, sour cream, leftover veg, whatever you fancy, and just basically rubbish food, isn't it? Leek and potato soup. I know 10-year-olds who can make that, and he's had to put it in a cookery book. Let's hope he doesn't go any further. Look, 5:45. I'm in such a good mood today. I don't know why, because it's Monday, and I hate Mondays. Because you think to yourself, nobody likes coming back after the weekend, and the weather's going to be rubbish as well. So, Qatar now own the Ritz Hotel. Yes, I know they own loads of... What? I was going to go to a break, but I've changed my mind now, just to annoy you. I've decided I don't want to. I might keep it going till 6. I haven't decided. Yeah, go on, you walk out. Go on, see how far you get. I can electrify that door. You might never get out ever again. At least we'll watch you losing weight. So apparently the country is going to grind to a halt today as millions skip work and schools to watch England kick off their World Cup campaign. Although a computer has said that we will crash out in the quarterfinals. They've put all the input into this supercomputer, and it said the chance of bringing home the trophy is just 7%. So... what's my expert? I've got no idea. What are you asking me for? I don't even know how many people play football. How many's in the team? 12, 13? I don't know. The goalkeeper. I wouldn't even know. I couldn't even tell you who the captain is. you know. And also, I wouldn't be supporting it anyway. I wouldn't be supporting it because of human rights issues. But that's just silly. You know, everybody's got an opinion over their own. But also, it's boring. I never understand why people want to stand in pubs screaming and shouting at television sets. Why don't they just get a life? Or failing that, stay at home. Which would be a lot easier, I think. Liz says, due to its seemingly exotic qualities and rareness, the pineapple soon became a symbol of hospitality in early America. Also over here, you will find a lot of houses that were built during a certain period. They incorporated the pineapple into the gates and stuff like that, because I remember reading a thing about it, actually. The Qatari royal family owned the former Olympic Village, says Patrick. Oh, they own loads of stuff. And Kathy, with an IE, says, my husband got me a cheese advent calendar yesterday. I love cheese. I know him so well that I got him a chili sauce advent calendar. Ooh, chili sauce advent calendar. I like the idea of a cheese advent calendar, but I've got this horrible feeling that I wouldn't want to eat half the cheeses in it. And also, do you not have to keep it refrigerated? How do you keep a calendar refrigerated? Because they're fairly big, these advent calendars. I know, because my friend Chris got me a beautiful Hotel Chocolat calendar. I mean, it's huge. It's an advent calendar. It's, like, huge. Seriously, it's huge. So he will be watching, no doubt, the football. But I won't, only because it doesn't interest me. I'm not really a football player. I'm more into swimming, you know, synchronised. And, you know, I like it when they put the peg on the nose and they go down to the pool and then they come up with a hand like that. That's me. That's me. I can do that. And also, I'm more of a rugby person, you know, given the choice. Only because I live in Twickenham. That's the only reason. I've never seen a rugby game in my life. Used to play it at school. But, you know, Liz says, my Trinidadian friends tell me the pineapple is known as the symbol of hospitality in the Caribbean. My last gift from them from a pineapple serving platter. How lovely. I do like it cooked, though, on the odd occasions. Oh, that's nice. Walking on water. It's upside down. Oh, underwater. Oh, right. I don't quite get... What do you mean it's upside down? That's the surface of... Down where? Down where the mouse is, yes. So she's upside down, pretending to walk. Ah, right. Riveting. Talk about old laws. My neighbour tested the law yesterday. She's got 2 King Charles Spaniels. They're allowed freedom to enter any property, apparently, yet she was refused entry to Sainsbury's. Videoed it and showed them the law, says Paul in Deal. I don't think you're supposed to take dogs into places, are you? I don't care whether they've got, you know, exemption. Is there really? For King Charles Spaniels? You can take it into a store. I've never heard of that before. Karen from Merthyr Tydfil says, I'm back from Vienna. Went to the Andre Rieu concert. Fabulous. First time to Vienna. Had apple strudel and beef goulash soup in the Christmas market in the... you were down in the Stephans at the end of the Kärtnerstrasse. Snowfall Friday evening. How lovely. And another one here. What's your thoughts on Matt Hancock in The Jungle? He seems to play a blinder. Never thought I'd say it, says Ollie, but well done. I don't like him. I just don't like him. He's smug. He's super silly. I just don't like him. It's as simple as that. I couldn't care less about anything. I just think, you know, £400,000 and for, you know, I'm with everybody on it. He's another one who wants, I think I'll have a career in the media. I'm hoping you don't. It's often been stated that King Charles Spaniels and Cavalier King Charles Spaniels are the only breed of dog allowed entry to all public buildings due to an Act of Parliament passed by Charles II. It is completely untrue and has somewhat become a bit of an urban myth because people go, oh, you can do this. It's not true, I'm afraid. You can't do it. And if they don't want dogs... The only dogs you can ever take in certain places would be a guide dog. You certainly can't take in a King Charles dog because it's an urban myth. It's not true. It's like things that have been built up on the internet and then people repeat them as if they were actually factually correct. Luckily, because the producer's got his finger on the pulse of himself, he's a bit sort of savvy to this kind of thing, and he knows immediately that if we mention something, we check it out on air. And that's what we do. Qatar's investments in Britain, Barclays, Sainsbury's, Harrods and IAG. What's IAG? I don't know what IAG is. It's a bank, is it? I can't remember, actually. They've certainly put it... International Airlines Group. Oh, right, OK. So it's an Anglo-Spanish multinational airline, global headquarters in London. And they've got 50,000 employees It was interesting, isn't it, when you read that? It's like all the people who work for Twitter in Ireland. Didn't they just get rid of a load of people who work for Twitter? And he's based and Ireland. And he said, I think, if you want to work, you can work, but I'm looking forward to you doing this. If you don't want to work, leave. And you think to yourself, I think he's made a big mistake. He didn't want to buy Twitter in the first place. I think he's barking mad, to be honest with you. He didn't want to buy it, but he was forced by a judge. They said, you will buy it, because he didn't want to do it. So he's coughed up, was it 43 billion for it? And then he expects us to pay for a blue tick. Well, I'm not doing it. Not doing it. And let's face it, in their right minds, called Elon. Where's that name from? Fred, George, Barry, Winifred, Elon. Goodness sake, honestly. My husband's grown-up son and I visited Centralia in September whilst on our holidays, Steve. Sadly, there wasn't much to see that day, but there was the smell of smoke in the air. Only 4 households still live there, and there's still a beautiful church in use. It was famous for the graffiti on the highway, but the owners covered it all with soil and rubble to deter tourists. Oh, wow. Liz says, all my lights are wrapped around pieces of firm cardboard or the insides of foil cardboard rolls, never tangled from year to year. Albert says, do you think they'll ever build a Wetherspoons on the moon? Well, they can build it. They won't get any customers. And also, the delivery lorry will not be delivering weekly, I'm telling you now. At the weekend, says Catherine, I watched National Lampoon's Christmas Vacation for the umpteenth time. Never fails to make me laugh. Thought of you when Clark Griswold puts thousands of lights up on the house. My favourite one is the European Vacation. I watched a Christmas film the other day, Scrooge, with Albert Finney. Music and lyrics by Leslie Brickus, who lost us all too soon. And we lost him. But it's such a good thing. It's such a good film. It's a feel-good film. There's so many versions of Scrooge, so many different versions. But that was one of my particular. Also, I like the Muppets Christmas Carol. That's very good. That is cool. People. I remember somebody saying to me years ago, have you seen the Muppets Christmas Carol? And I went, no. They went, oh, you should definitely watch it. You'll love it. And I went, I don't think so. It's puppets. And then I watched it and I loved it. It was great. Because a friend of mine, Jeff Felix, makes puppets. He's a puppeteer. He's been a puppeteer for ages. But I went round to his flat in Kilburn years ago, did an interview with him for the programme, long time ago. And he makes ventriloquist dummies. To order, if you want a smoking doll or a doll that the ears move or the nose does so. He makes all of these sort of things. Very clever boy. Very clever. Rez says, woke up a bit earlier than usual. I've got some chest congestion that wakes me around 5. Can you make it so it wakes you about 4? That'd be useful. Ridiculous. Haven't had a good night's sleep in months. I forgot we're playing today. This Qatar World Cup really isn't working, is it? Well, the stadium was empty. Well, not completely empty, but I've never seen so many empty seats for an opening ceremony. I don't know if people had to pay to be there, but they had fireworks and bits and pieces. But the photos don't look very good. You would think with all their influence, they'd have get in here, bring your family, seats. You're going to be watching this thing. But unfortunately not. Matt Hancock says he's in there to highlight his dyslexia. Load of old cobblers. Really is. Absolute rubbish. It's because he's written a book about it. Has he ever mentioned it before? No. How many times has he mentioned it? Hardly ever. I thought he was in there to apologise. But he read the letter out from home and he didn't struggle once. I know. People are very sceptical about Matt Hancock. He's just another one of these desperados. Bet the wives are loving watching him. Apparently the country is going to grind to a halt today as millions skip work and schools to watch England kick off their World Cup campaign. Although a computer has said that we will crash out in the quarterfinals. They've put all the input into this supercomputer, and it said the chance of bringing home the trophy is just 7%. So, what's my expert? I've got no idea. What are you asking me for? I don't even know how many people play football. How many's in the team? 12, 13? I don't know. The goalkeeper. I wouldn't even know. I couldn't even tell you who the captain is. And also I wouldn't be supporting it anyway. I wouldn't be supporting it because of human rights issues. But that's just silly. Everybody's got an opinion over them. But also it's boring. I never understand why people want to stand in pubs screaming and shouting at television sets. Why don't they just get a life? Or failing that, stay at home. Which would be a lot easier, I think. Liz says, due to its seemingly exotic qualities and rareness, the pineapple soon became a symbol of hospitality. in early America. Also over here, you will find a lot of houses that were built during a certain period. They incorporated the pineapple into the gates and stuff like that, because I remember reading a thing about it, actually. The Qatari royal family own the former Olympic Village, says Patrick. Oh, they own loads of stuff. And Kathy, with an IE, says, my husband got me a cheese advent calendar yesterday. I love cheese. I know him so well that I got him a chili sauce advent calendar. Ooh, chili sauce advent calendar. I like the idea of a cheese advent calendar, but I've got this horrible feeling that I wouldn't want to eat half the cheeses in it. And also, do you not have to keep it refrigerated? How do you keep a calendar refrigerated? Because they're fairly big, these advent. I know, because my friend Chris got me a beautiful Hotel Chocolat calendar. I mean, it's huge. It's an advent calendar. It's like huge. Seriously, it's huge. So he will be watching, no doubt, the football. But I won't, only because it doesn't interest me. I'm not really a football player. I'm more into swimming, you know, synchronised. And, you know, I like it when they put the peg on the nose and they go down into the pool and then they come up with a hand like that. That's me. That's me. I can do that. And also, I'm more of a rugby person, you know, given the choice. Only because I live in Twickenham. That's the only I've never seen a rugby game in my life. Used to play it at school. But, you know, Liz says, my Trinidadian friends tell me the pineapple is known as the symbol of hospitality in the Caribbean. My last gift from them from a pineapple serving platter. How lovely. I do like it cooked, though, on the odd occasions. Oh, that's nice. Walking on water. It's upside down. Oh, underwater. Oh, right. I don't quite get... What do you mean it's upside down? That's the surface down where? Down where the mouse is, yes. So she's upside down, pretending to walk. Ah, right. Riveting. Talk about old laws. My neighbour tested the law yesterday. She's got 2 King Charles Spaniels. They're allowed freedom to enter any property, apparently, yet she was refused entry to Sainsbury's. Videoed it and showed them the law, says Paul in Deal. I don't think you're supposed to take dogs into places, are you? I don't care whether they've got, you know, exemption. Is there really? For King Charles Spaniels? You can take it into a store. I've never heard of that before. Karen from Merthyr Tydfil says, I'm back from Vienna. Went to the Andre Rieu concert. Fabulous. First time to Vienna. Had apple strudel and beef goulash soup in the Christmas market in the... you were down in the Stephans at the end of the Kärtnerstrasse. Snowfall Friday evening. How lovely. And another one here. What's your thoughts on Matt Hancock in The Jungle? He seems to play a blinder. Never thought I'd say it, says Ollie, but well done. I don't like him. I just don't like him. He's smug. He's super silly. I just don't like him. It's as simple as that. I couldn't care less about anything. I just think, you know, £400,000 and for, you know, I'm with everybody on it. He's another one who wants, I think I'll have a career in the media. I'm hoping you don't. It's often been stated that King Charles Spaniels and Cavalier King Charles Spaniels are the only breed of dog allowed entry to all public buildings due to an Act of Parliament passed by Charles II. It is completely untrue and has somewhat become a bit of an urban myth because people go, oh, you can do this. It's not true, I'm afraid. You can't do it. And if they don't want dogs... The only dogs you can ever take in certain places would be a guide dog. You certainly can't take in a King Charles dog because it's an urban myth. It's not true. It's like things that have been built up on the internet and then people repeat them as if they were actually factually correct. Luckily, because the producer's got his finger on the pulse of himself, he's a bit sort of savvy to this kind of thing, and he knows immediately that if we mention something, we check it out on air. And that's what we do. Qatar's investments in Britain, Barclays, Sainsbury's, Harrods and IAG. What's IAG? I don't know what IAG is. It's a bank, is it? I can't remember, actually. They've certainly put it... International Airlines Group. Oh, right, OK. So it's an Anglo-Spanish multinational airline, global headquarters in London. And they've got 50,000 employees. It was interesting, isn't it, when you read that? It's like all the people who work for Twitter in... I think in Ireland, didn't they just get rid of a load of people who work for Twitter? And he's based and Ireland. And he said, I think, you know, if you want to work, you can work, but I'm looking forward to you doing this. If you don't want to work, leave. And you think to yourself, I think he's made a big mistake. He didn't want to buy Twitter in the first place. I think he's barking mad, to be honest with you. He didn't want to buy it, but he was forced by a judge. They said, you will buy it. because he didn't want to do it. So he's coughed up, 43 billion for it? And then he expects us to pay for a blue tick. Well, I'm not doing it. Not doing it. And let's face it, in their right mind's called Elon. Where's that name from? You know, Fred, George, Barry, Winifred, Elon. Goodness sake, honestly. My husband's grown-up son and I visited Centralia in September whilst on our holidays, Steve. Sadly, there wasn't much to see that day, but there was the smell of smoke in the air. Only 4 households still live there, and there's still a beautiful church in use. It was famous for the graffiti on the highway, but the owners covered it all with soil and rubble to deter tourists. Oh, wow. Liz says, all my lights are wrapped around pieces of firm cardboard or the insides of foil cardboard rolls, never tangled from year to year. Albert says, do you think they'll ever build a Wetherspoons on the moon? Well, I mean, they can build it. They won't get any customers. And also, the delivery lorry will not be delivering weekly, I'm telling you now. At the weekend, says Catherine, I watched National Lampoon's Christmas Vacation for the umpteenth time. Never fails to make me laugh. Thought of you when Clark Griswold puts thousands of lights up on the house. My favourite one is the European Vacation. I watched a Christmas film the other day, Scrooge, with Albert Finney. Music and lyrics by Leslie Brickus, who lost us all too soon. And we lost him. But it's such a good thing. It's such a good film. It's a feel-good film. There's so many versions of Scrooge, so many different versions. But that was one of my particular... Also, I like the Muppets Christmas Carol. That's very good. That is cool. You know, people... I remember somebody saying to me years ago, have you seen the Muppets Christmas Carol? And I went, no. They went, oh, you should definitely watch it. You'll love it. And I went, I don't think so. It's puppets. And then I watched it and I loved it. It was great. Because a friend of mine, Jeff Felix, makes puppets. He's a puppeteer. He's been a puppeteer for ages, but he makes... I went round to his flat in Kilburn years ago, did an interview with him for the programme, long time ago. And he makes ventriloquist dummies to order. You know, if you want a smoking doll or a doll that the ears move or the nose does so. He makes all of these sort of things. Very clever boy. Very clever. Rez says, woke up a bit earlier than usual. I've got some chest congestion that wakes me around 5. Can you make it so it wakes you about 4? That'd be useful. Ridiculous. Haven't had a good night's sleep in months. I forgot we're playing today. This Qatar World Cup really isn't working, is it? Well, the stadium was empty. Well, not completely empty, but I've never seen so many empty seats for an opening ceremony. I mean, I don't know if people had to pay to be there, but they had fireworks and bits and pieces. But the photos don't look very good. You would think, with all their influence, they'd have get in here, bring your family, seats. You're going to be watching this thing. But unfortunately not. Matt Hancock says he's in there to highlight his dyslexia. Load of old cobblers. Really is. Absolute rubbish. It's because he's written a book about it. Has he ever mentioned it before? No. How many times has he mentioned it? Hardly ever. I thought he was in there to apologise. But he read the letter out from home and he didn't struggle once. I know. People are very sceptical about Matt Hancock. He's just another one of these desperados. Bet the wives love him watching him. Well, thank goodness for Susan in Whetstone. Elon means oak tree in Hebrew. There you go. Oak tree. That's a bit of a bizarre first name, isn't it? Anyway, I still think he's gone round the bend, Susan. Gail in Birmingham says, I'm not sure if you've heard, an area called Buffalo in New York had nearly 6 foot of snow on Friday. Really? 6 foot? I mean, you could lose small children, couldn't you, in that? You know, 1 minute you've got the child next to you, the next minute, nothing. You could lose me in there. 6 foot? It can't be 6 foot of snow. Really? Oh, it's true, apparently. 'Tis true. So there you go. Snowfall topped 6 foot in western New York, triggering road closures and flight cancellations the week before Thanksgiving. Wow, look at... Good Lord above. Isn't that... It doesn't look like 6 foot, though, unless that man's very tiny. But that's amazing, isn't it, really? So they're sort of... Well, they always say it comes over here, don't they? We don't want it. I don't want 6 foot of snow. I'll never find the car. I'll have to dig it out of a snowdrift. Or something like that. Isn't that just amazing? Wow. Apparently making travel miserable. Well, there can't be any travel. How do you drive through that? Your wheels would be spinning. I wouldn't take my car out in that. We did a show, I said the other day, on the Magic Circle a few Christmases ago, and it started off all right. We looked out the window in the interval, and the snow was coming down. By the time we went back outside, my car was covered completely. I had to sort of brush it all off. I mean, I don't have any problem with things like that. It's quite nice, actually. Quite nice. Steve, are you famous enough to have a blue tick on Twitter? Yes, I have got a blue tick on Twitter. But I'm not paying for it, which is what Elon wants to see. Lisa says, I went to see Elf the Musical at the Dominion on Saturday night. Highly recommend it. Stunning Christmas scenes and a fantastic cast. Felt like I was a kid again, and I got overcome with excitement. I cried with joy. I even had a cookies and cream Haagen-Dazs in the interval. You must go. We're going to have a Haagen-Dazs in a minute. Ice Cream Ian apparently is bringing in, but unfortunately Elliot doesn't know how the system works, so he doesn't know what's going to be turning up at all. It should be good fun, shouldn't it? Might not even be ice cream. He's Ice Cream Ian. Of course it will be ice cream. Tyson... Sausage. Oh, I could do a hot sausage roll now, or a pasty. That'd be nice. Or failing that, those pigs in blankets. Thank you. Tyson Fury claims he has telepathic powers. No, you don't. No, you don't. He says, just like psychic spoonbender Uri Geller. No, he doesn't. No, he doesn't. The heavyweight boxing champion says he can get inside the head of his opponents. No, you can't. No, you can't. He claimed he uses special skills in his epic bouts with Deontay Wilder, whoever he is. I don't know. Where do they get these people? Are they digging them up from cemeteries and old people's homes or something? Where do these people come from? I've never heard of these people. During interviews, I've always made a point of wriggling inside the head of an experienced opponent, he said. Are you so delusional? What is the matter with you? Are you in the real world or something, Popsy? Goodness sake, honestly, you haven't got any telepathic powers. Muhammad Ali used to think the same, I think, and didn't work for him. What else we got? OT front runner for Britain's Got Talent judge. She must have a new agent or something. All of a sudden they're going OT Mabuse for this, OT Mabuse for that. That was after that extremely boring programme she did on South Africa. You know, obviously a freebie, because otherwise she'd have paid for it to go back herself. I don't know why she couldn't have done that. Mike Tyndall and Jill Scott pull faces after downing some horrific potions. Jill's brews included blended goat's testicle, fish eyes and blended snails. I mean, is this programme sick beyond belief? I mean, what is the matter? I'll tell you what, if they do it next time round, Mike and Jill, get Anton Deck to drink it, OK? Let's see that happening, shall we? Watch them being sick all over the place. I can't believe it. I think that is really disgusting. You might as well just sort of take all their clothes off, you know, and sort of say, right, now you're going to be tied to this cross and we're going to force feed you with a tube down your throat. I mean, ridiculous. And this apparently is called entertainment. I don't see it at all. The price gap between petrol and diesel has reached a record high, I'm afraid. The average price of a litre of diesel is now 188.9. Show me where. Please show me where. 24.5 pence dearer than petrol. You show me where it's 189.9. Not round our way. Not round our way. Ridiculous. Apparently, high-intensity aerobic exercise, I do that all the time. I'm very lucky, actually. It can slash the risk of cancer spreading by 75%, an Israeli researcher has claimed. How do they know these things? How do they know? I mean, I'm all in favour of exercise, just not in my lifetime. I just don't, you know... As I say, if ever I get the urge to do exercise, I tend to find 3 or 4 glasses of Prosecco and I've forgotten about it completely, which is wonderful. Untangling fairy lights, making decent sprouts. These are the hardest things about. Decent sprouts take you 5 minutes. What's about decent sprouts? Who are these idiots who can't cook sprouts? They're so simple. Pan, hot water, knob of butter, sprouts in, lid on. Hello? Not complicated. Apparently, faking enthusiasm for a gift you don't like also made the top 50 list. Well, you see, I mean, I always think nowadays people ask you what you want for Christmas. And I've always said, I don't want anything. And so the parents of my godchildren, they would normally buy me a present. They make a donation to charity and they send me the card to say that they've made the donation to charity, which is far preferable than me having a gift. And I got some nice gifts the other day, actually. Mr. Neil... Lorraine, thank you very much indeed. I have finally opened... I don't tend to open presents before Christmas, but curiosity got the better of me. Their Christmas tree decorations, and very nice they are too. Very nice. So who's going to be complaining about this pantomime? It's they've had complaints about the name of 2 of the characters. Aladdin was due to star laundrette workers Chop Chop and Wishy Washy. It's Aladdin. That's what happens. They've got a laundry. Brian Hepworth, 87, of a place called Anstey in Dorset, said, I'm totally disgusted. It's terrible. This country is being brought to its knees with nonsense like this. The show was axed due to unease about cultural sensitivity. What a buffoon they are down there. What a buffoon. Because they were going to call somebody chop-chop and wishy-washy. If anything's wishy-washy, it's the idiots behind that pantomime who go, oh, I don't think we should have that. I don't know, cultural... Oh, for goodness sake, get over yourself. There's a woman who's got a rare stomach condition. She survives on a diet of biscuits. She eats up to 10 digestives and plain crackers a day. So, I've never even heard of this thing. Her weight plummeted to about 5 stone, which is way too little. A publicity-shy couple are to be honoured with a humanitarian award for their heroic stand against the royal family. What a load of codswallop. What a load of codswallop. The modest pair will receive their gong for speaking out at the Ripple of Hope Gala in New York, presented by the organiser, Kerry Kennedy. The couple... Apparently, the couple are expected to attend the bash, where seats at their table will be sold for up to £840,000. You can have the most boring night of your life there. They're dull as ditch water. He can barely string 2 words together. What can he talk about? What can he talk about? My book's coming out, but a bit later than we thought. Sarah Ferguson's infamous toe-sucking lover has broken his silence of 30 years to insist there was nothing kinky going on. Yeah. Apparently, they were play acting. He was found with his mouth on the topless Duchess of York's foot in 1992. I'm going to be sick. Anyway, he claims it was sexual, were a total fabrication. He was playing an innocent kissing game with Fergie and her daughters. On this day, we were playing Cinderella. Oh, yeah. It's a bit bizarre, isn't it? I mean, to be honest with you, Fergie's foot or kangaroo testicles in the jungle. He says, and it was part of the game. I did it first and then think one of the girls did it. It was totally innocent. Yeah, it was just a bit peculiar, wasn't it? Just a bit peculiar. He says, yes, Sarah was topless, but it was the south of France, for heaven's sake. Oh, that's okay, then. That's okay, south of France. Get your boobies out. Get your boobies out. How fantastic. They're more stupid than you ever imagine, these people, aren't they? South of France, boobies out. You know, we've been to the south of France, and everybody, even the men, got their boobies out. You know, they had moobs. And rich, fat Russians got their boobies out. And that's okay, because it's France. I mean, you try doing that in Dagenham. You can't do it. They won't buy it. Go to France, get your boobies out. They like things like that. They're very good. Crimea could be snatched back from Russian hands by Christmas and Mad Vlad's evil war. Over by spring, Kiev have claimed. Well, by that time, Russia will have destroyed itself, I should imagine, with the volcanoes. You know, hopefully near old Vlad's little holiday home. How he affords that on that salary, I'll never know. But goodness sake, honestly. There is apparently a new version of Christmas Carol. It's called Spirited. It's got Will Ferrell and Ryan Reynolds. It's very well done, says Dave in Kent. Is it getting colder, says Waj? It is. It is noted. And it's going to get much colder. I think it's going to go down to -3, isn't it? Didn't they say this week? Whatever, -4. Okay, yeah. Whatever it is, I mean, it doesn't make it... Yeah, you've got to be accurate, I realise. I do take the point, and I'm really very sorry, actually, that I even got it wrong. And I very rarely get things wrong, actually. BBC World Cup anchor Gary Lineker has taken aim at rival ITV, asking if star pundit Roy Keane is the real deal. Is there something the matter with Gary Lineker? Is he sort of lost the thread on all these things? Lineker asked Beeb co-star Mika Richards, who works with Keane on Sky Sports, do you think Roy Keane plays Roy Keane very well? Richards said there's a bit of a persona playing the hard man. He does do it, doesn't he, in a way? They're all weird, aren't they? It's like the Lorraine Kelly thing. That's not Lorraine Kelly on the television you're watching. That's her persona. That's what she told the tax man, anyway. It's her persona. You know, so it's not really Lorraine. It's her. That is her. Because she works as an ambassador for Weight Watchers, and she said I was fat. And I remember thinking, no, you weren't. No, you weren't. But she's done it because she's an ambassador, and she gets paid for promoting it. I think she should be totally honest. 6:15, let's get the news headlines with Simon Conway.
Steve Allen on LBC.
Morning, nice to be company. 6:20, Steve Allen's early breakfast. Did you see that story the other day? I can't remember exactly what it was, but I think David Attenborough had just finished filming something, and he's with some friends in a restaurant, and this woman tries to butt in And so to say, I just want 5 minutes with you to talk. He's eating with his friends, you idiot. What a stupid person she is. And she was going, I just want 5 minutes, please, just 5. No, he's eating. Have you heard about being rude and ignorant? That'd be you. That'd be you. He's eating with friends in a restaurant. Didn't want to talk to you about climate change. He's having his food. Goodness sake, honestly. Some people are so ignorant. It really is quite worrying, isn't it? And so this Fergie toe sucker then apparently helped Prince Andrew. He was asked to crisis talks with the Duke's disastrous Newsnight interview. Oh, he's finally admitted it was a disaster. I thought Andrew thought the interview went really well. It was everybody else thought it was a disaster. And Andrew denies everything. Mr. Bryan told a newspaper he was smuggled into the Prince's home to help come up with a long-term strategy to sort the divorced couple's finances, because both Andrew and Sarah Ferguson are totally useless with money. That's why, if you remember, Andrew had to borrow 12 million from the Queen, although I suspect it was borrowing but not actually giving it back again. And he reportedly, this is John Bryan. He visited Windsor's Royal Lodge in November 2019 to meet Sarah, 10 days after the late Queen had suspended the Duke from royal duties, because Sarah's got no money either. I don't quite understand what they do with it. I mean, Andrew, imagine having to go to your mother and go, have you got 12 million spare? How embarrassing, really. But he claimed the Duke shouted, I'm being treated unfairly. It was Mr. Bryan's first interview since the photos emerged of him sucking toes, but it was apparently a make-believe Cinderella game. Yeah, we've all called that one, haven't we? I've often played the Cinderella game. But he said, Sarah got in touch because that's what I do. I reconstruct failed businesses. Yeah, well, failed businesses would be a very accurate description of exactly what they've done. I mean, she was caught on camera trying to sell access to Prince Andrew and then realised that it was a bit of a setup with the fake sheikh, and he was just a total disaster. But then always had been. I don't know why they ever thought. I remember a friend of mine telling me she went to a fabulous spa in Thailand, a really super duper upmarket, years and years ago this is, and she was booked in for a massage and all the rest of it, but she got booted out because Sarah Ferguson was there and sort of took pride of place over it. I mean, really, really how embarrassing. One columnist today talking about, sorry to hear about Johnny Irwin, who presents TV's A Place in the Sun and his terminal cancer, and says, along with a number of other people in the public eye, this particular columnist, he says, I'm at stage 4. He said, there is no stage 5. 4 it stops at. He said, but I do find talking about it helps me, and although that might sound selfish, hopefully it helps others too. He said, hopefully things will get you through that weren't available previously. He says, so although I don't want it to take over my life, I do want to be open about it. If you get a diagnosis at some stage, please don't hide away and don't feel you've done anything wrong. Just talk about it, and one day there will be a cure. And we won't have to read awful things about Johnny Irwin. And I love Jasmine Harman as well, who also does the programme. A more down-to-earth, honest person you'd be hard-pushed to find. But Johnny Irwin, I've said a million times, I always thought he was a really, really nice person. Really nice. And it's just absolutely awful. It really is. Absolutely terrible. This person is also talking about I'm a celebrity. Get me out of it. Everybody's talking about I'm a celebrity. They talk about Matt Hancock, and yet, strangely enough, the public didn't vote him out. And I can't work out why the public didn't vote him out. Nobody seems to like him, either in there or out of there. And yet, for some reason, they seem to save him and get rid of somebody who hadn't really met. I suppose it's because if people come over as too nice, there's not really a lot you can do about it, is there? You have to you just have to go with it and then hope that eventually they will sort of show themselves up. But all the occasions I've ever seen him, it's smarmy. Would be the word. Diesel, Steve, at BP and Felixstowe is 192 and has been for weeks, says Trucker Tony. Sprouts that are roasted, Steve, are far superior to boiled. They're much sweeter. I've never boiled sprouts. Oh, no, I don't boil them. I simmer them. The little tiny round ones, you get about 24 in a pack, and you just simmer them. I've had crispy roasted sprouts, yes. Yeah. I think they're okay. Yeah, I'm not bothered about the balsamic glaze. That's very middle class, isn't it? I don't do things like that. But no, I've never boiled. You don't need to. They cook in, it seems like a minute. Don't need to worry about that. Ian in Erith Says wrap Christmas lights around a stiff piece of cardboard when putting them away. Yeah, 2,000 is a bit of a big piece of cardboard. Oh, look at that. They look very nice, don't they? Very, very nice. But I mean, I keep telling people Sprout. You get people who are so anti-Sprout. I can never believe it. I always think everybody likes Sprouts, and obviously it turns out that not everybody likes Sprouts. They get bad press, actually. Julie from Sidcup says, I always play my Christmas music while putting my tree up and drink mulled wine. You know, I've not had mulled wine for years. Donkey's years. I've not had mulled wine, and I do like a mulled wine. I liked it. I've liked it for years, but I just haven't had it, which is not right, actually, is it? Apparently being laid back about money can cost you £1,600 a year. Those who are careful with cash save £206.09 a month or £2,473.08 a year. Because I didn't think that people were saving nowadays. They did a big thing some time ago. James O'Brien mentioned it and said that the average person, not everybody, average person, only had £100 worth of savings. People were sort of living basically hand to mouth. And I thought, yes, I used to be like that. Now I'm much better at saving of it, because once you've saved it, you don't really want to see it disappear. So you kind of sort of hang on to it, and I check my accounts daily, literally daily, just to make sure that, and then I think, oh, wait a minute, why has that gone down? Then I go on to transactions, because you can do all of this online. It's not difficult at all. A friend of mine had to set it up for me, but I've used it very wisely, and it just means you keep track of what's going on with your finances. 3 thugs are in the paper today. They posed as policemen while stealing an American bulldog. Have been jailed for, I'll tell you in a minute. They wore caps with the word police on. They carried batons and fake ID badges and claimed to be conducting a drug search. They're quite clearly the thickest criminals you've ever met in your entire life. Here they are, the Dimbos. The victim, a mum of 3, was grabbed and tied up at her home in Putney. Michael Cloherty of Orpington, 58. Simon Ludlow of London and Michael Cook, also of London, have all been sentenced. Michael Cloherty got 13 years prison. You're even more stupid than you sound. Simon Ludlow got 12 years and Michael Cook 10 years. So 13 years, so 58, 68. Well, if you live that long. But I mean, how stupid. Caps with the word police on and carried batons and fake ID badges. I mean, it's like dressing up, isn't it? Goodness sake. Oh, goodness me. So the number of restaurants going bust has soared. 60% increase in insolvencies. Because I'll go past a restaurant. And we were saying the other day, I can't quite work out why all the Burger Kings appear to be closing. The one in Twickenham's gone. The one at Waterloo Station disappeared, supposedly coming back. When, I've got no idea. The one at Charing Cross Station's gone. The one at Paddington Station's gone. They're all gone all over the place, and I can't work out why they've disappeared. I mean, is it because the food isn't brilliant? Or is it... I can't think of any reason, because the McDonald's at Waterloo Station must be the richest McDonald's going. There's queues every day. Every single day. And it's only a small branch. You think they'd move upstairs to the bigger branch, but they've got about 15 people working there. But the queue goes outside. I've never seen anything like it. It's really amazing. The Defra boss is, there's not much food at Waterloo. Well, I mean, they do have sandwiches and pasties and things like that. M&S is closed, so we're waiting for that to open up, which was next door to Burger King. There was Burger King. Yeah, just McDonald's. But I would have thought McDonald's would have moved upstairs to give them more room, because if they're that successful downstairs, if you doubled the size of it, they'd make a fortune. But obviously nobody, because it's a franchise. That's why. Apparently there will be enough turkeys for Christmas. So says Defra. Defra boss has said there will be enough. So don't start panicking about things. You don't need to panic. There will be enough turkeys. And I personally am looking forward to my little bit of turkey dinner. So I'm with Sidcup Julie, though, playing Christmas music. I've got it in the car already, and it just kind of works. Somebody wrote the other day, who was it? It was somebody from another radio station saying, is it too early to play Christmas music? I thought, what do you mean? I've been playing it for 3 weeks. Is it too early to play Christmas music? It's never too early to play Christmas music. That gets you into the spirit. Nice to have your company. 6:20, Steve Allen's early breakfast. Did you see that story the other day? I can't remember exactly what it was, but I think David Attenborough had just finished filming something and he's with some friends in a restaurant, and this woman tries to butt in and sort of say, I just want 5 minutes with you to talk. He's eating with his friends, you idiot. What a stupid person she is. And she was going, I just want 5 minutes, please, just 5. No, he's eating. Have you heard about being rude and ignorant? That'd be you. That'd be you. He's eating with friends in a restaurant. Didn't want to talk to you about climate change. He's having his food. Goodness sake, honestly. Some people are so ignorant. It really is quite worrying, isn't it? And so this Fergie toe sucker then apparently helped Prince Andrew. He was asked to crisis talks with the Duke's disastrous Newsnight interview. Oh, he's finally admitted it was a disaster. I thought Andrew thought the interview went really well. It was everybody else thought it was a disaster. And Andrew denies everything. Mr. Bryan told a newspaper he was smuggled into the Prince's home to help come up with a long-term strategy to sort the divorced couple's finances, because both Andrew and Sarah Ferguson are totally useless with money. That's why, if you remember, Andrew had to borrow 12 million from the Queen, although I suspect it was borrowing but not actually giving it back again. And he reportedly, this is John Bryant. He visited Windsor's Royal Lodge in November 2019 to meet Sarah, 10 days after the late Queen had suspended the Duke from royal duties, because Sarah's got no money either. I don't quite understand what they do with it. I mean, Andrew, imagine having to go to your mother and go, have you got 12 million spare? How embarrassing, really. But he claimed the Duke shouted, I'm being treated unfairly. It was Mr. Bryan's first interview since the photos emerged of him sucking toes, but it was apparently a make-believe Cinderella game. Yeah, we've all called that one, haven't we? I've often played the Cinderella game. But he said, Sarah got in touch because that's what I do. I reconstruct failed businesses. Yeah, well, failed businesses would be a very accurate description of exactly what they've done. I mean, she was caught on camera trying to sell access to Prince Andrew, and then realised that it was a bit of a setup with the fake sheikh, and he was just a total disaster. But then always had been. I don't know why they ever thought. I remember a friend of mine telling me she went to a fabulous spa in Thailand, a really super duper upmarket, years and years ago this is, and she was booked in for a massage and all the rest of it, but she got booted out because Sarah Ferguson was there and sort of took pride of place over it. I mean, really, really how embarrassing. One columnist today talking about, sorry to hear about Johnny Irwin, who presents TV's A Place in the Sun and his terminal cancer, and says, along with a number of other people in the public eye, this particular columnist, he says, I'm at stage 4. He said, there is no stage 5. 4 it stops at. He said, but I do find talking about it helps me, and although that might sound selfish, hopefully it helps others too. He said, hopefully things will get you through that weren't available previously. He says, so although I don't want it to take over my life, I do want to be open about it. If you get a diagnosis at some stage, please don't hide away and don't feel you've done anything wrong. Just talk about it, and one day there will be a cure. And we won't have to read awful things about Johnny Irwin. And I love Jasmine Harman as well, who also does the programme. A more down-to-earth, honest person, you'd be hard-pushed to find. But Johnny Irwin, I've said a million times, I always thought he was a really, really nice person. Really nice. And it's just absolutely awful. It really is. Absolutely terrible. This person is also talking about, I'm a celebrity. Get me out of it. Everybody's talking about I'm a celebrity. They talk about Matt Hancock, and yet, strangely enough, the public didn't vote him out, and I can't work out why the public didn't vote him out. Nobody seems to like him, either in there or out of there, and yet, for some reason, they seem to save him and get rid of somebody who hadn't really met. I suppose it's because if people come over as too nice, there's not really a lot you can do about it, is there? You have to you just have to go with it, and then hope that eventually they will sort of show themselves up. But all the occasions I've ever seen him, it's smarmy. Would be the word. Diesel, Steve, at BP and Felixstowe is 192 and has been for weeks, says Trucker Tony. Sprouts that are roasted, Steve, are far superior to boiled. They're much sweeter. I've never boiled sprouts. Oh, no, I don't boil them. I simmer them. The little tiny round ones, you get about 24 in a pack, and you just simmer them. I've had crispy roasted sprouts, yes. Yeah. I think they're okay. Yeah, I'm not bothered about the balsamic glaze. That's very middle class, isn't it? I don't do things like that. But no, I've never boiled. You don't need to. They cook in, seems like a minute. Don't need to worry about that. Ian in Erith says wrap Christmas lights around a stiff piece of cardboard when putting them away. Yeah, 2,000 is a bit of a big piece of cardboard. Oh, look at that. They look very nice, don't they? Very, very nice. But, I mean, I keep telling people Sprout. You get people who are so anti-Sprout. I can never believe it. I always think everybody likes Sprouts. And obviously it turns out that not everybody likes Sprouts. They get bad press, actually. Julie from Sidcup says, I always play my Christmas music while putting my tree up and drink mulled wine. You know, I've not had mulled wine for years. Donkey's years. I've not had mulled wine, and I do like a mulled wine. I liked it. I've liked it for years, but I just haven't had it, which is not right, actually, is it? Apparently being laid back about money can cost you £1,600 a year. Those who are careful with cash save £206.09 a month or £2,473.08 a year. Because I didn't think that people were saving nowadays. They did a big thing some time ago. James O'Brien mentioned it and said that the average person, not everybody, average person, only had £100 worth of savings. People were sort of living basically hand to mouth. And I thought, yes, I used to be like that. Now I'm much better at saving of it, because once you've saved it, you don't really want to see it disappear. So you kind of sort of hang on to it, you know, and I check my accounts daily, literally daily, just to make sure that, you know, the money, and then I think, oh, wait a minute, why has that gone down? Then I go on to transactions, because you can do all of this online. It's not difficult at all. A friend of mine had to set it up for me, but I've used it very wisely, and it just means you keep track of what's going on with your finances. 3 thugs are in the paper today. They posed as policemen while stealing an American bulldog. They've been jailed for, I'll tell you in a minute. They wore caps with the word police on. They carried batons and fake ID badges and claimed to be conducting a drug search. They're quite clearly the thickest criminals you've ever met in your entire life. Here they are, the Dimbos. The victim, a mum of 3, was grabbed and tied up at her home in Putney. Michael Cloherty of Orpington, 58. Simon Ludlow of London and Michael Cook, also of London, have all been sentenced. Michael Cloherty got 13 years prison. You're even more stupid than you sound. Simon Ludlow got 12 years and Michael Cook 10 years. So 13 years, so 58, 68. Well, if you live that long. But, I mean, how stupid. Caps with the word police on and carried batons and fake ID badges. I mean, it's like dressing up, isn't it? Goodness sake. Oh, goodness me. So the number of restaurants going bust has soared. 60% increase in insolvencies. Because I'll go past a restaurant. We were saying the other day, I can't quite work out why all the Burger Kings appear to be closing. The one in Twickenham's gone. The one at Waterloo Station disappeared, supposedly coming back. When, I've got no idea. The one at Charing Cross Station's gone. The one at Paddington Station's gone. They're all gone all over the place, and I can't work out why they've disappeared. I mean, is it because the food isn't brilliant? Or is it... I mean, I can't think of any reason, because the McDonald's at Waterloo Station must be the richest McDonald's going. There's queues every day. Every single day. And it's only a small branch. You'd think they'd move upstairs to the bigger branch, but they've got about 15 people working there. But the queue goes outside. I've never seen anything like it. It's really amazing. The Defra boss is, there's not much food at Waterloo. Well, I mean, they do have sandwiches and pasties and things like that. M&S is closed, so we're waiting for that to open up, which was next door to Burger King. There was Burger King. Yeah, just McDonald's. But I would have thought McDonald's would have moved upstairs to give them more room, because if they're that successful downstairs, if you doubled the size of it, they'd make a fortune. But obviously nobody, because it's a franchise. That's why. Apparently there will be enough turkeys for Christmas. So says Defra. Defra boss has said you will be enough. So don't start panicking about things. You don't need to panic. There will be enough turkeys, and I personally am looking forward to my little bit of turkey dinner. So I'm with Sidcup Julie, though, playing Christmas music. I've got it in the car already, and it just kind of works. Somebody wrote the other day, who was it? It was somebody from another radio station saying, is it too early to play Christmas music? I thought, what do you mean? I've been playing it for 3 weeks. Is it too early to play Christmas music? It's never too early to play Christmas music. That gets you into the spirit, like having the latest news headlines at 6:30 with Simon Conway.
Both England and Wales are preparing for their opening matches at the World Cup in Qatar later. Captains Harry Kane and Gareth Bale could receive yellow cards for wearing rainbow armbands in a show of support for LGBTQ+ rights. A man is being held on suspicion of the murder of 2 young children in a fire at a flat in Nottingham. A woman was also critically injured in the Clifton area of the city yesterday morning. It's thought around 1.8 million square metres of office floor space was taken out of use in the UK in the past year. Researchers believe it's likely due to changes in working patterns since the pandemic. LBC weather becoming wet and windy for many, with heavy rain spreading northeastwards. Much of Scotland will stay dry, but some showers in the northeast. A high of 12 degrees.
LBC, Nick Ferrari at breakfast.
Coming up this morning with Nick Ferrari at breakfast, as England and Wales prepare for their first matches, the most controversial World Cup in history, Nick will be asking whether the players themselves must make a stand against Qatar's human rights failings. Plus, an exclusive LBC investigation into one single mother's battle with a mould-laden flat. All of that and more with Nick Ferrari at breakfast this morning from 7 here on LBC.
Nick Ferrari at breakfast, weekday mornings from 7, LBC. Leading Britain's conversation, LBC, with Steve Allen.
Morning, 25 minutes to 7. It's definitely getting colder. If you think it's getting colder, you actually step outside. It will be. Robbie and Joe say we're going to be buying our Christmas tree next week from IKEA. Very good value and lasts the whole festive month. Best bit is it doesn't have any instructions on how to assemble. We know you love Christmas. We'll be putting a bauble up just for you, which is very... Oh, so is it a fake tree? Or is it a real tree? Well, it must be a fake tree, mustn't it? It says it doesn't have any instruction on how to assemble it. So it can't be a real tree. What, glue top half to bottom half, I should imagine. It's a real tree. How do you assemble a real tree? Oh, right. A Christmas tree that comes with a what? Comes with a gift. Oh, right. So receive a £10 voucher when you buy a real Christmas tree for £25. Wow. So you're basically paying 15 quid for a Christmas tree. That's between the 25th of November and the 24th of December. Wow. Seems good value, doesn't it, really? I think trees are quite expensive this year. Expect to pay a bit more. But, can you settle an argument? You had mushroom risotto, says Brendan, on the weekend, and it reminds me of a favourite meal I get loads of stick for. Is it weird to dip chips in a mushroom risotto? Yes. Put it this way, if you were in a restaurant, you would be thrown out. OK, dipping chips in anything, I'm afraid, is absolutely verboten. We do not dip chips in anything. Is that people say, do you dip them in gravy? Nope. No, we don't dip chips, full stop. What you can do is squirt over ketchup or, or mayonnaise or something like that, but you don't dip. I'm not a dipper, no. I'm more squirt than dip, which seems fairly normal, doesn't it, really? What are you, a dipper or a squirter? You're a dipper. Oh, I don't think so, not really. If you manage to hit your mouth, you're all right, aren't you? What are you, Jack? You're sort of You're a dipper. Funny, isn't it, honestly? It must be an age thing. People sit there. It's like, you go to a restaurant and you order a portion of chips and then the waiter says to the person next to you, what would you like? And they go, I won't have chips. I'll just have some of his. And you go, no, you won't. I ordered a portion of chips, not a portion of chips to share. Thank you very much indeed. These people are terrible, aren't they? Do you know around 210,000 older workers have gone on payroll since the end of the COVID epidemic? Pushes the number of employees aged 50 plus to just over 9 million. Woo! We are a force to be reckoned with. And the National Trust has been accused of acting like vandals by proposing to demolish Britain's oldest beach cafe. This is down at Studland in Dorset. It's been there for 114 years, but the Trust are ripping it down as part of its coastal erosion policy. A petition of 1,000 people failed to save the cafe where Enid Blyton was a customer, and it's 10 jobs. The parish councillor, Andrew Parsons, says there is no local support for demolishing the cafe. It'll be a very foolish act of vandalism. The Trust, Tracy Church, has said, we're working to provide facilities our visitors have come to expect. It's been there for 114 years, dear. 114 years it's been there. Leave it there. Why do you insist on changing things? Very annoying. Very annoying. I thought the National Trust was there to preserve things, not rip things down. Thank you very much indeed. 114 years. 114 years it's been there. And then they go, oh, we're going to pull it down because there's what... Oh, no. They make up any old excuses nowadays, don't they? So, Kane leads our bid for glory today, which is just don't... Can you remember... Harry, don't hug anybody, okay, on the pitch or show any sign of affection. Okay, it's not encouraged in Qatar. They will worry about you. There's also pictures of glamorous women. Not really, they're wags. And they've jetted out there with suitcases. Well, Jack Grealish's girlfriend has got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 suitcases, and yet turns up in a pair of tracksuit bottoms. How can they manage to look so cheap when they spend so much money on... It's like Colleen. Colleen used to go and shop in this shop and buy all these very expensive outfits. And I'm thinking, where'd you wear them, dear? Where'd you wear... You've got nowhere to go. You know, you can't go out with your mates wearing these terribly expensive clothes. It just seems ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous. Children's Tsar tells parents don't buy kids smartphones. What are smartphones? Is that just a normal telephone? Oh, right, that's what they call a smartphone, is it? Oh, right, well, I've learnt something. And... they should resist buying them and should instead stick to an old-fashioned device without internet access. They've said it's the internet access that provides the danger for children. And this is Dame Rachel D'Souza. She warned about the dangers of social media. It's amazing the stuff you get on there, isn't it? It really is quite frightening. See, I mean, I just go to Amazon. I'm very boring. I just do Amazon and buy things, and it says people who ordered this also bought this, so I buy that as well. Then it says people who bought this also bought this. Interesting. What else we got here? Prince Andrew, in the day shamed Andrew, said he didn't care anymore. Good, we don't care either. So, I don't know if they'd stop going on about it. I don't really care what goes on within the royal family. As long as it doesn't affect us, it's fine. And after the tragic case of the toddler in the mouldy flat, there's now a spotlight on the bosses earning huge salaries while the renters are stuck in squalid homes. Jane Ashcroft from Anchor, this is the chief executive, she earns $592,000 a year. Craig Moole from Sanctuary, $402,000. Ian McDermott for Peabody, I think that's the Peabody Estates, $126,000. Rishi Sunak, the Prime Minister, gets $164,000. I don't know for what, but he just does. And various other people, they're all about the £300,000 mark. And these people live the life of Riley. There's L&Q pays its chief executive $340,000 a year, despite tenants complaining of squalid conditions. I mean, the last one they fired, didn't they? Only because they had to. Only because they had to, for the simple reason a child died even after they told them about it. Even after they told them about it. And don't forget, Nick Ferrari has an exclusive LBC investigation into one single mother's battle with a mould-laden flat. Heads are going to roll, I promise you. Yesterday at a place called Barbrook, Stephen Exmoor, unleaded was 159.9. Diesel was 179. From Brian, also 68, type 2 diabetic, and guess what? Born on a Wednesday. Brian is from Lee, which is near Ilfracombe, which sounds quite nice, doesn't it? We like Ilfracombe. Do you like Ilfracombe? Oh, very nice. Sorry? Good surfing, yeah. Good surfing, apparently, Brian. Won't interest you. You're 68. Type 2 diabetic. Steve, I don't even wait for Christmas, says Thomas. 2 bottles of mulled wine between Amy and myself for movie nights. As soon as the cold weather draws in, the fire roars away. Man after my own heart on that one. Lewis in Funky Essex says, I'm a certified sprout lover and especially roasted, golden and crispy, like the Americans cook them. Ooh, you're getting us to salivate. And Karen from Merthyr Tydfil, the smell of mulled wine and glühwein was in the air in Vienna, giving the Christmas atmosphere. Oh, I love it. I love it. The smell of glühwein. There's something warming about glühwein. I don't know what it is. I don't think Ian's going to turn up with the ice creams today. I think it's going to be a little bit too late, Ian. He's stuck in traffic. Yeah, I think it's going to be a bit too late for us. So, yeah, if you're out by Acton, don't bother coming in. You're never going to make it in time. So we'll do it for another day. Okay, but thank you for thinking about us. We're very grateful. The boys are very happy. So, Steve, all my outside Christmas lights are up ready for switch on the last Sunday in November. Our village lights up every year with beautiful lights, but I think due to the energy crisis, says Cheryl in Farnborough, it's not going to happen this year. Well, ours are up in Twickenham. Ours are up in Twickenham. and burning away. But I've noticed a lot of shops are sort of cutting back a bit. They'll have to. They'll have to. Steve, are first-class stamps still usable? Yes, they've extended the deadline. It's another 6 months on top of what they came up with before. So, yes, you can use them. And, Steve, I think that many people may be saving money by not buying so much food when out. Why some burger places are closing, says Susie. Well, I don't know. I always thought that people did buy burgers. I mean, they must be, because judging by the queues at McDonald's at Waterloo Station, I mean, there's queues there every day. I don't think I've ever been past it when there's no queues. Barry says, I love listening to your show every morning. And I love listening to Band Aid. Do they know it's Christmas? Oh, I've had enough of that. I want to hear that one again. Thank you very much. And do they? They did a whole programme on it, actually. Boy George's part was my favourite. Chips dipped in blue cheese sauce is lovely. No, we don't dip. I squirt. I don't want to dip. The boys dip, but there again, they've probably got special little dishes at home that you sort of put it in so that you can dip in properly, or a saucer or something like that. It's not my sort of thing at all. Just get straight in. Strictly's Fleury scores first full marks of a series in Blackpool. Rivetingly dull, boring, uninteresting. Who cares? And Adele's Mega Money residency got off a triumphant start. You know how much the suite is at Caesar's Palace? 25,000 a night. £25,000 a night. And they gave her that as part of the deal. She's earning 840,000, but the suite was thrown in. She didn't want to stay there because she's gone to win, which is always very interesting, isn't it? So Alex James, bassist of Blur, and he's 54 today. And Goldie Hawn, who won an Oscar for Cactus Flower and was in Private Benjamin and the First Wives Club, is 77. So many happy returns of the day. And if you're celebrating your birthday today, many happy returns, and I hope you have a lovely day. So nice to be company. Apparently chips dipped in blue cheese sauce is lovely. No, I've just explained we don't do that. And there's a teenage thug in the paper who taunted a disabled woman in the street before brandishing a firearm and pulling the trigger has been spared jail. Apparently this brazen 16-year-old was among a group of youngsters who hurled abuse at this very vulnerable woman, disparaging her race and disability. He then pulled out a ball-bearing BB gun, pointed it at the frightened and shocked woman and her female friend, and started to shoot. This happened in the Talbot and Brunswick neighbourhood of Blackpool. I rest my case. Apparently an area plagued by gangs of feral youths. Dear. Last month, Blackpool South Tory MP Scott Benton told the House of Commons that youngsters had been responsible for hundreds of crimes and that a boy of 11 was one of the ringleaders. So anyway, this delinquent on Thursday, it'll be feral child, feral parents, appeared with his father and pleaded guilty to threatening behaviour and possession of a firearm. And it was recorded as a hate crime because of the language used in relation to the race and disability. And although the weapon was a BB gun, I'm not really sure what they are, actually, but I'm assuming it just fires ball bearings. Yeah, pellet gun. A 6-year-old boy was killed by such a weapon in 2018. The court spared the teen a custodial sentence after hearing his apology. Oh, that's all right now. That's all right. You just go, oh, sorry about that. Oh, it's okay. Don't worry. Don't worry. He had no previous convictions, but has been reprimanded for minor incidents. Apparently he's going to have intensive social services supervision. So for that read, big deal. Big deal. Walking out of the court, the boy appeared to smirk at his father. A friend of the victim said it's diabolical he's been let off. Our society is too soft. Yes, absolutely. Of course they do. They don't, we've seen it before, haven't we, on the television, where they stick 2 fingers up and all the rest of it. They don't really care. Need to be short, sharp shock treatment. It's the only way to do it. Plus, this pasty wars, I think the papers are stoking this one. I mean, I don't believe there is such a thing as a pasty war in Cornwall after Greggs have announced they're opening a bakery. I don't see any problem. And the founders of collapsed energy firm Bulb last night faced growing calls to pay back millions of pounds after a costly taxpayer bailout. Hayden Wood and Ahmed Gudka pocketed a fortune after selling shares in the firm in 2018, but last year it imploded and had to be propped up by the government. The staggering sum amounts to, I think the rescue has cost taxpayers £6.5 billion, which is about £230 for every household. And so where it goes from here, I've got no idea. No idea. Bulb's demise has done nothing to stop Amit Gupta's career in the energy sector. He's a Cambridge graduate, and he left Bulb 10 months before it collapsed into administration, then launched a startup called Field, I think, to finance, build, operate and monetize the renewable infrastructure we need to reach net zero. The company has 4 battery storage facilities, posted a pre-tax loss of 2.65 million already. And until his fall from grace, Hayden Wood was a star of the renewable energy sector and a young entrepreneur catching the eye of the government. He appeared at events with the then business secretary, Kwasi Kwarteng, hosted Boris Johnson at Bulb's London headquarters. At one point, he and co-founder Amit each had holdings estimated at £100 million. All this money floating around. What do we do about it? Nothing at all. Nothing at all. Dreadful, isn't it? These climate activists occupied Gordon Ramsay's London restaurant and forced it to close for the night. Animal Rebellion targeted the Chelsea venue to highlight the environmental costs of menu items such as steak and veal. Well, I mean, judging by the prices we saw on Gordon Ramsay's thing, you need to mortgage your house, just to pay for the 15% extra. They said farmers should be given help to make the transition. A Ramsay spokesman said it had been deeply disrespectful to ruin the evening for dinner guests and staff. Yeah. Surprised Gordon didn't come out and offer a few 4-letter words. That generally disrespects people as well, doesn't it, actually? Also, the great Albanian migration brain drain. The pretty Albanian community of Serik used to be thriving. It's now a ghost town. Why? Because people think they'd rather take their chances on UK-bound Channel dinghies than spend another day in a country plagued by low pay and corruption. Wow. Gets worse and worse. And an explosion on one of Russia's major gas pipes sent flames and smoke billowing into the city. In between that and these blowing volcanoes that they've got, we don't know where it's going to end. Donald Trump's account was back on Twitter after Elon Musk allowed him to return. Can't imagine why. On his platform, he's got 4.5 million followers, which is far fewer than Twitter. But Mr. Trump claimed the site owned by Mr. Musk has bots, fake accounts and incredible problems. You can buy fake accounts. You can buy numbers. If you want to make up your numbers, you spend, I don't know how much it costs, but there are different companies and they will supply people who are either dead or they're just names on a list. And so all of a sudden you go from having hardly anybody to 1 million people following you. I mean, some people have got millions and millions. How many are fake? I've got no idea. Steve, I went to Battersea Power Station yesterday. All the restaurants were full up. Well, it would be. Because it's all flats, isn't it, at Battersea Power? Well, I don't think I'd want to live in Battersea Power Station. I mean, it's an iconic building, but the flats inside it, they certainly weren't cheap. So the people who lived there, they would just use those places for themselves. It's seriously expensive. Brendan says, if I can't have chips in my risotto, I shall place a towel over my head in a restaurant. I think a very good idea, actually. Very good idea. And Steve, our local Tesco's Christmas tree is up, and it's cardboard. Oh, well, yeah, I mean, trees are very expensive. You want to come down... Where did I go the other day? Epping High Street. Oh, all the trees are little flimsy, cheap plastic little trees, but they look like they're about 50 years old. They really look awful. Very, very cheapskatey. And look what I had for breakfast on Twitter. Bosh, what do you got? What do you got? Oh, my God, what are you eating? Steak and kidney pie at Dino's Cafe. And that's breakfast. Chips, steak, kidney pie, mashed potato and peas. You can't have that for breakfast. Oh, can you? He's got gravy and he's got a mug of tea as well. I can't believe it. I can't believe you've seriously got that. Mind you, it looks quite nice, actually. It looks, bless you. It looks quite nice. I quite fancy that idea. I'm not sure about the peas. But I suppose you just mix them in with the potato that you can get away with it. Peas and gravy. Do you like peas and gravy? You need to go to Dino's. They've got peas and gravy for breakfast. Well done, Tom. Very nice. And Ashley says, late to the show this morning. And don't worry, I will be listening to Catch Up. Did you hear cucumber sandwiches being mentioned over the weekend? I mentioned that they were on your patch when it comes to sandwiches. They need a talking to. Absolutely. All these people messing around. It's just disgraceful, isn't it? I like a cucumber sandwich. I don't mind. They're a bit bland and boring. Simple but good. I do like sandwiches. When you have afternoon tea in a London hotel, they cut the the corners off and everything else, so you don't get the crusts or anything else. You just get the sandwich, and you can just pop them in your mouth. But steak and kidney pie, mashed potato, and everything else sounds particularly delightful. Actually, not for me, of course. You understand. I'm on a strict diet. It does sound quite nice. Comfort food, pastry with gravy over. Oh, so. Don't get talking about these things. I've got to go home now. I shall be fighting my way through the crowds trying to get my little potato croquettes.